feeling higher than the sky. Yeah, we do it every night. Hey, tell me what you higher than the sky. Tell me what you doing every night. Tell me what you higher than the sky. Tell me what you doing every night. Every night, every night, every night. 'Cause we're the ones who bring the party. got the power. We got the power. Yeah, turn me up louder. Yeah, we got the power. Yeah, light up the sky in the night. We came, we ready to fight. Yeah, light up the towers. We got the power. Message to ground control. Yeah, we taking over the globe. I can feel it in the air tonight. Rolling faster than the speed of light. Tell me what side you on. Been underground for so long. We coming out like King Kong. Think we gon' stop and you dead wrong. Light up the sky with the flames. Been through the storm and the rain. I see how far we done came. I'm the beast that they never contain. We going stronger, we going longer. This is the reckoning up on you. Don't have to wait too much longer. We be in power up in the morning. Who got the power? We got the power. Yeah, turn me up louder. Yeah, we got the power. Yeah, light up the sky in the night. We came, we ready to fight. Yeah, light up the towers. We got the power. This is the rising. Yeah, they think that we can't survive it. We spreading out like a virus. Total control like a tyrant. This is insanity, utter calamity. They cannot stop us, tell me how can it be? We in a fortress, they in a canopy. Divide and conquer, that is the recipe. Taking over, that's a matter of fact. We in a new dimension. I got some bad intentions. I got a bad condition. There ain't nowhere to run. Yeah, there ain't nowhere to hide. It be okay in the morning. Yeah, we taking over the night. Who got the power? We got the power. Yeah, turn me up louder. Yeah, we got the power. Yeah, light up the sky in the night. We came, we ready to fight. Yeah, light up the towers. We got the power. Who got the power? 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 We got the power. We got the power. We got the power. We got the power.
I go prove them wrong. Underrated, I prove them wrong. I'm the underdog, they go sing my song. Non-stop daily, put the work in. Dedicated, I go prove them wrong. Who know, they go know my name. I do the damn thing, I don't play no games. Cruising by, yeah, I day my lane. It soon be my season, it be my rain. Big done that I done. Run my race, no sprint marathon. Self-made man from nothing to something. Transform, yeah, be my megatron. 0 to megaton. Level same and I reach that one. Reaching high from ground up to way up. They go know I'm the chosen one. Whoa, working hard I could get that win. Dedicated I could do my thing. Work rate on, bring them come. On that dog I become the king. Working hard I could get that win. Dedicated I could do my thing. Work rate on, bring them come. On that dog I become the king. 0 move to 100. Give my all, yeah, 100. Exceed all expectations. Charging away, don't see red. Table go turn, bridge go gone. Stand can't get, we not fear no one. We not fear no one. Different breed, we go succeed. Blood and sweat never on my knees. Wanna break me, go make it stronger. Dedicated to feed my hunger. Different breed, we go succeed. Blood, sweat never on my knees. Wanna break me, go make it strong. We not back down, we not back down. We not back, we not back down. On that dog. We not back down, we not back down. We not back, we not back down. On that dog and they come for the crown. On that dog and they come for the crown. Power on that dog, I could prove them wrong. Underestimating my power on that dog, I could prove them wrong. Underestimating my power on that dog, I could prove them wrong. Underestimating my power on that dog. Underestimating my power, but they let they doubt me gone. Never judge a book by its cover. On that dog, I could prove them wrong. Underestimating my power, but they let they doubt me gone. I could prove them wrong. Progression is a mouse at the grind non-stop. On that dog we go be top dog. Change go calm, know ya one when I'm on that shine on them like the sun. Them not ready, making pound from penny. For the working from Ellie, bad man jetty. Fully go hard, no semi. In the back down from Ellie. Big done that I done. Run my race, no sprint marathon. Self-made man from nothing to something. Transform, yeah, be my megatron. 0 to megaton. Level same and I reach that one. Reaching high from ground up to way up. They go know I'm the chosen one. Whoa, working hard I could get that win. Dedicated I could do my thing. Work with on, bring them come. On that dog I become the king. Working hard I could get that win. Dedicated I could do my thing. Work with on, bring them come. On that dog I become the king. 0 move to 100. Give my all, yeah, 100. Exceed all expectations. Charging away, don't see red. Table go turn, bridge go gone. Stand can't get, we not fear no one. We not fear no one. different breed, we gon' succeed. Blood and sweat never on my knees. Wanna break me, can make me stronger. Dedicated to feed my hunger. Different breed, we gon' succeed. Blood, sweat never on my knees. Wanna break me, can make me strong. We not back down, we not back down, we not back, we not back down. On that dog. We not back down, we not back down, we not back, we not back down. On that dog and they come for the crowd. On that dog and they come for the crowd.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Day 8 of Masters Reykjavik. 6 teams remain: Brazil, APAC, Korea, EMEA, Japan, and NA. The most diverse top 6 the VCT has ever seen at a global tournament. All of these regions fighting to make history, fighting to make their fans proud. Hello, everybody. I'm Jackie Jing. I'm with Doug and Jess. 6 teams now, 6 different regions, Doug. We love to see it.
Oh, absolutely. I think we kind of joked around about it prior to the matches yesterday, and then yesterday just kind of confirmed, yeah, this idea of a minor region probably needs to die, right? Because of how well they've overperformed this tournament.
Yeah.
It's unbridled chaos, and it's wonderful.
Yeah, I mean, how many times, especially in TAC FPS, have we ever sat here, I mean, at least in my career in TAC FPS, and gone, yeah, I expect APAC to have multiple representatives going into a major event, going into the playoffs. I mean, that's unheard of, at least in my career, and I'm just sitting here going, you know what? I'm happy to make a little bit of new history.
And we have so much to talk about today. But before we dive into today's matches, we had some incredible elimination matches go down yesterday. And honestly, who is not a fan of Zeta Division right now? They had so many doubters, but they knocked out Team Liquid yesterday, and they said now they want to win the whole tournament, Jess.
They had such humble little goals from the get-go. They said, we just want to come in and win one match. And I was like, oh, you know, that's a good goal. No problems. Come in, you know, and they did that. And I was like, oh, that's great, guys. Well done. What's your next goal? Oh, well, we'd like to make playoffs. And I'm like, okay, make playoffs if you can. They made playoffs. And now I'm like, okay, just set another goal, because it turns out every goal you set is entirely achievable for you. And whilst they were baby steps, Doug, I mean, I just truly think that if they keep playing on form, they will make them.
They actually have plot armor. Like, they actually have plot armor, or at least they have up until this point. I think the really fun thing about me for them is when we watched them at the beginning of the tournament, they had some glaring issues that could have been exposed, but they've managed to shore those up and get better as the tournament has gone on. Like, they're actively improving. It's not that teams haven't been able to expose things. They're trying. They're just getting better.
They've made exceptional adaptations. Also, I saw an interview with Laz, and he started to get emotional with the Japanese casters, and it got me in the fields. We just absolutely adore that team. We also saw APAC's PRX take down NA's The Guard. Doug, you casted that match. What was working for the not-so-minor region squad? All I can remember was Doug screaming at the end of that match.
Yeah.
You want to do a rendition?
They just played no. No, because it hurts so much. Right, like, to be honest, at times it was hard to watch. Right?
Yeah.
The Guard were just on the back foot the entire time. There was so much just like confidence with which PRX took every fight. Forsaken and Jing just seemed to not care about what the Guard was doing. They took these bold challenges, and you know, we kind of talked about it on the cast last night. They played as if though it was a scrim. They really did. Like, they just played like it was a scrim, right? Like, you do things in a scrim setting that you wouldn't normally do in an official, and they just had that level of confidence. They were so bold. They kept the Guard kind of guessing and on the back foot the entire time, and when you have a team with that play style that can dictate the pace the way that they did, it's so hard for the Guard to adapt. I think there's also a pretty interesting conversation to be had around, does the Guard's performance look any different if they started in the group stage?
Oh.
If you've got your first match against
They
Xerxia,
suggested that.
Yeah, if you got your first match against Xerxia, if you have a little bit of time to warm up, kind of get the feels out, and you know you're playing on stage for the first time, you're playing on land, things are very different. It could be an entirely different conversation.
I said that about Paper X when they first came in and they played their first match, and I was like, I am disappointed by what they put on that first map. They picked it up, but I do think if they had to play the group stage as well, maybe they would have been warmed into things, and they themselves would not have put that performance in. So I think everyone starts off a little bit slow. Some people are able to come out of the gate swinging, and that's great for them, but a lot of teams will come into international tournaments, and their #1 map is always the one where they're getting the feel of things. So Paper X now, well, they've got the feel of things, and it looks like they might be able to knock out a few other teams if they keep going that way.
Yeah, that's definitely a debate to be had. It's been an absolutely wild tournament. We started with 12 teams. We have cut that number in half. Now only 6 teams remain. Today, we got 2 major upper semifinal matches between NA's Optic Gaming and Korea's DRX, followed by Brazil's Loud taking on EMEA's G2 Esports. The 2 teams today that make it into the upper bracket finals, that's pretty big accomplishment. They will earn a top 3 spot at Masters Reykjavik. Now the losers, they dropped to the lower bracket. Doug and Jess, I just can't wait to see these series. Which match are you the most excited for, Jess?
Oh, I try not to set expectations for a match just in case, you know, they sort of go one way or the other and you get a little bit disappointed. And I'm a harsh critic of players, of course. I always set high expectations. If you are going to reach this far into the tournament, you're one of the big hitters, and I expect you to come in fully swinging. So for me, I do want to see what Brazil has up their sleeve. We keep talking about, you know, super teams and everything like that. But me, I got to see it. You know, I necessarily haven't worked a lot of the loud stuff so far. So I'm going to be sitting back as an observer today going, what do you have for me? What can you do today?
I think my eyes are on Optic DRX.
Sure.
The matchup looks so good on paper. I know we're going to talk about this a lot more when the match comes around, but this probably is the hardest matchup of the ones that we've had so far for me to predict. I genuinely don't know. I kind of feel bad for production because I've changed predictions probably 16 times. At this point, they may just overlay both team icons on top and just say Doug has no idea what he wants. Because that's how evenly matched up these two teams are. And there are so many X factors at play here. Map pools genuinely become a significant factor of the conversation here. There's a lot to talk about.
Well, I'm going to be Switzerland, and I'm going to say I'm excited for both matches.
Sure. You can do that, Jackie. You can do that. We'll let you off the chain.
Yeah. Okay, well, we've seen some incredible stand-up performances here at Masters. Let's take a quick look at the ACS leaders from the remaining teams. Okay, who stands out to you the most here, Doug?
It's to
Number
go
one?
back to well, no, I mean yes,
Okay.
but also to go back to what we were just talking about. Mako and Buzz both in the top 5.
That's
Yeah.
awesome.
It's unreal.
And it's from agents that you don't expect it from. Again, that's what's so difficult for teams to deal with for DRX is they've got playmakers in areas that are generally supposed to be more supportive and more stay back, stay alive, so you have utility to help your team later on.
I think if you're looking at Hoodie in the front there, and that's a nice little photo of him as well. It looks very serious and ready to go. The only reason he holds the top dog spot is because he has the highest KPI out of everyone in the tournament thus far. Every other stat, like, you know, assists per round and whatnot, goes to Mako, obviously shared with Buzz, who has an incredible, you know, KD, for example. So the only reason he's able to edge out his opponents with the ACS there is because he's able to consistently frag out per round, and that's a pretty damn important part of the game, of course.
Yeah, just your hair looking fly. You taking a selfie later?
You know what?
You gonna put
shout
it on
out to
Twitter?
hair and makeup. They've done a good job with this. They have. So
They have.
this is not my real hair. We didn't dye it. It's fake.
Doug, for some reason, pulled out his hair extensions.
why didn't
I
you
don't know
keep
why
yours
you
in?
did that. They were working for you, man.
Yeah, the girls, Mina and Christina, by the way, our designers, are absolutely incredible. And the makeup ladies are awesome, too. And they tried so hard. They've like, fully told me I needed to commit to it. It would
Yeah.
look really good. But it actually it fell out on the way up here while
that
I
what you
was
tell
sitting
yourself?
down. Yeah,
Well,
it just
Doug,
kind of like
you're
fell.
gonna-
It was there. It just, you know,
Yeah,
unlucky.
it's okay though. You're going to take a selfie. You're going to post it on Twitter with the hair extensions in just a little bit, and we want you to join in on the conversation all throughout the day. Make sure you comment on that selfie. Tweet at us using hashtag VALORANT Masters and hashtag VCT, and we'll feature the best tweets, memes, fan
that
art.
you, Doug?
Yeah, we're throwing some
Down
up.
there?
Yeah, I just think it is worth noting.
Yeah,
I can feel myself getting emotional. It is worth noting that when I was taller than Bala, nobody said anything. It was crickets. But all of a sudden, Bala gets a little bit taller than me, and everyone's got jokes.
I ain't gonna lie, I didn't even know that he was on the box. We thought that was just normal.
Oh, Jackie, stop.
Okay, I'll stop. I'm stop.
Also,
Okay.
spam the
cannot believe a
burgers to support the observers. They are the unsung heroes of our game, and some of the things they've been able to capture throughout this tournament thus far have been exceptional. And to the crew back, you know, sort of backstage, they've been great. And
Another great moment here.
maybe not so much props to these two as much as the observers. They've been a little bit careless and reckless, hence the hard hat there. Pretty careful of this
Okay.
duo. They're
Throwing some shade at Brennan's sideshow, but again, please join in the conversation. What?
Yeah, the odd thing about that too is it seems far more likely for Bren to be the responsible one to wear a hard hat in a situation that would
So
be needed,
true.
and Josh was more likely to recklessly walk in without one. So
Yeah.
I'm actually a bit surprised.
Yeah, Josh for once being safe. We love you, Josh. Anyways, while you're at it and engaging in the social media conversation, we do have a poll running on @Valorant Esports. So use the QR code. It's going to pop up here below me in a second. There it is. Who do you think is most likely to top frag today? Okay,
Oh.
Mako, yay. Nookie, Aspas, thoughts here, Jess?
This is a tough one. I would like to say Mako just because I love support player love. I think support players who do really well should get that spotlight. And while, he's been almost the top rated or the second top rated from the get-go of this tournament. So I would like to hope that he can keep that train running. And for me, he would become the MVP of the entire tournament. Even if they were to be knocked out, that consistency is unheard of.
We're talking about a controller amongst 3 duelists. Right,
Yes.
Again, to go back to what we've been talking about with Mako, the fact that he's able to punch at that weight is insane. He's my vote.
Okay, I'm just gonna be Switzerlanding and say all of them.
You're a bit of a yay girl though. Don't lie, you're a bit of a yay girl.
I do because I just love going yay.
That's true. Yeah.
Anyway, I know chat's gonna love that. They're cringing already. But okay, we're gonna take a quick break, everybody. We'll deep dive into Opta Gaming versus DRX in just a minute. We'll be right back.
Welcome back. We have a huge matchup to start the day, everybody. North America
taking on Korea. And let's begin with Optic Gaming. We're going to jump right in. It has been a rocky road for Optic. They started a little shaky in groups. They lost their first match to Xerxia, but 3 straight wins after that, Doug. They really seem to regain their footing and return to form for them.
Yeah, and I think it's primarily been driven by confidence. Ye is always going to be Ye, right? Like, you know what you're going to get with Ye, and he's going to have an incredible performance regardless of what's happening around him. And there are times where it seems like he has to carry everything on his own, and other times it seems more of like a team effort. But Ye's Ye, right? Like, you know what you're getting with Ye. What I have seen has been the biggest difference is in confidence in how they're allowing their, through their compositions, how they're allowing their team to play a bit more boldly. Again, we've got to talk about Marv, we've got to talk about him on the Omen, and how much of a scoundrel he is. The way that he like aggressively teleports in, takes space away. Again, it's ways that you wouldn't normally expect, and that just keeps players kind of aloof.
I mean, FNS on the breach the other day, the man put up stats we haven't seen from him in ages. Victor, we've been talking about him on Neon, and something I want to highlight that's going to be extremely important here is the attack and defense for Optic.
Yeah, actually, Jess, let's focus on the guard series a little bit more. It got really close at the end of Map 3 Fracture. Optic having a thrilling comeback there, putting so many rounds on the board in the second half. Now, some said that it was the veterans' resilience and experience, but what else is the key to their success?
I'm glad you brought that up. Let's bring that back up on your screen, that attack and defensive win rate for you, just so you can get a little bit of indication as to where Optic usually sits, at least statistically, because something I've found very recently, or at least at this tournament so far, is that on your screen, their attack rate doesn't, they win less than 50%. That's okay, but that has been bumped up considerably by their Xerxia match. They actually lose a lot more of their attacking rounds than it is seemingly, and I think I have here that on average, maximum this tournament, they won 42% of their attacking rounds. They struggle considerably and get a lot of their rounds on their defense. That's what they did against the guard. That's how they brought it back, because they were on a side upon which they were confident, upon which they put up to 60 to 80% of their rounds in this tournament so far, just on their defensive side. So I think it's very important to note that if they're confident on their defense, they've been putting numbers up there, but they're struggling on their attack. They have only one weakness. I think they are incredibly strong, and if they only have one weakness going into these series and possibly into the grand finals, they don't have to clean up much. It's just that one side where the holes are very, very clear that they'll need to plug, and other teams, they know they can try and manipulate it.
Okay, and you guys were teasing me earlier saying that all I do is scream yay all the time. But I mean, Doug, we have to talk about him. He is a pillar player for them. And, Jess was talking about a weakness. I think a lot of teams target him.
Yeah, and it doesn't seem to matter. I think you put it very eloquently. He is a pillar player for this team. He's a glue player, right? And that, once again, he's consistent. You know what you're getting with him. His transition to Chamber has been so good. And in a lot of ways, it almost feels like the agent was made for him.
Yeah.
Right? and his
with the
playstyle.
Headhunter? Yes.
The guy's almost automatic for it. And I think that's, in a lot of ways, what has kept Optic in dicier spots throughout the tournament, right? Like Ye's performance, he's had multiple pop-off maps to start things off, and we've talked so much about Optic's ability to weather things from a mental perspective and how strong that is. If you've got Ye who's keeping you in the fight, I think you've got a chance at this. My eyes, though, turn to Victor. I think Victor is going to be the key to this for Optic. Again, we know what we're getting with Ye, right? Like, we know he's going to be consistent. If Victor can effectively unlock the rest of his team, I think Optic have a good shot at this.
Yeah. Sorry.
No, I was just going to say, it's good you bring up Victor, because it actually feeds into my point about defensive-sidedness. Every time that Ye gets on attack, he has a crippling opening kill ratio, like crippling. Victor actually has to take a lot of the weight. We saw Marv step up, FNS, etc. And the reason I point that out is if he is popping skulls left, right, and center on the defensive side, he has got to learn to be able to take that space on attack as well. You can't be someone who is such a pop-off and then have such a bad attacking half. So that is the only weakness for Ye. Literally, their attacking side seems to be a little bit of a weakness.
Well, and I do think, though, a lot of it is driven by Chamber, right?
Sure.
Like, naturally, the agent makes that a bit more difficult, but yes.
Okay, so, I mean, without a doubt, Optic has had a wild journey here at Masters. We spoke with Marv about defeating the Guard and why they're looking forward to playing DRX. Roll the video.
Obviously very happy to win that game. I think the most important thing was taking every round by itself and making sure every round we play slowly. Definitely back to the drawing boards and trying to get better every day. We won't be disappointed if we play to our best and we lose, but winning is definitely the main goal. We just have to be the best version of ourselves. Good luck to DRX. You guys are insane, and it's going to be a great game.
Ooh, yes. It is definitely going to be a good one. So DRX, we got to talk about them, obviously. They have been storming through Masters. They're actually undefeated here so far. They've defeated Zeta, NIP, Paper Rex. They've taken down solid teams, but now they face the NA. Doug, does the winning streak come to a halt here?
Ask me later. I still don't know. I'm still not sure.
I know, they're both great.
DRX just seem like such a complete team. Again, we've talked about, I think I said this last time I was on the desk with y'all, we talk so much about DRX and the tools that they have, and in this tournament, we've talked very little about RB. And I think that's such a testament to how strong the pieces around him are. RB is still having himself an excellent tournament, but Mako and Buzz have just been on another level.
It's good that I think they turned around. They said everyone plays their role and they play their role to perfection. And having players in, supportive roles, being one of the top players, goes to show, doesn't it?
Yeah, and after beating Paper Rex, Buzz tweeted out, "We have so many mistakes, we'll fix it." These teams, they're always looking at how to remedy issues and get stronger. Now, Buzz, he has been really dialing in on his usage of Chamber, Jess.
I mean, you have got to point out the man who plays Chamber as a pseudo-duelist. I love the fact that he's taken Chamber and gone, yes, it might be listed as a Sentinel, but I have crafted my own identity for how you use it. And he was able to edge out Laz from Zeta on the top dog Chamber spot. We've been talking about Laz day after day, and guess what? Buzz went, no, I want to be the best and greatest and most splashy Chamber in the entire tournament. Let me take that spot. He's done that now, and I like the gusto at which he does it. I think that forward-facing aggression is really what allows them to apply this extra space that they were otherwise unable to get with RB sometimes.
I do think this matchup is a massive one. I kind of hinted at this at the beginning of the show.
Yeah.
We're talking about these two players. Again, Marv and Mako are another two, like in the controller matchups that they have. This is so difficult because I think when you look at it from top to bottom in all of their respective roles, they match up insanely well. I genuinely think that this series comes down to intangibles. Who is it who's going to pop off? Who's going to have that performance? I think if Ye can really excel at the level that he's been, Optic have a really good chance, but again, if it is Mako who takes over, or Buzz, or any of the players on that side, it goes in favor of DRX.
That's such micro little things that we're throwing out here. We're saying that these teams are so closely aligned, especially with the roles and the players that play them, that at this point, I mean, I really think it'll probably come down to the maps.
Yeah. We just got to see who pops off, pretty much. I mean, DRX, they've had a great run here at Masters, and we actually chatted with RB about the chemistry of this team and their coach's impact. Roll the video.
이렇게 첫 승리를 거머쥐게 돼 이게 정말 기분이 좋고요. 처음 맵에서는 이제 저희가 많은 실수가 많아서 이제 2, 3맵 때 그 고친다는 생각 하나 때문에 집중이 잘 돼서 쉽게 이겼던 것 같아요. 일단 저희 팀끼리 이제 서로 감독, 코치, 선수들끼리 이제 계속 믿어주면서 같이 이제 뭐 열심히 노력해 나가면서 그런 거 덕분에 이제 계속 쭉 나갈 수 있게 된 것 같아요. 저희가 좀 한층 더 강해질 수 있을 것 같고 그래서 저는 어떤 팀이 오든 절대 지지 않을 것이고 저희가 이제 열심히 해 나가면서 무조건 우승을 할 수 있도록 노력하도록 하겠습니다.
RB saying we will do our best. Absolutely love it.
There's this crazy stat I heard in the green room, and I don't fully remember it, so if it's wrong, Bala was the one who told me.
Okay.
But if it's right, then it came from me naturally.
Oh, yeah.
It's something to the effect of whenever RB gets first blood on the round, their win rate is 100%.
Correct.
Wow.
One out of like 16 or 20. Like so he gave the number, and I remember
It was
standing
like 24
nearby.
or something like
Yeah,
that.
yeah. So out of the 20-something times he got that first blood, he was successful. That's unreal.
They just
He
seem
gets
like
the team going then.
they seem so complete. Right, I think at the end of the day, that's what I keep going back to. Is DRX seem like the total package? They have everything.
We don't even we have to go on your point. We don't talk about RB almost ever.
True.
Because the entire team is so good that it's just like when we talk about RB, it just feels like we're going back to the jet of the team, and bringing up jet diffs all the time gets a little bit boring and plastic every now and then. But I mean, my God, he just does his job. He goes to work, he gets it done, and the rest of the team prop him up really well.
Yeah, when they're working together and they're all rolling their fine-tuned machine without a doubt. We're going to take a quick timeout, though. When we come back, we got your poll results and the start of day 8. Don't go anywhere. I'm not gonna lie. This one really hit me in the gut.
This one's
Sova's
intense.
eye. And Doug, you turned to me and you were like, that looks painful.
That does. Could you imagine?
Extremely painful.
Don't make me imagine it.
Yeah, maybe let's
I've
not.
got really
Maybe
good
let's not.
imagination, and now I've got like secondhand pain from that. That's harsh.
Yeah, I don't want to imagine that.
I mean, hence it's a nightmare. So thank God that he's still got his
yeah.
eye.
But it's been kind of weird. We've been seeing a lot of nightmares lately. Anyway, okay. Earlier in the pre-show, we asked, who do you think is most likely to top frag today? And the results are in.
Bring 'em up.
Any guesses? Any guesses?
Oh, we skewed it to Mako. Okay. Well, it looks like the Aspis love is strong.
I mean, they roll deep. That fan base rolls real deep.
Oh, deep, deep, deep. And it's a huge, huge fan base as well. If you think about every region's fan base, it's like making sure that, I was hyping up with my Zeta friends, going with the Japanese community back and forth a little bit, going, I miss you guys, what's going on? But my goodness, if I could speak like Portuguese or anything like that, I would be into the crowd going, what's up? But I can speak one word of Portuguese, so it's not happening.
I don't want to hear you even attempt
Yeah,
that, so
I'm not
please
going to
don't.
butcher it.
Yeah, I think there was no bad choice there.
Yeah.
There really
Yeah.
wasn't. I think it's perfectly reasonable to imagine a world in which any of those four are top fragging at the end of the day.
Yeah, I think without a doubt. And I think I saw like a tweet from Mako, and he was like really focusing on his mental. Out of that four, I think I'm not going to be Switzerland, and I'm going to pick him as my fave.
High five.
I know. I'm
Mako
not
support love. Mako support
Switzerland.
love. I
Oh
love
my
that.
goodness, y'all. Okay, but we have two explosive upper bracket semifinal matches for you today. Without further ado, VCT Masters Reykjavik starts right now. Let's begin.
What are you afraid of? The reputation? The unknown? The pressure. Embrace your fears. Become the nightmare.
I don't care who I play. I don't look at the names. I mean, people call us a nightmare. When you think you can win and then you don't win.
We adapt on the fly. We hit headshots. We are not missing anything.
When me and Sadhak played the champions, realized that people on the road was really good mechanically. And the rookies guys, they have an insane aim, and combining that, they would be like a monster.
Em nenhum momento esquecer o que a gente tem que fazer.
I only care about my team, and what they think is irrelevant to us.
We only lose when we lose to ourselves, never the other team.
Swing again is there, FNS. What a performance.
optic 같은 경우는 이제 공격적이기도 하고 약간 팀적으로도 많이 있어서 한 반반이어서 그런 점에서 좀 껄끄러운 부분이 있었던 것 같아요.
DRX, their playstyle is very set. It's a double-edged sword. If we know that it's coming, nothing that we can't overcome.
이제 DRX는 이제 절대 쉽게 지거나 하지 않을 테니까 만반의 준비를 하고 오시길 바랍니다.
나는 예측 불가능한 상대가 될 것이다.
Man, Stacks there saying, I will be unpredictable. Unpredictable, I feel like, is the word of this matchup. I really don't know how this is going to go down, Jess.
The highest rated Sky in the competition, he can say whatever he wants. I love
Pretty
it.
much.
Yeah.
Where do you go? What do you pick?
I don't know.
I don't.
I-
Yeah, I
and
don't
I-
know where to begin. Yeah.
Yeah.
Nope.
Yeah. Moving on to map select here. Let's see. We're going to work to get that information up on your screen. And man. Okay, here we go. Jess, I'm going to put you in the hot seat first.
Sure. You want me to predict?
Yeah, just every
Predicting
map.
this
yeah,
is,
you gotta
is
know.
outside of the first two
Yeah.
bands, I don't think predicting this is going to be very easy. There's multiple maps you can pick. Getting rid of the bind, smart move, in my opinion, there from DRX. And then, obviously, from Optic Breeze, that's a no-brainer. If you watch NA, VCT, you're going to know that that's going to be off the board pretty quickly. Ascent, number one. Optic goes, we like what we do on Ascent. We want to go there. They lost to Xerxia on it, let us not forget. They won against Crew, and that was their new comp as well. So they're feeling the new comp, they like what it's showing, and they want to bring it again for us here today.
I think the interesting thing about that Ascent pick is you're right. Optic favors that map. That was probably their bread and butter coming into this tournament, where they felt the strongest. But it's a very good pick for DRX too, right? Like they have a very good record on it, so there are no slouches on that map. That map is a 50-50 toss-up. Icebox, I think, honestly, every single map here,
Yes.
I can see going either way.
Optic has such a deep map pool. Outside of that first ban, which I absolutely agree with, I could throw them on any map and feel pretty confident that they're going to put up good results. Icebox, we saw that sort of, I'm going to call it the infamous really deep B-long Sage Wall from Optic. The trouble with that is that DRX have watched them do it multiple times now, and DRX, if they love their set plays and they love their plans, they're going to know exactly how to deal with that. I'm worried about that pick.
Okay, well, we got Walkout and the Prime Gaming Agent Select right after this quick break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
welcome back to Masters Reykjavik. NA versus Korea, Optic versus DRX. Let's welcome the teams to the stage. A very serious tone being set with this walkout. DRX has been undefeated this Masters, looking absolutely ferocious. But will the resilient and experienced Optic take them down today? The veterans of NA versus the fiercest fraggers of Korea. Doug, these are two exceptional squads. If they win, they're in the top 3. They gotta want this bad.
It's a crazy jump when you think about it, from top 6 to top 3 off of 1 win. So you really feel the implications of this series, and that's where I think this matchup gets all the more exciting. It's because of everything we've talked about, how evenly matched these two teams are, how it seems like it's going to come down to intangibles, and then you like paint the picture of the stakes around it. It's gorgeous.
Yeah, I'm hoping at least that all of these players in that room right there are sitting there going 1 round at a time. Don't think about the stakes. Don't think about if you lose a round, you lose a half, you lose a map even, because this is a best of 3 here. It's an opportunity for them to show this resilience that we keep sort of honing on about when we go on about DRX. When we speak about Optic, we call them experienced and we call them resilient. I want to see that come out today because both of these squads will have that in the back of their head. And we've been speaking a little bit about mental coaching as well. Everyone has that behind them at the moment. This is the highest tier of play.
You know, it's funny, Jess, whenever we're watching these matches, you're always like, just around, just around.
Just
and
around.
The nerves are so important here, Doug. They have to keep calm. They have to keep their composure.
Yeah, you touch on a really good point too, Jackie, because DRX have not faced a ton of adversity up until this point, right? Like they haven't really been hit back in a way that kind of makes you question your approach.
Okay, the Prime Gaming Agent Select up on our screen right now. Jess, what compositions are you thinking here?
I mean, we've got to see Buzz back on the chamber. We obviously saw a quick little montage of him on, you know, Ascent specifically with the chamber, just running right around no matter the weaponry. RB back on the Jet. We've seen this all before. We spoke about new comps and sort of how that's been going for especially Optic side of things. And Victor playing a little bit more of that kind of passive, supportive role with the KO. His knives lineups have been great for the team. They've been getting them a lot of exposure all over the map. And Marv's on that Omen, that change has been really crucial for them, I think.
All right, Doug, Jess, we are ready to go. DRX versus Optic. Take it away, Hypoc and Pansy.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here in VALORANT Masters. We're guys for today. My name is Phil. In position, together with me is Ray right here. And today is a very special day to all of our fans out there. To all of the VALORANT fans out there, because it's going to be DRX versus Optic, mga kaibigan, and upper bracket to. So if ever na matalo yung isang team dito, don't worry kasi meron pa kayong isang tsansa para makabawi. Ray, this is gonna be really exciting itong laban na to. So without further ado, let's get into it.
And Bill, para sa akin more on DRX pagdating sa map dito. And ako, all for APAC region talaga. Kahit may sariling atong mga taga-Korea, mga taga-Japan, part pa rin naman sila ng APAC. So talagang hinihintay ko na mag-manifest talaga ang panalo, maybe para sa side ng APAC, and hopefully DRX will be one of the teams talaga na nilook forward ko.
Speaking of APAC, mga kaibigan, sa APAC region is syempre a big shout out to PRX na talagang nilaglag nila ang top 1 ng North America. Tama ba?
Oh, the guard.
The guard, di ba? Pati yung tubero nagalit nung natalo ang The Guard. Pero, kung napapansin dito sa mid mga kaibigan, papasok na yung mga players dito ng DRX. Checking market though. Pero, it's just that Killjoy and that, so probably, let's see if ever they can actually stop them though. Pero, I think magandang split ang ginagawa dito. We're gonna start it off with Buzz, mga kaibigan. Tamang rendezvous away lang din. Destroy that door going in dito lang sa B. Turret, andun lang sa may taas. Pero ito mga players ngayon ng Optic actually waiting for that perfect execution, perfect timing before they're gonna go inside the site already. Probably just waiting if ever meron bang malatag na recon bolt or probably meron Aldon or whatnot. Pero yung nga lang, shock dart will connect onto 2 players of DRX already. 14 seconds in, napakabagal nilang maglaro. Anong oras namin? Kaya bilis-bilisan nyo naman, di ba? Pero kung napapansin nyo, wala pa rin talaga bawas sa Optic Gaming kasi hindi pa rin talaga sila nagpapakita. Crashy is going in with that frenzy though. Mako catching one off guard. Victor with another one right now. Yay, one tap to the head, pero nga hindi siya makakadalawa dito. Pero nga lang, it's all up to Victor with that frenzy on hand. 1v2. Victor catches one and will kill one as well. Victor, tinag na nga. Yo, Diyos ko po, rendezvous. Pero malayo! Malayo si Buzz, mga kaibigan. Pero hindi alam ni Victor yon. Pero Diyos ko po, iniisip na rin pa si Fever. Pero yun nga, one bullet! Hindi tumama yung isang bullet ni kaibigan Victor magtanggol.
Si Victor Manalo.
Oh, si Victor Manalo. Gulat na lang ako eh. Gulat na lang ako. Sinong sinabi ni Victor Manalo? Sinong Victor Manalo? Makakapit bahay niyo yun.
Sorry. Sorry talaga sa akin. Sayang yung kay tumakbo siya eh. Pagka-TV na, takbo siya kagad eh. Sabi niya, hirap nito para kay BuzzFeed Unsolved. Pero buti na lang si Victor. Nakuha na nga niya kagad. Ay, Will, big shoutouts nga pala kay Ashwill Pogi. Ayan.
Meron akong gustong i-shoutout. Mga grupo ng tao to, mga kaibigan. Mga grupo na ng tao na naglalaro ngayon. A big shoutout nga pala kay Mr. Willard Magcalen, kay Sedge, ito kay Seven, tsaka kay Mr. August. Naglalaro sila ngayon sa channel ko ng Valorant. A big shoutout nga pala sa inyo. Sana manalo kayo sa mga susunod ng laban. Pero ito lang yung mga players natin ngayon sa Optic, mga kaibigan. At least nakapatay na nga si Victor dito. Pero yun, Diyos ko po, RB. We're gonna shot one down already. Pero nga lang, tamang right kick ni Marv dito. Pero meron pa isang tao dyan. Pero yun nga ang ginawa dito ni Mako. Just gonna destroy him with an ADS onto that Bulldog, mga kaibigan. At kitang-kita naman natin ngayon na si Pico kumakahol sa likod ko.
Talagang gusto din magkas ni Pico. Pag nagkakas kami ni Dak, si Machi, yung pusa niya, nagkakas din. Pag si Vil nagkakas, si Pico gusto din magcast. Talagang like father, like son. Pero, as for the side ng Optic, ayun, na-counter pa nga sila dahil walang trade yung DRX kagad sa may aiming. Bakit kasi pa isa-isa? Alam ko namang malakas kayo, pero bakit naman kasi ganun? Parang minamama, hindi pa pala tapos kay Buzz. Ngayon, mayroon pang stars mula kay Mako at Crashies. Tinatry niyang sirain yung pintuan. Buta na lang nasira na rin, pero always check your corners. Ayun na lang.
Nakita yung Siko. Nakita rin ba yung Siko ni FNS dito? Alam na 2-0 pa lang. Ang tagal na. Kanina pa sila naglalaro, 2-0 pa lang. Medyo mabagalan din talaga. Ibig sabihin yung mga Koreano ngayon, hindi sila gigil. Kalmado lang sila. Na ginagamit lang nila yung oras. Nag-aantayan lang sila. Perfect timing lang kumbaga. Yay! Bang! Shutdown stacks. Pero yun nga lang, kitang-kita ni Buzz talaga. Yung Siko dito ni FNS, wala siya nagawa eh. Napilay si FNS eh. Natama, mabaril man eh. Ano nagawa eh.
Napadala mga tipigati, sadness na lang sila. Pero,
not sadness. Ikaw yan. Si Angry, di ba? Anger.
Si Taylor, sino siya?
Hindi. Pag siya si Joy, magwawala ako. Magwawala talaga ako pag siya enjoy. Diyos ko po! Crashies! Kung sabi ni Azuray, bangable, hindi. Sa akin, wangable. RB pushing in. Catches one. Pero meron pa isang taas dito. Backside mga kami. Pero ng FNS with a swing. With a kill! With a 2-kill! With a 3! May kasama pang foul! Mako! 1v2. With that Vandal. Winnable? Oo, pero sobrang hirap kasi si Yay andun lang sa gate, nagbabantay lang din talaga. Pero di pa sila nagkakakitaan dito. Pero onting usog lang ni Mako dito sa may kanan. Diyos ko po, taipats ka! Yay! Yay!
Yay! Yay!
Yay! Shoutout ka pala kay Lil Jon.
Ay,
Yeah! Okay!
Yahoo! Hep hep! Yay! Okay,
Sige.
kunwari lang masaya, pero deep inside, joke lang. Siyempre, joke lang yun, guys. Upbeat lang yun, upbeat lang. Pero,
Binuhat ko muna si Pico kasi ano kasi
miss ka na.
kailangan din ng kalinga. Yan. Kasi iniwan kasi namin kanina. So, ayun. So syempre, sad siya. Tapos meron kami ginagawa ngayon. So, sorry baby. Ayan, kas ka. Ayan, good boy.
Grabe naman yun.
Shih Tzu lang pero yung call pang Labrador eh. Hop! Ibig sabihin, doon talaga matutunay na wala sa size yan. Wala sa size yan, man.
Tumapang bigla si Pico.
Wala, nausukan eh. Ginawang panabong ni tatay. Pero Victor, natamaan siya dito ng Aldron. Kitang-kita siya. He knows exactly where you are. Pero nga, Victor, mga kaibigan, tamang punch siya sa tira dito sa may short. Pero Buzz, magandang position dito if ever. Meron pang rendezvous dito sa kanan. If ever nakapatay siya, pwede siya talagang umalis din talaga. Pero Victor, he needs to reload. Kasi what if biglang may mag-push na probably like 2 or 3 agents, medyo mahirap na din talaga makabawi din if ever knowing na wala kang baril. Pero Victor, natamaan pa rin siya dito ng Recon Bolt, but still ito na yung pagpasok ngayon ng DRX dito sa may A. And for the side of Optic, it's time for them to do a big retake lang din if ever. 5v5 retake on 3 players ang din talaga nakahatian na nga ng mundo. How will they go in? Meron pa isang tao dito si Sky na naghahanap pa rin dito ng mga flanks, mga kaibigan, pero ito na si Marvin just waiting for that swing lang din talaga. Napakatagal nilang pumasok dito. Ano pa, mag-save pa kayo, pero ito na. And updraft onto Jet, pero Victor catches one. Buzz and Zesker doing the job done. Take it down 2 already. 3v3 onto this game right now. RB missing all these shots. Stacks all the way from behind. All the way from short. Oh, Zesker are gonna shut one down with that shock na din talaga. Perfect post-plant na ginawa dito ng DRX. It's just for Optic. I mean, yes, sobrang na-delay sila. Nagkahatian na nga ng mundo. Meron pang smoke. Meron pang chup-chup. Paano kayo makakapasok doon? Eh, nagulat sila na si Stax nasa likod lang din. Yung position ni Stax, sobrang silang... I mean, they really thought na walang tao dito sa may short, pero yun nga lang sabi ni Stax, joke lang! Is a prank!
Nag-beef pa nga dun si Stax eh, di ba? Nakita niya na kagad yung si Marv, pero buti na lang na pick off din kagad with the post plant with Zest. Pero ngayon, 1-3 na nga. Kamusta daw yung bakasyon namin? Ito, nagka-cast. Ito lang ginawa namin sa Holy Week eh, nag-cast. Nagtrabaho lang.
Oh, man. I mean, hindi, kami nagbakasyon noon.
Buti ka pa yan.
Pumunta kami ng LA Union. Chill naman yung bakasyon namin there. I mean, masaya.
Ako walang ganyan eh. Wala
Kasama
akong
ko.
ginawa guys eh.
Yan,
Nagluksa lang ako eh.
Kasama ko sila Derek. Sila pa rin kasama ko. I mean, kasama ko na ako sa trabaho. Kasama ko pa sa gala. Feeling ko, asawahin ko na si Derek eh.
Dapat nga pala sa pogi namin direct si Sined.
Oh, oh, man.
Oo, kamukha niya si Sined talaga. At
May
kamukha
ano eh,
din yung
may-
coach ng ng Sir siya.
May resemblance eh talaga eh. Kaya talaga nakikita natin. Kasi alam naman natin talaga, pag pogi ka, ibig sabihin meron kang kamukha. Tinan mo, ang dami kong kamukha. Meron. Yay. We're gonna shot one down. Napaka-solid na hole dito na ginagawa ng Optic, pero ang problema na dito talaga wala silang pera ngayon. Dalawang mark na para kay Yates at kay Marv, pero nga nung pakakayanan pa ba ito ng Optic Gaming, mga kaibigan? Probably not, because of the utilities na lalabas dito ng DRX. Yung Pecha in the Sky is gonna be denied already. Mako catches one dito lang sa may logs, pero meron pang tao doon sa may backside. Apat na knives, 5 na yay, catches one, trying to go to the second one, yes he does, pero Mako, we could plant the spike, 6 seconds in, meron silang oras. Victor with that Ion Sheriff, mga kaibigan, catches Zest. He's super low right now, pero nga Mako dun sa may kanan, ginapang si Victor. 4-1 now in favor of our Korea Boost.
Korea Boost.
Di na ba alam mga kaibigan, nasa Coachella, andun ang 21.
21. Grabe yung
tama.
performance.
Oo, sila Park Bomb, Thunders na no?
Oo, pero ang ano pa rin no? Ano
Maliksi pa rin
At gumigiling pa rin
Dito
si
nga.
Sandara Park.
Oo, mga 38, 36 na no? Mga titas of Korea na talaga no? Pero grabe yung gilingan Diyos ko naman talaga pero pag nakita nung gumiling si Rere at saka bumirit si Rere, ay nako!
Na-post na nga Pero wala pa yun. Ano lang yan, malungkot pa nga yun
Yung ano?
Yung mga pagkanta natin nung isang araw, syempre. Sumasayaw ka pa nga nun, Bill. Tawang-tawa talaga ako. Pero, DRX 1-4. The KO setup ng Optic, nabasa na nga ng DRX ngayon. Paano nga ba tayo isa-shutdown ng knives? Ng knife kagad ni KO. Alam na natin paano natin bigyan ng timing. Let him do or waste rather his utilities first kay Victor, then magiging okay tayo. At kita mo naman, you have the chamber, you have the double initiator na setup, tapos meron ka pang kasamang Astra. So talagang kapag na-timingan na na sobra parati si Victor, masya-shutdown yung Optic Gaming. At to nagpatuloy, magiging dangerous to sa Optic side dahil yung DRX, once they get momentum and once they heat things up, it's gonna be impossible already sa Optic na makapag-comeback pa.
Sorry. Sobrang na
Sound
ano
effects pa.
sobrang na ano sa dun sa 21 nahiya ang nahiya ang Aegis sa comeback ng 21 man.
Ano, may comeback pa? Ay!
Di ka pwedeng magkaroon ng comeback.
Hindi pala. Maling sana all pala yung kailangan ko. Sinasana all ko. Ayoko ng comeback na yan.
Huwag ka magsana all kung ayaw mo, di ba? Pero kung gusto mo naman, edi nasa sayo.
Hindi, hard pass. Ibang comeback yung gusto ko. Alam mo anong comeback gusto ko? Na Blackpink.
Oo. Ano ka ba? Sila ang pinakaunang na-invite sa Coachella.
Uy! Nag-whiff si FNS. Wala siyang natapat. Ano ba naman ang tatlo na nakatingin sa'yo kagad, di ba? And ngayon, sa lag, si Crashies. Sige, mag-sprayan kayo ngayon. Natagpuan na nga kagad ang isang diwata. Victor together with Marv na lang kagad ang natitira. Kahit mag-pause, ang Optic wala. Walang nangyari, Vil.
Walang nangyari. Oh my God. Anong oras na? 1-4 pa rin to. Pero shoutout ulit kay Pico sa kumakahulong ngayon. 5v2 onto this game right now. Victor magtanggol kasama si Marvd. He's gonna save everything that they have. They need to conserve. They need to save. They need to be safe. Here, in this land of Dawn. Ay, ibang bang na pala yung land of Dawn. Sorry.
Paghahalataan tayo dito. Ay, no.
Shoutout nga pala kay kaibigang Shoutout nga pala kay kaibigang Carl to. Na nanonood ngayon. Hello nga pala kay Sir Carl to. Itatago ko siya sa pangalang Rockheart.
Ito daw yung kaboses ni di ba? Sa tuwing nagkakas kami ni Dax, walang isang araw walang nagko-comment na kaboses niya at
Dax
kamukha
ng
niya.
ML. Kamukha sila. Pareho sila may salamin. Pareho silang magandang lalaki. Pareho silang mapagmahal.
At ano pa?
Ang pinagkaiba lang si Dax mataba. Malaki yung tiyan. Parang ako.
John Kiss. Balik na tayo ngayon. DRX, very powerful. Nag-save ang Optic. Kaya si Victor together with Marv, they have the guns. Pero, kay RB, ganda ng pangalan no? Sobrang tama na at RB. 2 letters lang! Meron pang si Mako who will be able to take down a Victor. Mid-control lang. Isa-isa lang.
Look at na Riz. Na ginawa ng mga kaibigan. Pero 3v3 on this game. Sino ba ang mananaig dito? Korea o Amerika? Yun lang yan. Sino ang makakabawi dito?
Opa.
Wait lang. Korean zombie.
Ano naman yan, Bill? Ayan naman yung nangyayari.
Wait lang. Sino ba,
Pero,
sino bang mananalo dito? Train to Busan o si Annabelle?
Train to Busan or The Walking Dead? Pwede din.
Oo, tama. Train
Uy,
to
ay,
Busan or The Walking Dead. Ganun lang yan, men. Maglalaban sila dito.
Mati 350 ata
Oo.
tong DRX kapag
Spaghetti?
hindi nag-work.
Spaghetti o samyang?
Spike planted.
Oh, di ba?
Alam,
Hotdog!
nakumain ka na sa amin.
Hotdog or tteokbokki? Ano ba yung mga condiments ng Amerika? Ketchup o kimchi? Ganyan naman.
Pag na-clutch na RB to, idol ko na siya.
Mali mo maklutch. Oh!
Ay.
Muntik na. Pero si Crashies, mga kaibigan, crashing the head of the players of DRX right now. And finally, nakadalawa na rin sila kahit paano sa game na to. Close fight. Kurosu, fight to.
Kosu Fatu. Pero, Optic, nakakapag-adjust pala. Kung ganito pala yung play ng DRX that they want to settle with the, yun mo yun, early pick-offs, pa isa-isa lang. Yung Optic, same play din. Ganun lang gagawin natin. Kailangan lang natin silang labanan din sa tutok and let's be confident. And ngayon, sige, nakapag-igib na nga siya ngayon ng pang-operator. Ito yung kailangang abangan ng DRX. Pag sila napaan siya, tag-init si Ye. Mapapasad talaga ang DRX at ngayon na magkakasama lang sila, hinahayaan din nilang mag-asim kagad ang Optic against them.
Pero ito na si May, kung makakabilan si Fair, makakita siya pa rin nakita ni Ye yung barrel ng Vandal ni RB dito, pero yung si makakuha pa rin isa dito. Bako gonna be down. Trying to move on to the second one right now, pero yung nga lang kailangan talaga mawala muna nitong pagtag ng recon ng Aldo para lang syempre makaalis siya safely. Pero dito sa ginagawa natin. Actually ganito kasi, natatawa kasi kaya si Pico kasi ayaw matulog. Nakaupo lang siya tapos nakatingin kay May. Ganun yung ginagawa ni Pico, men. Alam mo yun, parang meron siyang gusto pero hindi namin alam kung ano kasi hindi naman natin siya maintindihan. Ano bang ibig sabihin ng wow? Hindi namin alam yun, men. Pero if it is, andito lang sa may 3+ at lockdown. Pero Marv, the winner swing, winner kaya pero yung si Marv nakatalaw pa ka dito. But Stacks gonna shut down 2. Yay! I just won. Stacks the only man remaining here. For the side of DRX, sinabas na ngayon, Petray ni Sky. Alam ni Stacks kung nasa ba si Crashes ngayon, pero wala siyang idea sa posisyon ni Ye. Meron siyang operator. Tamang talon-talon lang din. Parang yung the swing of Stacks will catch one. Ready the spike already. And yes, meron siyang oras. And meron siyang idea kung nasa si Crashes ngayon. 25 seconds in for that next blind. What you gonna do, boy? Si Crashes, meron din siyang recon bot if ever in 18 seconds. So, pareho lang. Sabay lang, initiator versus initiator, narinig niya kung saan. Pero sa iba siya nakatutok, mga kaibigan. Stacks with a 4K! Sabay na sabay, men! Sabay yung ano nila na magko-cool down yung recon bolt at saka yung blinding light. So, talagang ang magagawa mo lang, instincts lang, yun lang. Kasi hindi mo kasi wala eh.
Grabe talaga si Stacks. Super crashy talaga to. Palong-palo. Lahat na lang ng mga initiator mains ang gagaling. At saka Pogi. Foxy. Si Stacks.
Si Vil.
Oh, di ba? Sova main ka talaga, Vil. Ang galing
Soville.
Soville, oh, di ba? Initiators talaga.
Soville love song.
Pero big shoutouts nga pala kay Gohan na nakalabas ng kwarto ng kuya ko at kailangan ko siya kunin. Kasi dito marunong umakyat at bumaba ng stairs.
Oh, talaga?
Oo. Ang cute nga. Uy, wait lang ha. Diyan ka lang. Ba't ka nakatakas sa kwarto ni kuya na naman ginawa mo? Balik na tayo ngayon sa Optic together with...
Diba?
Diba?
So ito lang guys kasi medyo magulo kasi yung mga aso namin eh. I mean, hindi ko alam kung anong... Hindi ko alam kung parang hindi sila sanay, 'di ba? Na tipong Nagsasalita kami ng mga napakaingay pero ito na nga si Stacks mga kaibigan. Just gonna deny that push na ginawa niya. Stacks checking that corner. C1. Stacks dinabas na. Dinabas na nga dito yung Trailblazer. Meron siyang idea kung nasan ba yung isa pero tamang switch rin din talaga. Pero ito na ang debated yung mga players ngayon ng Optic. Akala nyo sabi kami no? Sabi ng DRX, it's a prank! Samdida.
Ano to? DRX, go A, press W, let's go. While Optic is having a hard time retaking this. Kita mo naman kagad si A, 4 HP. Pero Buzz, nandiyan na kagad aga. Abang mag-audition lang kayo kay Buzz. Okay lang naman. Okay, he was able to get 3 kills. Victor na lang together with FNS ang natitira. Kaya pa kaya nila maklatch. Ako po, si Stacks na naman. Nagpa-flank ko. Initiator niya, flankerist na. At makita na naman niya.
Oy, Diyos ko po, hindi tumama. Hindi tumama si Pines. Baka iba pa. FNS na lang kasi pag sinabi kong Fines, baka iba pa masabi ko eh. Delikado. Hop! Baka mabaliktad ko yung mga letra eh. Iba pa iba yung kalabasan. Oh, mahirap. Fines. Fines.
Sorry. Bakit ba? Uy, sa amin nagpapashot. Shoutout sa'yo, Kedrick. Ayan. Kailan po ulit laban ng Paper Rex?
Alam mo ba?
Bukas. Ano yan?
Alam mo ba?
Ano yan, best?
Meron akong kakilalang Kendrick Go. Actually, kulang na siya ng letter N. Siya na yun. Yan lang. Shoutout nga kay kaibigang Kendrick Go.
Yan. Go, go, go!
Oo, di ba? Si ano mo si Riley Go.
Uy, si Riley.
Pag si Wits tumigil na ng Valorant, ano na siya, si Riley Stop. Pasensya na kayo guys, anong oras na? Pasensya na kayo guys. Pasensya nyo na mga tito.
Si Wits may kamukha yan eh. Mukhang Axie na galit.
Oh, yung Beast. Oh, tama.
Yung Beast.
Oh.
Ay, yung ako.
Oh, man. Para siyang Beast na naka-Ronin. Ano ba? Grabe naman tayo.
Grabe naman. Libreng kay Wits.
Si Coach tinanggal pa yung brand no iniinom niya eh, no? Para naman hindi naman alam kung ano yun, di ba?
Hindi ka na hindi obvious, Coach.
Oh.
Sorry, Coach.
Oh, blue kasi. So malay mo, hindi yun Red Bull. Ano yun? Blue Bull. Lagi naman yung red.
You want to play? Let's
At,
play.
You want to play? Yun ang sabi dito ni Buzz. At madidip ba to? Sige, ayaw nila oh. Ayaw nila mag-pick eh. Eto, sisilip to. Tapos may mapapatay siya. Ay, ayaw. Hindi, iwas na iwas. Walang gusto sa'yo.
Wala eh.
Walang sa'yo.
Wala eh. I mean, ano yan eh. Op yan eh. If ever na talaga na mamatay si A, next round, GG ka diha. Pero ito, kung napapansin mo, mostly yung mga gamit dito ng mga players na operator is Ion. Which is okay lang. Kasi, which is my favorite as well. Pero maraming natatanong, ba't kaya puro Ion yung gamit nila dito sa Masters, yung mga professional players? NA, mga ganyan. Kasi nga, sa lahat ng operators, mga kaibigan, Ion ang may feel na sobrang gaan. Kasi I mean, pare-pareho lang yan, oo. Pero syempre, yung the way it looks dito sa Ion Phantom, sobrang sleek niya, di ba? So parang ang gaan gamitin, alam mo yon. That is one reason. Yun nga, sobrang sleek, walang effects or kung ano-ano. So walang harang, kumbaga, parang gano'n. Kaya Ion skin number 1. Sana nga magkaroon ng Ion Vandal eh. Para magkaroon ng Ion Vandal, kala na papabili ako, hindi, papadrop ako.
Papabili lang. Uy, wala nga lang. May time pa bata to go actually go for a plant, yep. Pero nga lang, time is ticking. 3v3 ang mangyayari ngayon. Walang ultimate ready sa side ng Optic. At meron naman si Buzz kagad with a 2 force. Pero Mako nakaabang na nga kagad. He tries to clear this out. Alam na nga niya kagad saan nanggagaling ang isang miyembro. Wala sa Optic. And kailangan lang niya dito discipline. And he was able to take them down. Isa na lang kagad ditira si Crashies. And now he was able to pin him down. 2v1 ngayon. But the plant itself, madedenay lang siya ngayon. Ang sakit niyan.
Kailangan mo na ng Optic dito because the next map is actually the pick of DRX. We know it. Naparado natin to na sobrang impactful nila dito sa mapa ng Icebox, mga kaibigan. Pero yun nga lang, Buzz, we're gonna end this round with a win 8-2. And if ever na gagawin yung 1-0, tapusin nyo lang yan para para speedrun ang mangyari dito. Pero yun nga lang, I really love the thing na ginagawa ni RB dito, na just trying to catch these players off guard, just get some X din kung saan man, and all they gonna do, yung mga ibang players in DRX dito, is just probably gonna push in the side pick. Kasi if ever lang naman, like yung ginawa ni RB dito, yes, nakapatay dito sa mid, which is napatay na si Victor. One initiator down already. Wala na silang flash. Well, they have Marv dito. Pero if ever you're gonna compare the flash of Victor kay Marv, mas effective pa rin talaga dito yung Victor. Mas effective pa rin talaga yung Victor. Why? Because of the price ng flash na yan. Magkano isang paranoia? 400 pesos yan, men. Napakamahal yan. And the fact na talagang sobrang dami mong you have a lot of things to consider dito sa if ever you're gonna play Omen with all these cooldowns ng smoke. Kasi may mga timing kasi yan, mga kaibigan, eh. Kung kailan ka mag-smoke, kung i-hold mo muna, huwag ka muna mag-smoke, you're gonna reserve it sa mga susunod na na mga push. Actually, yun yung mga ginagawa lang din talaga ng mga players lang din natin na you really need to master lang din. Pero yung nga lang FNS, take down 1, pero yung nga lang RB, nakaisa siya dito. Pushing ito a 4v2. Ito ang isa sa buy round nga ng Optic. If ever matalo sila dito, wala na naman silang pera next round. Taghirap na naman sila Victor magtanggol with that Z Guardian, Spectrum Guardian. This is gonna be really hard for a 1v4, man. If ever naman nanalo ka dito, should be one tap to the head 4 na beses na makayanan mo yun. Pero I think you're just gonna go on sa exit frags lang din talaga because of the path that you chose right now. And meron siyang idea though na baka meron sumili dito, pero yun nga, ito lang, nagkasilipan na nga, pero wala pa rin talaga napatay dito ng Optic Gaming. And 9-2 already. And apparently, we are now seeing it. Yung mga Asian teams na talagang sobrang solid, galit na galit. Number 1, Zero Division. We have DRX. We have ERX. Diba? Ito lang talaga yung X na i-cheer mo.
Ay, oo. Yun lang talaga. Yung mga X dapat na kabati-bati ngayon. Pero 2-9 ang nangyayari ngayon. At VIL. Hindi palong-palo. Hindi lang isa palong-palo. Wala nga nagbubuhat sa kanila eh. Well-coordinated sila. Even in the most crucial situations like the 2v2s, diba? The 3v3s. Okay na okay sila eh. Kahit undermanned sila, they're able to execute well. And yun yung mga rounds na dapat na nanalo yung Optic, yet they weren't able to make it. Nanalo sila ng 2 rounds lang na hindi naman, medyo may konting lapses lang sa DRX part, but overall they're really into something na sobrang scary itong DRX. Vision Strikers nga pala tong team na to dati, guys. Tas onting roster lang, may isa lang naman na maalam, pero overall grabe yung mechanical plus yung amount of teamwork na meron tong team na to. Really something na nakuha nila. The process over the gut sa mga sinalihan na kanila ever since Masters last year, diba? Sobrang ganda din ang performance nila. Pero sumilip kagad si RB. Kaso nga lang, it was too late for him. At naswingan pa nga siya kagad ni Ye with a 1-tap sa kanyang hawak-hawak na Guardian.
Tamang 1 tapos na talaga nangyayari dito, mga kaibigan. Ito nga sinasabi ni Rayleigh, tatagdagan ko na lang din talaga, like what she said a while ago, it's all about the coordination of this team, and syempre, sobrang well-distributed ng mga frags natin talaga nila. Lahat sila may ambag, lahat sila may ginagawa. Except si PTC na wala naman talaga ambag. Pero nga, may ko mga kaibigan na touch sa ulo ngayon. Victor, nandun na sa gilid. Pero nga, ZSKR with a big trade-off. We're gonna take down 2. Pero meron pang tao dito sa may likod with that Spectre. Napakagandang one-way smoke. 7 seconds in! May oras! Pero nasa yung spike. 1v3. Ang gagawin lang nila, out lang sila, men. 9-3. Oh my god, 9-3 curse. Ito na ba yun?
Oh, mas okay, Vil, pag hindi.
Switching sides.
Oo.
Oh, tapusin na nila to 2-0. Kasi tatandaan nyo, Icebox, DRX talaga. So, napaka-important ng first map sa side ng DRX. So, if they win the first map, most probably, yung second map, they're really gonna be pinning down ng Optic. O, yan si Coach. Ano yung tweet? May nakita ko one time parang natalo lang daw yung Sersha kasi... Ay, natalo lang daw sila sa Sersha kasi ganito, ganyan. Uy, si Coach. Kala mo, pang K-drama yung shot eh. Galing eh.
Tapos mamaya kakagaw sila ng Bahoy Kubu, Kahoy na Mundo. Doon para mga Korean songs ganun doon. Ang haramundo, sari-sari.
Ano naman yan, sis?
Ano naman? Oh, Korean. Naiingit ako sa... Naiinis ako.
Bakit ka naiinis?
Kasi kanina ko pa iniisip yung in-order mo. Alam mo, parang gusto ko rin.
Ang sarap yung nakuha. Yung in-order ko, mainit-init pa. At may nag-send nga ng pang-coffee ko eh. Salamat ka pala kay Be sa nag-send sa akin ng
Be!
coffee.
Sino si Be? Sino si
Be
Be?
lang.
Sino si Be? Yan ang pag-usapan natin. Yan ang pag-usapan natin. Kasi ako wala akong binibring up kahit isa. Tapos ikaw may Be ka ngayon. Sino yon, Ray Ray?
Kaibigan. Tawagan lang namin ay Be. Besi Wapo. Bawal ba yun?
Oh, sino yon? Sino yon? Magsabi ka ng pangalan.
Itatago na lang natin siya sa pangalang Guinevere. Ayan.
Okay. Si Gwen. Si Gwen. Si Gwen nagalit sa letter. Si Gwen nagalit sa bawel. Tama naman ako, di ba?
Oo. Parang ayaw ng, sabi siguro ng nagpangalan kay Gwen, pahirapan ko nga tong anak ko. Sa paglagay ng spelling ng pangalan niya.
Dati nung bata si Gwen, mga kaibigan, sabi ng teacher niya, Gwen, can you please tell us yung mga vowels? Sabi ni Gwen, ayoko! Pangalan ko nga, walang vowels eh. Mati ba nga? Baka naman, Gwen. Baka naman. Wala ba tayo dyan?
May nagtanong kung may kumakatok ulit. Wala naman. Pero kanina meron daw. At, ngayon, RB, wala. Kapag nanalo yung DRX ng pistol round, alam nyo na. Next map na kagad. Time check 1-4. Bale, kinakas pa lang namin to ni Vil, mga 20 minutes pa lang ata.
Pero eto na yung mga players ngayon sa DRX, mga kaibigan, trying to stop the players of Optic Gaming right now. Napakadaming smokes na din talaga para syempre dito sa makabawi pa kahit papano. And for Optic Gaming talaga madire-diretso lang din for them to do a big comeback. Pero yung stacks popping off with a 2 already. Buzz with a headhunter with a shutdown 1. Zeske all the way from up top. It's all up to Marv right now. Andito siya natin sa may gilid, sa may likod. Pero nga lang kitang-kita ni RB kung nasa si Marv ngayon. Well, Marv, he tried so hard na ma-push ito a 1v1. Pero before siya makapag-clutch, kitang-kita na ni RB kung saan niya itututok ang crosshair niya. Shutting down Optic Gaming 10-3 already. And this is gonna be so hard for them. Kasi knowing na meron ng Spectres ngayon, ang DRX, for me, I mean, the only choice, not choice, but chance para sa Optic Gaming is mag-force buy, and that is the thing that they're gonna do right now.
Talagang papalo na kaya ngayon ang Optic this time or talagang DRX eh. Iba talaga ang meron sa DRX ngayon. Very, yung composition nila, sobrang ganda. How amazing when it comes to those 1v1s. Hindi nag-rattle tong mga to. Pero as for Buzz, nakahawig ni Wits. They're just taking their time to actually be defensive. And, uy, kumuntik ka pa. Konting bawas pa. Alam na kagad ni Stocks.
Alam nila na may na naka-force bank ngayon ang Optic Gaming. So magbabago sila ng playstyle dito. They need to play that really slow but crashies. Catching the head of Stocks right now. Pero just po FNS! Low on HP. Pushing in. Namatay siya dito. And it's all up to the players of the three remaining players of Optic kung paano sila makakapasok lang din. Pop flash on to Victor right now. Pero ZSKR with a kill onto one through that wall. Pero Buzz, napakagandang off angle ng ginawa na dito on top of that box. Marv, mag-isa. Paano ka makakabawi dyan, kapatid? This is gonna be a big problem for DRX. You know why? Kasi wala silang pera next round. Walang pera next round ng Optic. And in order for them na makabawi, alam mo kung kailan? Pag match point na sila. Pero ang sabi ng DRX, men, bahala na si Abatman. Bibili kami, ipupush na lang namin. Tingnan mo si Victor, hindi siya bumili ng nade. Paano mo masisira yung position ngayon ng DRX if ever? You need that nade as well. Pero syempre, mas pipiliin ko na lang din talaga ang barrel kaysa sa utilities lang din. Napakaganda na ginawa ni RB dito, mga kaibigan, na deny that recon bolt lang din talaga para syempre hindi na siya ma-catch off guard ng mga players dito ng Optic, pero yung nga nabawasan naman siya with that shock dart na nilabas ngayon ni kaibigang Crashies. But Optic hindi siya nakagat ng 7 Lions, pero alam niya kung nasa yung mga players ngayon ng Optic ngayon. Shorty like a melody in my head.
Kaso sinabayan na lang din kagad ng Optic ang mga katulad ng DRX, but the retake, oy! Nalinapan si Marv. No more covers already sa side ng Optic. Napakahalaga sana noon, pero sa side din naman ng DRX, no worries, but there's the flashes. And after that, hindi lang naman tinignan kagad at may alam na kanila magka-crossfire, and always check your corners. Victor is up there, tries to pop off with something, and now he will be able to take him down. At isa na lang kagad natitira si Zest na lang, pero talagang meron pang nilalaban ng kanyang Ares. Going up against trees, very hard. No time already. And finally, FNS takes si Zest down at lumalaban ng Optic. Last two nga sa side ng DRX. Pero nakikita na ng Optic yung small glimpses of hope para lang makabawi sila here in a center.
Mahirap to, man. Mahirap. Pero bulit na lang nakabawi sila kahit paano. Yun lang yan. Pero may problema sila. Maraming pera. Ang DRX. They have a lot of rounds to lose, man. Ilan? Ito. 7 rounds. Grabe naman talaga to. Line up. Boom! Catches one. May nasuppress na isa. Ay, tinamaan pa si Sky. Marv, napakagandang timing na ginagawa nila dito. Sige pre, mag-flash ka. Magbaba ka. Pero yun nga lang, delikado si A ngayon. Uy! Akala ko double pick sila. Akala ko pipikin nila si He, pero hindi pala. Owl drone. ZSKR, pinindot ang space para makaakyat, pero walang tao dito sa mid. Ayun, meron dito sa may fountain.
Ayaw! Ay! Sumakto pa si Ye against Stack something na na-caught off guard siya. And Optic, they're making few distractions, cutting off kagad ang manggagaling sa may B-site. Kay Buzz ngayon ang sagot sa lahat ng tanong, and always check the corners, pero nga lang low on HP na rin kasi siya. Mapaglalaroan kaya ni Mako ang mga Vibrant, speaking of mapaglalaroan niya, pero kung makapag 3K pa sana siya, okay pa sana sa side ng DRX, but that's just it. They're gonna go for a clutch sana, pero hindi pa pala. Si RB na lang natitira with that operator, and he wants to succeed sa pagpanalo, pero Ye denies him. And Optic, bilangin nyo kung ilang rounds ba ang kailangan habulin, and looks like 6 na lang before they can finally make this into a tie against DRXville.
Yun na nga yung yun na nga yung sinabi natin kanina, na talagang dito sa side ng Optic, I mean, yes, medyo nagkaroon sila ng problema din sa first half, pero at least bumabawi naman sila dito sa second half. We're gonna push DRX na walang pera ngayon. So, as long as hindi pa naman match point ng DRX, as long as hindi pa sila 13, pupusuan ng Optic to for sure. Pero ito nga yung huge factor yun din talaga. Optic needs to win this. because next map is Icebox, which is pinili yan ng DRX. So they need to be careful lang din sa mga susunod nilang mga rounds kasi lamang ang DRX sa next round natin, pero nga lang napakabilis na nangyari doon. Yay, mas mabilis pa sa fast, pero nga lang Meko we're gonna be down as well. Yay, popping off already. Ito na ang jet ng Amerika. Kung may Korean jet, may American jet.
Korean jet. Uy! Zest.
Wag doon, ang Canadian jet si Tens tsaka si Shazam eh.
Ang nakilala 'di ba si Soldang, yung Korean jet, 'di ba?
Siya daw.
Pero iba din ng Yay na jet at saka si Sined. Ayan yung mga jet main natin. Magagaling. Pero sa Pinas, syempre, mas maraming magaling sa Pinas. Tsaka sa APAC. 'Di ba?
Yan.
Si Forsaken, si Jing. Kahit ano naman atang gawin na duelist, nananalo eh. Sabi nga sa akin ng mga friends ko na nasa Radiant, yun na yung mga ayaw mong katapat. Si Jing tsaka si Forsaken, sure talo. Pero pag kakampi mo sila, sure win. Pag kalaban mo sila, sure talo.
Sure naman, kumbaga.
Oo, sure naman. Yung mo, nagdo-double duelist nga sila eh. Talo yung The Guard laglag eh. Near airport eh. Sayang.
Mainit sila kung gano'n.
Mainit talaga. Okay. Babalik tayo ngayon sa timeout ng DRX dahil hindi nila mapunish. So, basically yung KO ng Optic, talagang nagagamit talaga nila pagdating sa attacking side nila. Masurpress lang siguro si Astra. That's just it, together with si Astra. Tapos si Sova naman, pwede namang hintayin. Pero, di ba, hindi niya madedelay kagad yung pagiging aggressive ng Optic Gaming. And finally, if naging comfortable na si Yay together with Victor, this is gonna give them a hard time. Pero buti na lang ang RB is right there. And Yay is gonna be punished.
The punish is here already sa ginagawa nga talaga ng Optic Gaming dito sa DRX, pero at least sa DRX na nakauna ng kill dito sa side ng Optic. Pero ang problema nila si Victor, meron siyang ultimate right now, pwede nang gamitin lang dito agad para mas makapasok pa sila dito sa side though. But a minute left here in this game right now. Si ZSKR, ito na, kumapit na sa Odin mga kaibigan. Alam naman natin, pag nangangailangan tayo makabawi, Odin is the key. Finesse with a lockdown right now. Ito na yung petsa kay mga kami, pero at least meron naman si Zest na Hunter's Fury dito para lang syempre ma-deny yung lockdown na nilabas dito ni FNS, pero yung nga lang Victor all the way here from B, pero Buzz napakaganda na position dito sa may logs, catches one, pero ZSKR without Odin, nilabas na nga itong recon ball mga kami para syempre makakuha pa siya ng enough information kung nasa ba yung mga kalaban niya. Pero shock dart up, let's see if ever pa siya makakuha isa ngayon. Tamang double shock dart pero hindi naman din sabay. Wala siya maratag kahit isa. 4v3. FNS with a perfect angle, perfect position. Crashy's pushing in. RB taking down FNS right now. 2v2 onto this game. Winnable. Odin versus Vandal. Who's gonna win this team fight? Pero yun nga, Diyos ko po, sinampal ni ZSKR ng Odin yung isa. Pero Mark napakita na po siya dito. Catches one. Pero ito na, Zest. The clock is ticking. Makakuha ba siya? Oh! Hindi nakita!
Oh!
Muntik na! Muntik na yun! Diyos ko po!
7-11, Vil! Kumagat itong Optic. Sayang yun. Di nila in-expect na merong nasa market kagad. Ang laki ng ginawa kagad ni FNS na pagbabawas. Pero ito din kasi, sayang eh. Ganda ng tutok ni Marv to. Ang crispy. Pero ito kamuntik na nga din kagad. At wala kasing choice din si si Zest eh. Odin siya eh. Ang bigat. At ngayon, 4 na lang before Optic can make this. Thrifty pa yung DRX, so most probably a big bonus kapag nanalo pa rin talaga ang Optic ngayon. Pero RB, he tries to get at least an early pick off galing in but won't be able to. Kaso, uy! Mayroong may headshot ata sa ulo si Buzz. Wala. Second time. Uy, labas siya.
Headhunter.
Wala talaga.
Uy, Diyos ko po sila.
Wala.
Wala na. Uy! Ito na ang return of the comeback ng Optic. Victor? You're in B. RB. With a Blaze Storm. Natamaan na nga ng lintik dito. 8-11. Kumakamba. Ito na nga ata 9 triggers na inaantay natin dito. Kaibigang Yarier.
9 triggers nga, Bill.
Oo nga.
Oxy. Palumpalo na si ano eh. Si Buzz eh. Pero Jet Diff eh. Si Ye tsaka si RB. Outs. Kailangan manalo na yung DRX dito. Yun na lang talaga. May gagawin si Marv dito ah. Ay wala. Buti na lang wala si RB sa may B-main. Uy! Nakita si Stux kagad ang information. Denying lang kagad siya. Baka sakasakali may manggaling sa catwalk. And now, alam ng DRX kung saan manggagaling ang mga taga-optic.
Yeah. Meron silang matinding idea dito. Pero punong-puno pa yung mga buhay ng mga matches, ng mga players ating ngayon mga kaibigan. In terms of utilities, it's just crashes lang din ang meron. So, if ever na, meron silang pang post plant dito if ever. Si Crashes kailangan niya sa labas lang. He's gonna use that Hunter's Fury for him to deny the defuse na pwedeng gawin dito ng DRX. Sa kahatian na nga ng mundo. What a perfect thing na ginawa ni Meiko dito. From A to B, lahat hati. Wala silang idea kung nasa ba ngayon ng Optic mga idea. Pero eto na kasi Meiko nakakuha ng isa. Pero si Crashes, oh, is he gonna catch one? Maybe not. Victor with a Vandal. Tatlo ang katapat mo dyan, baby boy. Mahirap yan, men. Pero eto na. Marvel gonna go there in B as na lang din. Pero FNS cutting them off! Muntik nang makakita ng isa. Trigger discipline! Pero tumawag, oh, may kita ka! Sabi, Diyos ko po, Stacks! Siya pa ang nakakuha ng kill dito. Pero, Marved. 5v2. Mahirap. Mahirap na ipanalo to mga kaibigan. Pero let's see if ever makakayaran ba talaw. Marved with a swing. Oh! 4v1.
Uy! Naputol pa! Oh my goodness!
Pushing.
Okay, matatalo siya din. Na-defuse. Hindi niya narinig. Oh.
Kailangan niya mag-save. Oo. DRX, mga kaibigan.
Match point.
Is it a match point? Sinabayan ko lang.
At, Marv. Ibang klase. Sayang yun. Buti na lang hindi planted para sa kanya. Kundi kapag nangyari yun, magbabay time na lang siya kahit 8 HP. But here it is, match point RB. Meron na ding operator this time around. Optic, wala silang pansalo. Galing sa operator na yan, pero they will be making fast moves here sa A-site kagad. Pero there's the stars coming in from Mako at tinatawag na nga kagad niya ang kanyang mga teammates. Uy, mga best, dito tayo. Dahil sinabayan na nga din kagad ng lockdown ng Optic just to be able to secure themselves here sa my A-site. But as they try to deny it, hindi nga nila nagamit masyado ang kanilang mga utilities, pero at least natatakot din yung Optic at the same time. Pero may flank pa nga si Zest at si Marvin matatanggal na nga ngayon sa round na to. At ano pang next steps ngayon ng Optic? Dahil si Zest, aabangan na sila. O tingnan mo, meron pa mababawas ang kalat ng mangyayari sa side ng Optic. FNS na lang kagad going up against 3. Pero, de facto, wala sa kanya yung spike at babantayan na lang po ng Optic. This is complicated. RB sees him out and here we have map pick. Ito ng mga taga-Optic. Yet DRX was able to manage to win this 13-8 VIL. Ibang klase talaga ha, ang lakas ng DRX.
Makakakita na ba tayo ng isang Asian team na mananalo sa Masters? Sarap pakinggan nun, diba? Going to BGC, pare.
Super.
Pero at least GG well played sa ginawa dito ng DRX mga kaibigan. First game pa lang, first half pa lang, the score is 9-3. And sobrang nabulyaso rin talaga yung mga players dito ng Optic, and they have no idea on how can they shut them down kung paano sila makakabawi dito. Ang ginawa lang din ng DRX dito is nagkaroon nga tayo ng konting hiccups nung second half, nakahabol ng Optic, pero at least nakabawi naman sila kahit pa paano. Yun ang pinaka-importante din. Nakabawi sila. Medyo patagalan din, pero a win is a win dito sa side ng DRX. And dito sa game number 2, it's gonna be Icebox na pinili naman ng DRX. Medyo delikado ang buhay ng Optic. Well, it's fine kasi hindi naman sila malalaglag. Mapupunta lang sila sa lower bracket. And knowing na if ever na matalo ka dito sa sa matchup na to, yon ang makakalaban ng PaperX. Is it gonna be Optic PaperX or DRX and PaperX? Pag DRX and PaperX na nangyari, naku po, masakit yan. Hindi mo alam kung anong gusto mong kung sino ang gusto mong manalo. Shoutout nga pa rin shoutout din pala kay Utada Hikaru.
The performance coming in from DRX, sobrang ganda pa rin, outstanding. Pero dito sa Icebox, magkakaalaman talaga tayo kung ito pa ang oras talaga ng DRX to actually make this to a clean 2-0 or ang mga katulad pa ng Optic Gaming, who's actually good in Icebox also, might be able to manifest pa ang Game 3 for themselves. Pero talaga ang dami pang pwedeng mangyari. Pero at least, nakikita na nga natin yung glimpse of hope para sa mga APAC regions natin. And sino nga ang magiging kalaban ng PaperX? Hopefully Optic Gaming. Pero ngayon guys, we're gonna be going on a short break here in VALORANT Masters. Kami ang shoutcasters niyo. Kasi kasama ko dito si VIL guys, and see you later.
DRX starting strong, then a little shaky, but then finishing strong. And Jess, you know, we were talking about how much DRX does their homework, and I feel like that really showed in that first half. I mean, I was very impressed. They just seemed to be one step ahead the entire time. Optic couldn't get an opening. It just seemed like they had a plan, an answer.
I mean, it was almost so clinical that you couldn't sort of find that little fault line, especially in that first half. I mean, round one, where Stax backs all the way up towards spawn, knows the defensive aggression through B-main is coming, flashes and manages to take advantage of it. I mean, that kind of precision and the teamwork that came out of DRX, if you are a team captain, you're an IGL, that is the dream team. Everyone works in such slick mechanical prowess. I cannot really fault them, but we also have to point out the fact that on attack, Optic put up a really good fight, because I've been harnessing on the fact that they were defensive-sided. My God, that fight back was close, but the nail was in the coffin in that first half.
Yeah, I think you just found yourself at too great of a deficit to dig yourself out of. And, you know, we were going to compare the controllers once again, because I do think that was in a lot of ways the difference maker. The way that Mako was able to control the first half, allow DRX to play around middle and explore the map really however they wanted, gave them that big of a lead. And, you know, you mentioned it, Optic gave him a run in the second half.
Oh, yeah.
And a lot of it was Marved. He went from 5-10 in the first half to 18-15 at the end of the map, right? Like, totally different. He certainly gave a run at putting the thing on his back. We saw some of those vintage TikTok Marv plays. But it just wasn't enough at the end of the day. When you find yourself down that far against a team as good as DRX, it's very difficult to dig yourself out of.
Yeah, and our teams, they are prepping for map 2 now. Icebox and Buzz is in the AIM lab shoot around, buzzing about. But, you know, we were talking about Mako, his team. I think he raked in 19 kills. But, you know, when Buzz pops off Jess, oof.
I mean, the man is someone that we've had on, you know, our lips since day dot. We saw him play throughout the groups, and I mean, oh God, I wonder what his top score is. Definitely 6-figure and beyond, so that's something that you should probably check out. You can check out everyone's profiles online, of course, with AimLab, but for me personally, I know that Buzz is one of those like high players, and we talk about the way that he plays the chamber and whatnot, but I just can't get over what Doug brought up earlier is like, you can speak about anybody on DRX and you can have a hype story about them. There's something hype to say about them all. And I kind of, you know, sort of detracts from the fact that RB is their duelist, for example. Like, we don't have to point out a star duelist. We can point out a star team, and that is just insane that you can do that.
And it's just so different from how teams normally work, right? Like, it's often the conversation of the duelists, and for good reason. They're the ones who are constantly top fragging, they're hitting the flashy plays, things like that. But Mako and Buzz have been, up until this point, and continue to perform at a different level. It does not show any signs of slowing down, and I think it's really concerning as we turn our gaze towards Icebox.
Yeah, let's focus in on Icebox a little bit more. I mean, DRX has to be feeling very confident right now. They won a map 1. That was Optic's map pick, Doug, so this is their map pick. I'm sure they're ready to just turn it up.
Yeah, there's little reason, I think, when we consider what the performances have been for both of these teams on Icebox throughout this tournament, there's little reason to have concern for DRX. And again, if Mako and Buzz can continue to do their thing, and that's the wild thing about this team, is that even if they don't, fine, RB will. Stax will. Right? Like, they've all had individually insane moments, and that's so difficult to weather. If you think about the side of Optic, yay, maybe he had a slower half than the 21-9 that we're normally used to at halftime for Yay.
Sure.
But with him, like, if he gets slowed down a little bit, you have, okay, who's going to be the next to step up? Is it going to be Victor? Is it going to be, you know, Finesse, Crash, Marv, whatever? For DRX, you almost don't have to ask the question on who's going to step up next.
I mean, I think if anyone had a bad day at the office at DRX today after that first map performance, it would be, you know, someone needs to have a drink of water. They need to reset, because that would be unusual. Also, since we've seen DRX move to this new composition on Icebox, they're undefeated. Now, yes, they've only played this new composition twice, but hey, they're still undefeated. That's still at 100% win rate on Icebox. And we've seen, of course, Optic bring out that kind of set plays on their defensive side on Icebox, which I really fancy. I really like their defensive aggression that they put up. Unfortunately, I referenced it on Ascent. The defensive aggression counter that we saw from DRX was very visible. DRX knew it was coming, knew exactly how to counter it, and it was like, what do you do then? Optic's like, well, that was half of our game plan.
All right, and we are ready to move into our Prime Gaming Agent Select. Doug, you know, you were singing DRX's praises, talking about their Astrid utility usage and their coordination. I'm interested to hear what you are thinking for their compositions when it comes to Icebox.
Yeah, I'm not expecting anything different from either team, to be honest.
Okay.
I think given a couple of reps that they've had and how things have gone, I'm not expecting a ton different. I want to go back to a point you made, though, Jess, because the reason that you felt like DRX found success was because of the preparation that they had going into Optic. It seemed like they had a read. That's Optic's bread and butter.
Right.
They are at their best when they can prepare, when they know what's coming on the other side. We've talked so much about finesse and how insane of an IGL he is. So if Optic can have that preparation coming into this, that's their win condition. But I worry because Ascent was certainly something they were prepared for too.
All right, well, let's get map 2 Icebox underway. Pansy and Hypoc, take it away.
Ito na. Hindi ko kaya, Bill. And it's
May mga bagay na si Kuya Bill lang ang nakakagawa. Diba?
Hindi ko kaya
Tinry mo.
tanggapin.
Tinry mo. Malala, pero sige. Icebox mga best. Malamig! Si Rayri, nauna yung tao eh.
Sorry. Ay, shoutout ka pala kay Kaway mo from Naos yun.
Ay! Idol. Idol ko yun eh. Oo. Idol ko yun eh.
Idol ko yan.
Pag ano?
Idolo. Uy!
Spike down mid.
Good game. Pero on to these games ngayon, pero nga FNS will gonna shut down. Make na din dito. Pero nga FNS isa pa nga. Ito na ata ang ganti ng ipinaginagawa ng Optic Gaming.
At ngayon, just na lang kagad natitira. Good evening sa'yo, RB Portillo. Yan, shoutout sa'yo. Magpapa-shoutout din sa'yo, Vic, si RB.
Ay, RB. Hello, RB. Sino ka man?
Mabuhay ka pa sana ng mas mahaba.
Tama. Pero, dito naman sa mga games ngayon, is SKR trying to live up na para makabawi sila dito. Pero 1v4 is gonna be really hard for him though. Yung spike, wala sa kanya, nasa may mid. Kailangan niya kunin yun, 35 seconds in, wala siyang oras. Paano makakabawi dito? Pero yung nga, SKR, nakita yung ulo ng isa, pero one, Marved. We're gonna get that kill, gonna get that win. 1-0 already for the side of Optic Gaming. Knowing na ito yung mapa pinili ng DRX ngayon. Mukhang map pick curse ang pwedeng ipakita ngayon ng Optic at saka ng DRX. Once again, Optic Gaming, sila yung dating,
Visions, Optic,
Envy, yeah. Sila yung dating Envy. So, sila lang yung only NA team na nakast ko nung Valorant Champions. Sila lang. Hindi ko nakas ang 100 teams. Hindi ko nakas ng Sentinels. Hindi. Kaya nga sila natalo kasi hindi nakas ni Kuya Bill.
Ako nagkas ng Sentinels eh. Gary-rakers sila eh. Sorry.
Okay lang.
Cash ko kasi si Shazam. Si Shazam. Yan. Pag-cash ko natatalo. Cash ko si Foxy, natalo siya. Hoy! Si Ye, ito na eh, kaya ayoko nag-chamber si Ye. NA talaga eh, mahilig sa mga ganito eh. Oh, crashes. Okay. Ganito lang. Basta si Ye, pahawakin mo ng chamber. Sure win. At yun. Uy, wala nga palang ang comp ng Optic dito, wala silang duelist. So, yun yung pinagkaiba nila ng DRX.
Yeah. Pero dito naman ngayon sa DRX mga kaibigan, at least they have, oh my god, Ye, look at Ye! Look at Ye mga kaibigan. Saan kayo nakakita ng round number 2? Operator na. O hindi nyo makikita yan. Dito na lang makikita sa Optic yan. Yay! Nagulat din yung mga casters dito for sure. Sinong gumagawa niyan, men? Round number 2 operator?
Walang walang armor, no? Tapang.
Walang armor, walang traps. Ba't ako magta-traps? Di ba? Hindi ko kailangan mag-traps. Pero, napakalalim na ni Yay. Magugulat ang DRX dito. No! Diyos ko po! Si Yay pa nakuha and alam na ng DRX ko anong gamit na baril niya. Ano yun, men? Oh, round number 2, okay ka lang?
Round number 3, pero wala kasing
Round number 3, sorry. Sorry.
Hindi, I mean, gets ko eh. Kasi, pero wala siyang
Round
armor.
number 3, sorry sa akin. Sorry. Na-realize ko round number 3 nga pala. Sorry.
Guys, kaya kami nagsha-shout kasi hindi kami marunong sa number.
Sorry. Pero ito na. We're gonna plant the spike already. And for the side of Optic right now, medyo delikado sila dito. Kailangan nilang kunin yung operator. Oy, nakuha na nga ni Crashies. Tingnan mo, save tayo mga bes. Sige pre, save tayo. Tayo magagawa eh. Medyo mahirap yung trip natin gawin dito eh. Sige, out
Last
tayo.
trip nung Yay eh, no? Sabi siguro na. Last trip neto.
Bakit yung trip ng Yay, pare?
Tanggalin na kaya natin. Surrender na lang.
Sabi ni RB, puyatan na daw yun.
Puyat na talaga kami. Iba na yung oras na. Masaya dito sa Iceland eh. Okay dito eh. Sana all masaya. At
Hindi ka ba masaya?
Masaya ako. Saya ko talaga. As in, masaya ako, guys.
Yun. Bam! Tingnan mo yun, no? Diba? Tingnan mo yun? Tingnan mo kung saan nakatutok yun, diba? Men, sa Labo na tawag dito? Dito? Ano tawag dito? Sa balikat. Men, sa balikat nakatutok si Yay. Pinos pa talaga ni Direk. At nauna pa ni si Stax. Si Stax yung nakapatay, di ba si Zest? Basta yun. Si Stax, nauna siya.
Wala ka pala, eh.
Isa pa. Ito na yung redemption ni Yay,
May armor na yan ngayon,
Tignan natin kung balikat gaming ulit, Hindi man lang naputok yung op, 4,700 down the drain yung nangyari.
Di man lang na-RO.
Yun nga kumbaga, binigay mo na lahat, ininvest mo na lahat, tapos bigla ka na rag pull.
Totoo yan. Yung ginawa mo naman lahat, di ba? Di man lang binalik sa'yo yung effort mo. Pero, buti pa talaga yung iba, binabalik. Pero balik na tayo ngayon sa game talaga mismo.
Pero ayaw mo naman ng balikan, di ba?
Hindi na talaga yung mga balikan. Hindi ako naniniwala sa comeback. Except sa Valorant. Dito ako naniniwala ako sa Valorant. Sa totoong buhay, hard pass, bro. Pero balik tayo ngayon sa kay na hindi pa rin tumatama dahil wala pa siyang napapatay. Careful yung DRX eh. Dahil alam nila kailangan nilang iwasan. Pag di nila naiwasan, lagot. Kaso si Crashes ganito.
Lagot talaga sa mga kambing na to, pero yung nga lang, Buzz. Nakakuha siya na isa dito, pop flash onto Victor right now. Napakaganda ng frequency, pero Diyos ko po. Pinagtagpo, pero tinadhana. 2v4 on this game right now, 13 seconds in. They need to plant the spike right now. Stacks. Nakakita na siya dito, pero yung nga lang, kailangan muna. Meron pa siyang oras makukuha ni spike. No way.
No
Wala silang
way.
oras, 1v3, and that operator, buhay pa. Tignan natin kung hanggang kailan mabubuhay yung operator na yan, 2 rounds ng buhay yung operator na yan, men. Tignan natin kung makakatatlo pa.
At least buhay pa rin, diba? Pero wala pa siya napapunish ng operator. Ayan na. Shoutout kay Vince. Wala kang kumakatok. Baka kailangan mo. Libre mo ba, Rick? Ayan na naman sila sa totropahin ng Jojo Wine segment. Last time kasi loko-loko to si Dax Nagpa-totropahin ng Jojo Wine VCTPH edition lap trip Pero hindi naman lahat minention. Lang. Inaasar sa akin usually.
Meron kasing mga tao na hindi pwedeng
Hindi pwedeng sabihin.
Nagtatawanan kami ni Ray yun. Kahit hindi namin alam, kahit di namin pinag-usapan kung sino, alam na namin kung sino.
Yan. Comment lang kayo. Baka may gusto kayo malaman.
Wala ka naman talagang magagawa kundi kundi sabihin na revealing area.
Yeah. Pag nasama yung dalawa kayo.
GG ka diha.
GG. Ano lang tayo guys? Easyan nyo lang. Porket single ako, pinagtitripan ako ng mga to Adik sana all may jowa. Pero okay lang saan. Masaya ako ngayon dahil alam nyo guys.
Nasaan na kayo kung si Ray jowa.
Ay, hindi ako ganyan. Ay, ito nga sasabihin ko. Alam nyo guys, love na love ako ng mga co-casters ko. Kaya masaya na. Love na love ako ni Azuray, Max, ni Taylor, nila Raph, nila Ilu. Love na love ko din sila. Pero
hindi nakakainis. Hindi mo sinabi yung pangalan ko eh. Na-realize mo ba na hindi mo sinabi?
Na-realize ko din yan nung patapos na ako. Hindi ko pala na-mention si Phil. Ni Phil, ni Black and Blue. Ayan.
Yung sa akin, hindi naman totoo yun. Na-joke lang.
Gawa-gawa lang yan ang Illuminati. Pag nag-champion Zeta, bibigyan ko ng bundle si Ray Ray. Yan, naka-SS na to, Patrick. Kaya humanda-handa ka dyan. Huwag kang TS na. Oy! Crashies! Yun, kawawa si Arby. Kawawa kanina pa to. Nagpalit na nga sila ni Buzz. Parang di nagana ngayon yung niya. Lahat na lang, di na gumagana. Pero okay lang yan. Bawi tayo next round. Kaso sa post-plant, mananalo kaya ang DRX.
Mukhang gusto ata mag-game number 3 ng Optic dito mga kaibigan. So, pero let's see if ever that's gonna happen though. Pero, it's up to them. Ano talaga mangyayari. Pero nga, let's stacks. Tamang ball bounce talaga mag-shot. One down, make another one right now. Make a win. 3! Takbo siya oh. Takbo siya eh. Out na ako pare. Operator. Round, ilan na? 2, 3, 4, 5. Yan, 3 rounds na yung operator na yan. Yung iron operator na yan, men. Buhay na buhay pa.
Ayaw.
3 rounds, buhay. Tama, 2-0. 2-0, 2, 6 rounds. Apat na, tatlo. Sabi ni Patrick, yun nga, bibigyan ka to ng bundle. Ako, si Bill wala ba? Diba? Ano yung si Ray Ray lang? Bakit si Ray Ray na ba yung nandito? Hindi, kasama yung si Bill. Lahat dapat ng BCT meron.
Oo nga, Patrick. Sayang yung Laguna vibes mong picture. Hindi mo lang bigyan lahat. Asan daw si Terror? Ayun, mangingisda na siya.
Ayun, si Terror. Ayun, namaalam. Nasa Cebu.
Doon na siya guys,
Kumakain siya ng puso. Ang lechon.
Sarap pa naman ang lechon sa Cebu.
Yeah, actually. Nag-PRX civil? Bakit? Ano yun? Pag naka-sure MV7 daw na mic exempted. So hindi kami kasali. so walang matitirang PH caster.
Lahat kami lahat naghawaan no? Ako nagsimula saan pero ano lang talaga. Si Theo din kasi bumili. Tapos si V. Presa lang color black yung episode. Not sponsored by the way. Ay hindi! Sa akin Ayan. Hey. At si Vince. Ayan. Siya ay isang photographer and multimedia editor, virtual assistant. It's the Joji Feels. Yan, sabi niya.
Talaga bang dapat basahin yung bio? Alam mo, hindi mo alam kung anong gusto mo sabihin, pati yung bio ng mga nanonood. Ano ba? Huwag mo pakialaman si Vince. Nahimik yan na nasa tondo lang yun eh. Pero, back in the game right now, and for the players of DRX, mga kaibigan, Buzz, try to go in a spray and pray through that box, pero lalo mo siya makikita doon. A minute left in the clock right now. Really slow pushes na ginagawa ng DRX if ever. We all know that DRX sobrang aggressive na team yan. Lahat naman ng Asian team talagang sobrang aggressive nila, pero ito na nagkalabas na nga dito ng Malcolm at Buzz. Nakakuha siya ng pitas dito ng isa. Pero Buzz, through that smoke, my bigan, with a wall bang as well. We're gonna take down Crashies right now. Victor, Diyos ko po, piso ang buhay at wala silang magagawa kundi mag-out na. Men, 4 na rounds na yung operator na yan, hindi pa rin nawawala sa kamay ni Yay. Wala siyang ginawa kundi mag-save.
Pero,
Ilan na ba yung deaths ni Yay? Feeling ko sobrang baba pa rin eh.
pero ang talino ng DRX kasi iniiwasan nila si Ye, hindi nila binibigyan ng momentum, hindi nila hinahayaan mag-init. Eh diba usually mga problems ng teams here in Icebox is si Ye? Dito hindi. DRX can just, iwasan lang siya, hindi na kami may kipagtapatan sa'yo, kundi iiwasan ka na lang namin. Hanggang sa hindi ka tatama, hanggang sa denied lahat. Kaya tignan mo, 2-1 ang kanyang KD. At KD, diba? Pero umiinit na talaga ngayon. Si Bazo. Konting lang. Kuha-kuha ng info. You'll be able to get it. And now we are down with a 3-3. Kumambak pa nga ang DRX coming from that 3-1 scoreline. At nakikita natin yung hope mula sa DRX talaga. At now that they're kinda using already yung kanilang specific strategies just to be able to manage and execute properly, nahihirapan ng Optic on the other side. Dito naman sila.
Buzzy gonna plant the spike, pero nga Marv. Nakapatay siya. Pero nga Victor with a quick reflex. Gonna take down 2. Napakabilis ng pangyayari. Napakabilis ng pangyayari ni Victor. It's like alam na alam niya kung saan siya tututok. Alam na alam niya kung saan siya sisilip. Buhay pa rin yung operator ni Yay. Kanina pang round 3 yan, man. Yun mo, 1 death lang si Yay. Bakit 1 death lang si Yay? Walang ginawa kundi mag-save.
At alam mo, hindi talaga accurate para sa kanya yung mga ganun. Yung magdadash
Ano
si
yun?
Jack coming in from... Ano yun?
Hindi yung sobrang naging agre, no?
Oo, parang gumanon lang. Parang binigay lang na round na yun sa Optic. Oy, si Vil ba yung caster? Hindi, si Taylor.
Saan yun?
Sa Twitch. Ayan, predicted. OMS, pero wala.
Hindi. Hindi ako to. Pero, hindi ako to. What? Labo na. Pero kung napapansin mo, si Victor, still the same side kung nasa siya kanina. And let's see if ever he can actually do the really quick reflexes na ginawa niya kanina sa last round. Pero nga lang, Diyos ko po si Meiko. Oh my God, na J. Rizal. Tumingin sa likod, nabaril sa likod. Pero, more flash is more recon boss na ginagawa dito ng DRX para lang at least makakuha sila ng enough bawi kahit papaano. Kasi kung tuloy-tuloy na talaga manala dito ang Optic, tuloy-tuloy na makakakuha sila ng operator per round. Uy, Diyos ko po. Talagang medyo delikado lang dito talaga. Pero ito na, tamang buweg na nilabas dito ni Stacks, mga kaibigan. Makers na daw, wala na silang smoke. Pero nga lang, Diyos ko po, namatay din si Yay. Salamat! 4v3 onto this game. Crashies, crashing these businesses. RB and Zest with a 3! 2v1! What's gonna happen here? The clock is ticking already. All they're gonna do is go back. Okay lang kahit sila lumaban dito. Walang oras! Si kaibigan FNS! Kukunin ba yung operator? Diyos ko pa, buhay pa rin! Men! Buhay na naman yung operator! Anino pang round 3 yan! 8 rounds na! I mean, round 9 na! Yung operator na yan, round 3 pa! Ayaw nilang gumastos ng 4-7 kung pwede naman pulutin ulit.
Vil may forever daw sa Ion Operator.
Tama yan!
Tama! Diyan na lang talaga yung tunay. Mas mabilis, alam mo yung mas mabilis pa yung mas mabilis pang matapos yung kaduo mo kaysa sa Ion Operator na yan.
May forever talaga sa Ion, pero at least ako, nakasama ko ng forever ng buhay ko. Shoutout nga pala sa'yo, Meika. Bilisaran. Yeah!
Sana all! Dito na lang talaga ako kinikilig.
Diyos ko! Yung Ion Operator ng Optic, inuugat na! Men! Inuugat na! Ayaw pa rin talagang tigilan! Nilulumot na, imbes na puti, green na! Diyos ko!
Yan, shoutout sa Italian Francis. Pero kay Zest na naman, uy! Nag-stretch lang. Save ulit yung operator na yan. 100% Fur, no cap. Fur to. Fur. Ayan na. Wala talaga. Masisave na naman. Why not? Mag-save na.
Save nyo naman, sige! Save nyo! Men! Patagalan ng operator to! Wala akong pakialam sa game na to. Basta tumagal lang yung operator na yan, okay na! Kubito! Yay, wag mong hayaang mamatay ka! Sayang yung operator mo, pre! Yan! Wala na operator, men! Yes! Bibil na sila ng bago! Ang tagal nun! Isipin mo, round 3! Best round 10 na! Ano yun? Diba? Mahal na mahal nila yung operator, pre! Alam mo kung bakit? Siyempre nasa pangalan nga nila eh. OP, TC, operator, take care!
TTC pa rin palang Shoutout nga pala kay VVV Jericho. Yan sa mga shoutcaster ng Mobile Bang Bang. Okay? Uy, don't get in my way, controller main, bro. May mga lalabas ngayon,
Delikado na.
Uy, 350 VIL! With always check. Ba't nyo pa kasi pinaglalaban? Talo na nga.
Hindi
ka na mahal eh. Ha?
Ewan ko ba kung ba't nag-push pa rin yung mga players ng DRX dyan. Meron na kang Viper Spit dyan eh. Parang sinasabi ng Optic, hello, okay, pumunta dito. Pero hindi naman natin ka sa ulo namin. Pero si Yay, wala eh. Operator talaga yung gusto eh. Ay, pero Tour de Force, pero op pa rin yun. Pareho lang yun. May sniper din yun. Si Yay nanghihina na wala yung operator.
No operator
Hihina
mo.
ako pre kasi hindi ko kasi ako yung operator eh. Feeling
Parang
ko,
si Wardell eh.
Oo, parang feeling ko I'm not complete. Binuhulat. Bawi ka daw, Yay. Pero nga lang, more all the way from tawag dyan? Yes?
Basta yun. Ops.
Hindi ko kinakall out yun. Oh, FNS. Yes, watch! Ako for a second, opening on FNS and Victor doing the job done. And the score is 6-4.
Uy,
ginagawa niyo.
ano ba yan? Napansin pa. 5-5. TRX, ano nangyayari? Kasi nga, ba't yung pa pinaglalaban? Hindi na nga kaya. Diba? At dahil ng araw na yan, ngayon, huwag nyo na ipaglaban kung hindi naman kaya, okay? Always choose your battles. Pag di ka na mahal, huwag mo na paglaban. Ay, sorry
Teka lang, but ako dito, yung operator na pinapansin ko, ikaw puro choose your battle, may ipaglaban, bakit? Meron ka bang pinagdadaanan? Broken ka ba? Feeling ko hindi naman eh. Sad girl ka talaga.
Sorry, ito lang ako.
Ito na, teka. Ito naman, may operator na naman siya eh. Sabi ni Kuya, operator daw gamit ko eh. Sabi na mag-sniper daw ako eh.
Natama naman din kasi
Ito na.
Oh. Ayon din ba? Ayon?
Oh, ayon yan, men. Ayon yan. Shoutout nga pala kay VG. Alam si VG?
Oo. Very
yun
good.
Yun talaga ang may ayon, si Vice Ganda. Oo. Yan ang ayon talagang nahahawakan niya.
Oh!
Oy!
Uy! Dito mama.
Ang alamat ng ugat ng ayon, mga kaibigan.
Uy!
I can't use that. Direct kay Yay lang Pinihim ko sila sa Iceland, direct si Yay lang, pre.
In English mo? Hey, Yay only, okay?
Oo, sabi sa akin na direct si Lods. Siya yung nagtagalog, pre.
30 seconds left.
Umalis. Sumabay, sumayaw.
Pero they're gonna go here dito lang sa B mga kaibigan. Tamang one up lang din talaga. Pero walang pera ngayon ng DRX. Pero let's see if ever makakasave. Diba sila? Pero Buzz, napakabilis ng up trap with a dash dito sa may second floor. And paano gagawin bawi dito ng Optic Gaming mga kaibigan. Pero nga lang Buzz trying to be really aggressive right now with a Blade Storm. Pero nga lang Buzz trying to represent himself with that shorty as well. Pero yay, delikado siya dito. Delikado si A dito. If ever subilig ko dyan, type at sa academy talaga. Kasi may kalaban kang KO. Meron pang frenzy na Sage dito. So they have an idea already na meron tao dito sa may kitchen. Pero nga lang Buzz, labas na ang shorty. Only shorty mga kaibigan. Kitang-kita naman natin yung gigil sa mukha nung Oni na skin na yan. Pero nga lang Buzz, pushing in with a right click contra Blade Storm. Pero when a flick doon sa may likod with a dash, palabas lang din talaga. Napakabilis na galaw na ginagawa nila dito. Pero meron pang isa. Victor kills one. Pero meron pang operator si Stax. Eto na, kinuha niyo yung operator ni A. Mas magaling ako mag-operator sa'yo. Uy, Diyos ko po, calculated. Hindi tinamaan yung mga kaldero.
Sayang, magalit si Mama.
Magalit si Mama. Alam mo yung pakiramdam na kunyari, ano? Yun, true. Bang! Tapos kinuha yung bandal. Bang! Napatay, ito po. Mas magaling daw mag-operator. Maganda mag-operator, bes. Diba? Yan yung relief.
Saya ni Mako.
Nice. Nice one, Samnida.
Wala kumapit sa kanya.
Apir tayo. Pinari nila meron, pare.
Kawawa, ayun. Kawawa si Bad Slide. Pwede naman siya mares. Okay lang pala. Ay, DRX, ang galing.
Sinasabi nila na ano parang hayop gumagawin ganun sila. Abang pet.
Animals.
Wala animal, bro. Hindi naman. Pwede kasi I'm a beast.
Oh.
Yeah.
Paano?
Yo, Toto. Tingin na po. Hop, eto na. Binuhay na nga yung isa pero Diyos ko po, Marv libreng patay! Wala man lang trade nangyari! Diyos ko po! Men, kawawa naman si Buzz, isipin mo! Round 12 pa lang, pero that's niya 13. Joke lang, hindi 13 yung kills. That's niya, men. Minsan ganun ako eh.
30 seconds.
Pag sobrang alat ng games ko, mas marami pa yung deaths ko kaysa sa buong game, sa rounds. Alat nun, men.
Oo. Makamalasan yun. Ganun na pag naglalaro kami ni Asori, kaya nai-stress sa akin. Pero, magpapaglalaroan na nga nila yun. Please don't play games with my heart ang mangyayari. And finally, napakagandang flash gun. Abot langit talaga. May happy ending. At ngayon, si Ye na lang kagad ang natitira.
Happy ending mga
happy ending talaga sa DRX. Kita mo.
Diyos ko po, happy ending mga kaibigan. Pero eto na mga kaibigan, kailangan mong humarap dyan, Sir Ye.
Manghihina to, di naka-operator.
Manghihina to. Delikado to. Isipin mo, wala siyang madatisi dito. Pero my God! Apat ang kaharap mo, kaibigang Ye. 5-7 in favor of DRX.
Switching sides.
Naloka ako sa happy ending na sinabi mo. Diyos ko! Well, anong oras na kasi, kaya... literal na talaga mapapa-happy ending na rin talaga eh, no?
Oo, syempre gusto ko yan, yung mga happy ending sa mga anime.
Ayan, diba?
Sa love story.
Oo. Men, tuloy-tuloy lang din talaga yung ginagawa dito ng DRX. Walang masasabi ang Optic kundi Yamete na lang din. Sipin mo, Amerikano sila pero nag-Yamete, di ba? Yamete coulda stop. Uguto mo.
Sabi sa'yo, umorder ka na eh.
Siyempre pag kumain ako, gusto ko, kakain din si Mrs., di ba?
Oo, sabay dapat.
Oo, sabay ka. Grabe naman talaga tong DRS. Inuubos na naman ang stock ng hand warmers dito sa
Si Coach.
Inuubos yung... ano ba yan, pre? Galaw.
Hey, make a move. Si Mark. Mukha siyang may kamukha siya.
Si J.O.
Oo nga,
Dota.
Oo nga, no?
Diba?
Magaling ah.
Si ganda namang bangs niya, no?
Oo nga eh. Perfect.
si kaibigan.
Si Mako.
Sino ba to? Ayoko magsabi ng pangalan.
Natatakot ako.
Pag nagsabi ako ng pangalan, minus ligtas points ako.
Matatanggal tayong wala sa otas.
Pag nagsabi ako ng pangalan, minus ligtas points talaga. Man. Diyos ko, baka sunduin ako ng San Pedro dito. Anak, tara.
Oo, men.
Huwag kang mag-alala. Penthouse ka dito.
May bahay na. Mansiones na payaman mansion ni Mesa Imperial.
Speaking of that, bukas, Ray, ha? May gagawin tayo.
Ay, oo. Exclusive.
Oo. Kaya yung mga YouTube nyo, ihanda niyo yan kasi may gagawin kami ni Ray.
Oo. Ano na kami? Reveal.
May i-record kaming matindi. Siyempre, hindi namin pwedeng sabihin kung ano yan kasi pag nalaman nyo, hindi na surprise, di ba? Pero bigyan ko kayo ng konting bigyan natin kayo ng konting sneak peek. Usap sa inyo, mga paa. Ayan!
Yan. Sample lang yan.
Sample lang yan. Malalaman natin.
Panalo niya na para masaya tayo. Uy!
Happy ending. Hindi mo tanggal sa isip yung happy ending. Baliw ka talaga. Ang laki mong virus sa aking isipan.
Good influence.
Dinudumihan mo ang aking pag-iisip, kaibigan.
Uy! Nakaharang si Victor magtanggol. Kawawa ka naman. Diba, mga tropa ko pag nalulungkot ako, hindi nila, sabi lang nila ako, ang kawawa ka naman.
Hindi.
Uy! Si Marv flankeries the Mystic. Pero nahuli ng DRX. We already know. Predicted. Fur. No cap. Marv na lang natita. Sige, patamain mo. Kaya pa yan. Bawi! Laban. O, bawi. Hindi nakabawi. 5-8. Go, DRX. 2-0.
Alam niyo naman, guys, pagkapag ako ay nababato, inaglalaroan ko VALORANT. Sabi pa ako.
Wala bang... galing niya, no? May stocks. May kamukha si stocks eh. Ayun, may kamukha siyang friend ko. Tatago ko na lang sa pangalan na Marvin. Yan. Shoutout sa'yo, Marvin. May kamukha. Di mo naman sa akin sinabi na pro player ka na pala.
Marvin. Shoutout sa'yo, Marvin. Kung sino man. Diyan ka lang.
Ano siya cosplay photographer. Oy! Oh my goodness, RB, nagpakita na naman rib-eye steak ang nangyari kay Crashies. 4 na lang ang natitira mula sa side ng Optic. And ngayon, sige, kaya pa yan. Lumilipad na CCTV against sa pistol. Sa Classic, lumipat ang mga miyembro ng Optic. Hindi daw kaya. Bitin daw dito sa may A site. Kaya sabi niya, lipat tayo sa B.
10 bits ba ang nangyari dito? Pero bago tayo magkabitingan, mga kaibigan, kinakabahan ang NA. Huwag kayong magkadala, guys, kasi yung nagsasabi ng goodbye. Oh my God, Buzz! Bakit ako magsuscope? Parang magnet naman to, Marshall ko sa ulo mo.
Uy.
Okay, so. Aray ko po, Victor, hindi na plant yung spike! Diyos ko po, outspeed, lungkot, lumbay, pighati ang nangyari dito. 5-9 pa nga. Optic, pag nanalo ka dito sa round na to, mapapa-nice one ka talaga.
Kaso ngayon na si Buzz 1. Skip. 2. Palong-palo. May kasama pang healing galing, no? Grabe talaga. Nice! May nakita mo yung gumawa sa remix niyan? Ng mga nice nila. Hindi, sa Zeta pala yan, sa Zeta kay Lazo. Ang cute eh.
Nice in Korean.
Ano?
Moschin.
Ah.
Moschin!
Oy!
Pero FNS. At least patay nila dito yung main duelist dito sa side ng DRX mga kaibigan. Which is Buzz. Well, free round para sa side ng Optic if ever kasi wala namang pera ang DRX dito. So, hindi na tayo magugulat if ever manalo ang Optic dito, man. Kasi they have all the Vandals on hand. Pero Diyos ko po, muntik na! Muntik nang makaisa si kaibigang Zes pero yung nga ng Victor with a big trade. Crashies, checking all the corners. Nasa may kila dito pero ito na yung rotation na ginagawa ngayon ng DRX mga kaibigan. RB with a swing but Marv with a kill. Mako pushing in. Just utilizing all the smokes na meron ang side ng DRX ngayon. FNS mga kaibigan, nakaisa pa siya. Crashies, the only man remaining. Mako is just right there, perfectly waiting for the plant na pwedeng gawin ngayon ng side ng Optic. Mako, reposition. FNS mga kaibigan, andun lang sa may gilid. 1v1 with a great one, pero nga lang FNS sa makakuha ng kill na yun. Crashies, siya lang ang nawala. Good round sa side ng Optic. 6-9.
Nice! Hi! Good day! Time check 2:49 AM. Nice score. Mula sa Optic together with DRX pero full buy na kayo ng DRX so baka naman gusto nyo nang tapusin, di ba? Nilagyan nyo na ng magandang tuldok to para all the way upper bracket talaga. At isa na lang napanalo ng ngayon tsaka isa pa kung sino man manalo sa G2 tsaka sa Loud. Hello tayo sa DRX sa Grand Finals. Makakas natin yan sa nakalimutan ko na. Pero going back, ang sakit kay Buzz nun. Ang daming balang tinapon sa kanya, sinalo niya lahat na full. Pero ngayon, okay, Mako will be able to spot out one, delaying them so much. Pero speaking of finesse on the other side, will be able to get them. Pero Marv takes the second kill kagad together with Stacks and kay Buzz Lightgear. At tatlo na lang kagad ang natitira sa side ng Optic. Pero Victor, meron ba siya makikita? But Zez was able to get him. 3v4 ang mangyayari ngayon. Hindi prepared ang rest ni RB dito para pumantay lang sa numbers game. Pero they can delay so much kasi lilipat ng, tignan mo naglalaro sila. Ikot-ikot lang.
Yeah, that's the least they can do. Pero maganda ang position dito ni KO Victor. Nag-hesitate pa si kaibigang ZSKR. Nagdalawang isip siya. Sino ba to?
Uy.
Direct.
Hello po.
Direct.
Hello?
Direct.
Nag-brownout ba sa Iceland?
Sa Iceland. Wait lang. Pumikit yung observer natin. Napuwing yung mata niya.
Hello?
Direct.
Ayan!
Nag-brownout sa Iceland. Pinutulan ni Meralco Spratlis. Sorry. Ito na si Ryan Bang. Ito si Ryan. Ito si Ryan Bang mga kaibigan. Nagbabantay.
Nice one. Kumakatok na kapitbahay. Hindi ko alam kung kapitbahay yun o meron na namang oy, mamaya na kayo wala akong oras may pagtakutan.
Talaga may mumu ba dyan sa inyo?
Hindi, wala. Pero may gusto mo makarinig ng horror story.
Ayoko.
Ayan. Kasi dito sa bahay, yung mga...
Wag na natin pag-usapan yan, Riri. Hindi natin pag-usapan yan, manahimik ka. Hindi ko naman tinatanong Kung ayaw mo mag-away tayo. Hindi mo. Ito na. Buzz! Nakakuha na isa dito. Si Kuya Boy! Si Kuya Boy. Si Buzz, si Kuya Boy. Hahanapin na si Crazy. Crashies. Checking the flanks. FNS. Gonna plant the spike already. One more kill. Para magkaroon siya ng revive dito. Para si Yay nakaisa na naman. Pero, ano bang rotation na pwedeng gawin dito ng side ng DRX mga kaibigan? Pero nga si Victor, muntik na makakuha ng isa. Tamang jump pick lang din talaga. Nasilip niya yung isa, pero nga lang Yade, medyo delikado ka. Kasi dito sa may likod, dalawa ang nakatingin dyan. Andyan ang KO, andyan. Pero ito nagkatingin na nga, pero nga lang Stacks will gonna get that kill. Sheriff to the head! Stacks again with another one right now. 4v2! Pero medyo malayo si Crashes dito, pero wala namang tumatama. FNS mga kaibigan, oh my God! Sheriff to the pace! Pero si Crashes nakakuha ng isa. Si Ryan Bang namatay na nga. Pero meron ba siya shock dart? Meron dalawa. Pero sabi ni Stacks, pre, kaya-kaya pa to, pre. Pero mabubuhay pa si Insa. Pero medyo malayo. Pero yun nga! Napakaganda. Akala na DRX makakuha na, pero optic pa rin pala talaga.
Oh my goodness. Na-post plant sila? Tama ba ako? Oo nga. Wait, ganda na sana ginawa ni Stacks.
Ganda ng hold.
Sinasayang nyo.
Na-hold ni ano, yun ang konti na lang oh. Walang oras. Konti na lang, ilang segundo yun.
Uy.
Nice one daw, sabi niya.
Nice one. Ganda ng ngipin ni Victor.
Si Victor ba yun?
Si Victor. Okay. Bakit tayo?
American siya so hindi dapat Victor. Victor.
Victor. Vix.
Si kaibigan Bix mga kaibigan. Si kaibigan Bic. Yan. Si Tito Bic. Yan.
May kilala ko Vic yung pangalan yung starting. Tatago natin sa pangalan Fluffy. Mrs. Fluffy.
Ayan, si Fluffy.
Si Coach.
Laki niyan si Fluffy.
Tangka din
Hamunin ko nga sa ng basketball eh.
Ako. So, bigyan tayo ngayon sa optic. Na-attacker side yung DRX Napako sa siya.
Sabi ni Christian, pinaka-lowest nangyari sa compest sa akin, 0.01. Ha. Talent fee. Siyempre.
30 seconds left.
Ano yan, man? 0.01. Actually, hindi pa nakakapag 0.01. Oh my God, FNS, kailangan mo lumabas dyan. Napakasakit. Uy, Eddie.
Uy, nakita niya hibla. Hibla ng Hawkbu.
Oo, men. Nakita yung puting buhok.
Uy, naku po. Si
Marv! Andun lang sa may likod. Pero ZSKR! Catching one. Pero ito na. I am the hunter. Ako ang mga ngaso! Oh, malayo! Marv!
Ay, naku.
2v3 and... Sige na, sign up by 9.
Kasi naman na may nanonood, nagsasabi sa akin na mananalo daw yung optic eh.
Nagsabi?
Sabi ni VVV Jericho. Ano daw? Mananalo daw kasing optic. Sabi ko, wag. 2-0 dapat.
Yan. Si Mr. Yeah, si Mr. Jericho. Yeah. Ano yan? Sa kabilang bangbang yan. Diba? Idol yan.
Idol ko to eh.
Pag ako, nagkaanak, Jericho pa nga. Kasama yung VVV.
Yung pangalan ng IGN mo. Kunyari TS. Jericho.
Sino pangalan ng anak mo, Yay?
Yay.
Yeah, pero shoutout sir, brother Jay, brother Jericho. Sana makakas kita soon.
Ayo. Masaya yan. Magkas ng kabilang. Ang mob ng ibang bangka. Pero syempre sa VALORANT.
Of course. Pero yun, I mean, 0.04? Shit. So close for the 10th point ng DRX na totoo lang. 0.04 man. I mean, sipin mo nawala lang yung 0.04 ng buhay mo.
Wala eh.
Nagka-score na yung kalaban. Isipin mo kung gaano kabilis yun. Yung 0.04. Mas mabilis pa yun sa 0.1. Men, 0.04 yun. Grabe.
You want to play? Let's play.
Sabi dito, bagay daw ako kay Yay. Sige lahat. Kayo na magsabi. Uy, si Buzz! Nakatukil ah! Oh no! Wag ka RB, bakit? Okay na sana eh.
Si Ryan Bang. Okay lang yan. Pero Marv, we're gonna be revived dito mga kaibigan. 3v4. It's all to the sheriff na nandito dito sa DRX. So hopefully, they're gonna be really that on point. Pero nga lang, Victor with a wall bang will take down Mako right now. SKR catches one. Pero yun nga lang, Victor with that kill. So up to stacks. Pero si FNS maganda position dito. Off angle yan.
Uy.
Tignan natin. FNS mga kaibigan. We're gonna fall down. Pwedeng kunin ni Stacks yung baril na yan. Pero sabi ni Marv, no dude, we're not gonna get our gun. Bawal na kayo next round and yeah. And mukhang Optic ata ang mananalo sa mapang pinili ng kalaban nila. Pero ano pa lang, kaka-start pa lang naman.
Buzz. Ganda na sana ng opening niya with the Daystone. Pero kasi disadvantage sila pagdating sa baril din eh. Kahit anong gawin mo minsan, hindi talaga mag-work eh. Pero, DRX, pressured sila ngayon against Optic. Even if they both have the chaos, but the fact nga na itong double sentinel and si Marv is actually popping off, this is giving them a hard time. Especially sa post-plant, talo yung DRX eh. Diba? Isang life mo lang, shot down si Buzz. You will only be leaving it up to the 4 members na lang ng DRX to actually get it. So, complicated talaga to. And oh no, Zest, ang laking pitas mula kay Crashies na paglalaroan sila ng Optic, biglang nag-iba. 100% lakas na naman na nanggagaling sa Optic, pero there's just a few denies. Coming from Buzz! Hindi pa daw tapos. Pero nga lang, nasa-shutdown na naman sila 3-4.
Alam mo yung mahirap?
Ano yan?
Optic gaming is literally all around the map. Sobrang kalat-kalat sila na hindi mo alam kung nasan ba talaga sila. Saan ba sila sisilip. Ang hirap ma-predict.
Hirap na. Wala. Biglang hindi na maano eh. Hindi ma-contain ng DRX yung Optic eh.
Yeah.
Hindi din nila ma-check yung flank eh. Kasi wala kang traps, di ba? Na makapag-determine. Yan. Kung nasaan sila, but oh.
The clock is ticking. 20 seconds. Oh!
Sayang. Ay, naku. Pero, here it is. Dalawa na lang before Optic can finally win this against DRX. So, anong step up ang kailangan gawin ng DRX ngayon? Dahil ang hirap eh. Yes, you have Buzz getting the denies. Pero nga lang, the lurks. Dalawa naglo-lurk sa ano eh. Sa Optic eh. Na nahuhuli lang kagad yung DRX with that kind of pick-off. Sobrang nakakainis talaga. Kasi hindi ma-figure out ng DRX. Where do we expect Marv? Where do we expect Victor na bigla na lang may magpa-flash sa harapan natin?
Yeah. Talagang paano talaga tayo makakabawi dyan if ever. Pero here on this game, dito naman ngayon sa side ng DRX, they have the utility, they have the firepower. So all they gotta do is just win here in this round. Pero ang problema lang din nila is Optic merong pera kahit matalo sila dito. Hanggang na mag-match point sila, may pera sila. Mayaman. Mayaman ng Optic.
Magla-last out pa rin sila eh.
Ito ang literal na what is money, paper only. Pero, si Ryan Bang, all the way from mid, they're gonna rotate. Si RB ang pwede makakita na to. Naririnig niya to for sure. Naririnig niya yung mga footsteps. They have an idea already everywhere we're gonna go near and bait. Mako with a perfect execution of that of that Viper's literal Vector pushing in with a kill. But this SKR we're gonna take down FLS na din talaga. Pero nga lang, Diyos ko po, natunaw yung isa. Pero, nasan ba yung spike mga kaibigan? Wala pa rin talaga nakakuha ng spike ngayon. 2v3 ito game na. Pero si Bas nakakuha na isa siya nag-go the second one right now. The clock is ticking already. 14 seconds in. Pwede na i-plant yung spike. Marv, we're gonna plant the spike. Pero tamang flash lang din talaga. Pero yun nga lang. Oh my God! Stacks! With a flash, with a 2K, 11-10. And DRX is still alive. And wala pa rin tayong match point.
Diyos ko po si Stacks. Katakot. Katakot talaga. Ano tong ginagawa ni Stacks? Tatlo bumubuhat sana yung DRX eh. Pero, my goodness, ang ganda ng delay na ginawa ni Zest doon. But, without Stacks actually getting to members of Optic sa last round na yun, it would have been impossible and it could have been a match point na. Pero sabi mo nga, Vil, may pera pa rin ang Optic na maglalast sa kanila until the next 2 rounds. So DRX really needs to prepare. But wala silang maiigib ngayon dahil gamit na gamit nila kagad yung mga ultimates nila on that previous round just to be able to make sure that they'll be able to get the match point. Pero hindi nangyari. So at DRX, nagkaroon pa sila na advantage. They have to ready. And kay Stacks, napakahalaga ng kanyang ultimate para lang talagang ma-shutdown yung Optic sa paggamit ng kanilang mga utilities. Pero expensive pa rin naman yung previous round na yun. Kaya kita mo si Zest, he's just delaying so much dito sa my mid part.
Scanning ahead.
Mid part it is na kailangan nilang silipin nandito para malaman nila kung sino sila mag-nology. Pero alam mo, will gonna kill on to Ryan Bang. 4v5 onto this game. Buzz needs to make the most out of that operator. Alam mo talaga. Pero nga ng ZSKR, he knows it na meron tao dito sa may loob. Pero Diyos ko po, tamang punch out nandito. Pero nga si Stacks, he knows it. Nandun lang with that big wall bang. Ladies and gentlemen, ito na. Spike is been planted already. Anong gagawing retake ng DRX ito? This is gonna be a 4v4 game. They need to be really careful right now. Napakaganda ng nade na nilabas dito ni Victor, mga kaibigan. Ito na nga yung KO. Buzz pushing in. Meron tao dito sa may health. Pero si FNS nakakuha sa SKR with another one. Ready to labas ang short pero mamamatay siya. Pero si Zest will kill onto 1v2, mga kaibigan. Wallbang will not gonna connect onto these players right now. Meron pa 13 seconds. And yay, we're gonna fall down.
Hindi naging posible. Ang kalat ng retake na naman ng DRX. At ano nang mangyayari ngayon sa DRX? Importante itong mapang to, pero nga lang baka maulit na naman ang map pickers sa side nila. But they usually lose talaga yung second map eh. Actually, ganito yung laro ng DRX, hindi ko rin gets, but yung second map nila parating natatalo. Pero I still put my trust to this team. But then, Optic, biglang nag-heat up na sila eh. Victor popping, the lurks cannot be determined by DRX. It always works sa kanila so well. And tignan natin ngayon if mag-work the second time around. FNS tries to pick up at least one! Pero may buff pagdating sa barrel na yan, sa Spectre na yan. Alis lang ng onti si Buzz, and that was an early pick-off. And finally, natakal na lang isa na lang problem na nag-lurk. That's gonna be FNS. Back to the 4 members na lang ngayon. Ang Optic na natitira.
All of these 4 members, mga kaibigan, can they still hold? Can they still win? They only need 1 more point para magstay sila dito sa game na to and push it to a game number 3. Saan sila sisilip? Saan sila titingin? Saan sila pupunta? Optic, mga kaibigan, 4 men push ang ginagawa nila dito sa may A, mga kaibigan. But where is the wall? Where is the protocol? Pero nga ng ZSK are taking down one Victor with another one right now. RB needs to make that Vandal really worth it. Pero naghahanap pa sila kung nasa ba ito. Pero yun nga lang, Karachi sila double pick onto these players right now. Pero ito na, Victor, we're gonna plant the spike already. Pero yun nga lang, we're gonna be denied by DRX. 2v2, 2v1. Pero yun nga lang, 1v1 with a great one. Stacks versus Ye. Robot versus tao. Magkakita ka na kayo. Uno! And Stacks will gonna get that kill. 12-11. DRX is still alive.
Not that I need to, of course.
Na ano kayo, diff? Sa round na yun. Hey. Buti nga hindi pa na ano eh. Pinaglaruan siya oh. So, yun oh, nakita niya. Oh, alam niya the second time. Nice.
When I,
Nice!
when I say Ray Ray, you say curse. Ray Ray? Curse. Sabi mo.
Curse.
Yan, Ray Ray.
Curse.
Yan.
Sorry. Sorry, ito lang ako.
Okay lang. Sanay na kami.
Ay, nako.
When I say Ray Ray, you say curse. Ray Ray.
Curse.
No.
Kasi naman yung mga nagko-comment eh. Nagalit. Pa-time out ni Op. Gusto na tapusin. Bagyan nyo na ng closure. Pag nanalo ang DRX, sure win 14-12. Yun lang yun, guys. Manifesting. Gusto ko na mag-next game. Loud saka G2. Kahit,
What if na game 3 din yun, men? Lungkot mo siguro, no?
Oo, ah.
Sino kasama mamaya? Si Dax?
Oo. Naranasan ko na yan, guys. 12 midnight until 8 a.m. nagkas kami ni Dax. 6 na games, pero kasi may tech cost na umabot ng 1.5 oras. Nakaka-bad trip eh. Dahil doon nasira yung computer.
Actually, hindi pahinga yun eh. Yung tech pause eh. Hindi pahinga ang tech pause. Mas pipiliin ang castle na walang tech pause. Mas pipiliin ang castle na walang pahinga.
Oo.
Legit yun.
Tatandaan nyo, kanina pa ako 6 p.m. nagtakas. 1 oras lang yung pahinga ko. Wala eh. Ganun talaga buhay, parang life.
Pero ito na yung mapapasok na yung mga players ngayon ng Optic, mga kaibigan, pero nagkakahanap pa sila kung nasa ba talaga sila pupunta. Pero Crush is gonna lead the cavalry of Optic Gaming all the way here dito lang sa may A. Pero ito na Hunter Fear, dinabas si Zeske or wala ata siya makukuha dito ng kahit isa. Pero at least na delay pa. Diyos ko po dun sa may gilid, man! FNS! Still, na-plant pa rin niya yung spike, bawas-bawas sila, pero ang ganda ng wall na ginawa dito para hindi sila makapag-flank. Pero kayo, naubos na lahat na ba nila makinig, pero kulang ang pera niya ng DRX. Yeah, catches one here, the second one right now. Perfect positioning na ginawa, pero kalang Marv all the way from the backside right now. It's all up to the last player remaining, which is his Stacks. We're going to game number 3, guys.
Ray. First.
Last say Ray Ray, you say curse. Ray Ray.
Curse.
Ray Ray.
Curse.
Let's go.
Ay! Ba naman TRX? Sumpa! Wala, sorry sa'yo, Jericho. Zalsos. Walang tulog-tulog. Magpupuyat ka. Ewan ko sa DRX, defending, naging nahirapan. Ganda na sana na start nila. 5-7, nanalo pa ng pistol. Ayun, tumigil ang mundo. Natalo against Optic. Ganda ng timing kasi. Yung double duelist, hindi nila maisipan ng kagandahang Siguro dahil nga, nag-duelist pa rin sila, tas yung kanilang sentinel nga, which is Sage. Well, very helpful naman kasi when it comes to the sentinel. Kaso kasi ang problema, hindi nila, unlike Chamber, that can set up traps and actually determine saan manggagaling yung flank. Dito sa DRX, wala silang ma-determine saan yung flank manggagaling. Pinaglaruan na sila kagad sa last 5 rounds ng Optic and they can't seem to figure it out. And there were times, yung 0.04 nga yung naging malaking determining factor at na-clutch pa nga kagad ng Optic yun. If that went into something, siguro ngayon OT na tayo or siguro 13-11 in favor of the DRX ang nangyari. Pero wala eh. We're gonna be going sa next map at tignan natin kung sino ang mananalo between these two teams. I'm excited kung ano man yung magiging performance nila but hopefully DRX makakabawi sila sa mga mistakes na ginawa nila here in Icebox.
Bilog ang bola, minsan nasa taas ka, minsan nasa baba ka, pero ngayon ang nasa taas naman is syempre ang mga players ngayon ng NA, which is OPTC. Ang kwento ng naugat na Ion Operator mga kaibigan. But yeah, next map, it's gonna be still here na pag-may-ari ng Valorant. Sorry, nakalimutan ko. But still, yeah. Just gonna head on to-
Split.
Split yan, split. Tapos, sige, liliit yung mapa natin. Dito naman tayo sa maliit na mapa. Pero yeah. We're just gonna head on to a very, very short break. Once again, my name is VAL at kasama ko nga pala ang Ray Rakers, mga kaibigan. See ya.
DRX just lost the momentum there, and Optic secures map 2. Throughout this series, all three of us, we have been talking about how these are two big brain teams. They do their homework, they make a plan, but I mean, I'm shook, Jess, that Optic was able to battle back there.
I mean, I'm going to give them absolutely every props that I can give them for that, because I think the biggest point we can sort of harness is that the only map this entire tournament where they've got more attacking rounds than that particular map right there was on Haven against Xerxia. They pull out as many attacking rounds as you can just bless on the side of Optic, and they were able to walk away with a win. Yes, it took, down to the wire. Things were looking a bit shaky, but that was enough to secure them and push them over the line here into the third map. I'm telling you right now, watching KO on Icebox might become one of my new favorite things.
I mean, for perfectly good reason. We were sitting here watching the match and talking about it, and you could feel the momentum just sucked out of DRX, and it felt like, I don't remember what round it was. It was probably around 17 or something, where I looked at you and said, I can't believe DRX are going to lose this map.
Yeah,
right?
you called
For as
it.
close
You
as
called
it was. Yeah, it was just, everything changed, right? Like the momentum changed, the feeling changed. I want to talk about this round in particular because this is where FNS makes his living, right? Like this is why we talk about Finesse as a brilliant IGL late into the second half, super close map, and the guy has the gall to call a fake off of the null command towards A, right? Like totally, so they call the fake onto A, they get kitchen control, and then Marv does this, gets behind enemy lines again. This is where a leader like Finesse is so valuable and so important to have the confidence, to have the boldness to make a call like that late into a series where you're down 1-0, it's a close map. He's bloody brilliant. That's why we talk about him as much as we do.
And the Nats lurk? I mean, can we talk about the fact that Icebox is obviously, infamous? You think about all the way back to sort of, Nats days before, of course, people started countering him and he stopped doing it so much. Marv was like, all right, let me do the Marved lurk. Let me create the Icebox Marved lurk now. And I was like, I'm living for it. Because he managed to play all around the map in pockets that were unsuspecting for DRX. You can't do your homework on that. We spoke about the homework part. You cannot do your homework and where someone's going to lurk around the map. That is all sort of accessible depending on the moment, depending on the round. And I think that's something Marv did really well. Behind enemy lines will be key for him, and I think that he's played that really well.
Jess, I want you to put your little coach cap on. We have this like running joke here. So that tactical timeout, I'm wondering what was going through Optic's brain. DRX was right on their tail. So what did they say? I'm sure they were like, we got to shut this down now.
Yeah, a little bit of confidence will be key going into those latter parts of a half, especially when you really need that map and you know that it's coming to crunch. I would have liked to have hoped, and this is just speculation, of course you never really know what the coach and the players are saying. I would have liked that there was a little bit of confidence still being shelled around after the finesse call there. I think he would have still had confidence that he could make the call, and I would have hoped that Chet would have turned around and said, double down on that confidence and said, you made a great call, make another one, and then get yourself into a position now to read DRX to get that win. Push it over the line. None of this sort of choking that people have been throwing around. That wasn't going to happen today.
All right, well, Korea versus NA, it is firing people up on social media right now. We wanted to see if we could bring up some of those tweets next to Doug's selfie with the hair extensions. Actually, Doug said he's never taken a selfie. I don't know if that's true or not, but yes.
I could not believe that. And it's stuff like this, man. This is where I was saying the momentum was gone.
Yeah.
You could almost read the writing on the wall. Like, DRX was going to have to do something insane to shift momentum back, because for that, like, 0.04 second round to go the way that it did, it was just nuts.
This is probably my favorite meme running right now during this global tournament here. I'm Team Mako. I told you guys that in the pre-show.
The Astra behind him as well. It's just all like foretold. It's prophetic in nature, isn't it? But shout out to Cozy. Love you, girlfriend. But I think the biggest thing, like with everyone engaging in all these different tweets and whatnot and getting into the hype, I saw someone actually tweet something to the effect of, this is one of the best matches they've seen of the tournament so far. And that's probably because both of these teams are trying to use their homework and then outdo each other at every turn. It's like, you did that, I'll adapt to that, I'll adapt to your adaptation. All of a sudden, we're in the most fiercest chess match. It's chess FPS. And at the end of the day, the player that comes out with the best read is going to be the one that wins. And Optic, well, they put more attacking rounds on the board than I was ever going to give them credit for, and I think that is a massive improvement for them. I said they had one weakness, and they are plugging those holes perfectly.
All right, well, let's move on to map 3 now. Both of these teams need to reset. It is a new map. Doug, what do you think we're going to see from these teams on Split? I'm split on how this will go down, Doug.
Well done, Jackie.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a lot of strengths that we've seen from both of these teams. Again, I'm so astounded, and the guy somehow impressed me again. I've been very impressed by Finesse in his career up until this point. He's such a good IGL, but he somehow outdid himself on Icebox, and I'm expecting a lot of the same on Split. I think the playbook is deep. The confidence is high right now. Finesse is in a groove right now where he's calling things perfectly. I think this will be difficult for DRX.
This, however, happens to be one of DRX's best maps in their entire map pool. So there is a caveat to the fact that yes, FNS is on his IGLing, throne right now. He's doing a really good job with the calling. The trouble is DRX, at least in their own region, so do put an asterisk next to that. This is not internationally tested just yet, but they have been able to push teams so far that a few of their wins are 13-2s and 13-1s on this map. They barely let a pistol go by in this entire, map pool for them. So this year alone, Split has been an excellent playground for DRX. The question still lingers that tongue twister there, still lingers. You and I have spoken about the fact that DRX hasn't been necessarily tested in their region. I like to put that out there for all of us to think about, that is a possibility, that their Split hasn't yet been tested quite enough. Do you think that's a possibility? 13-1, 13-2s. Has anyone really tested them on this map?
I go back to the momentum once again. Right, the fact that the map almost seemed like it was lost at like round 19, maybe round 18, early on in the second half. I think that does a lot for a team like Optic that are somehow both so good at preparation and doing their homework, but also so momentum driven, right? Like, I think the fact that they've gone through this series down considerably, more so at the first map, but still down in the second map at halftime, is just kind of insane that they've made it this far. Optic need to find a way to get to halftime and avoid as much of a deficit as possible, because they've been playing on very thin ice here. They could not overcome the 3-9 deficit. They pulled it off with the 5-7, but that's an entirely different story.
They start on defense too.
All right, well, we are ready to move into our Prime Gaming Agent Select. Very interested to see what compositions rather that we're going to see here on Split. Jess, you got your finger up, so I feel like you got something you want to say. What's up?
I mean, look, the last time we saw DRX play, they brought in the KO to the lineup. They changed their composition. They also brought Omen, unsurprisingly, there as well. So we won't necessarily have any Actually, I take it back. My man Stack said, I am the top-rated Sky in the entire tournament. If there is anything I can pull out of my pocket right now, it is going to be the Sky. Didn't play it in that last matchup I spoke about, so I'm not sure what you'd take from that, Doug.
Yeah, that's a tough one to break down. I think there are actually a few things here. There's what you were just mentioning on Sacks on the Sky. There's the fact that I couldn't tell you the last time we saw an Astra matchup.
Wait, what?
All right, well, let's see. Split map 3, Pansy and Hypoc, take it away.
With
Hi guys, what's up? Nagbabalik tayo sa first series between Optic Gaming together with DRX in VALORANT Masters. My name is Ray, and of course, join me here is Bill, and we're gonna be seeing the third map here in Split, in which both of the teams are really, really good. Pero hopefully, makita nga natin kung sino talaga ang makakalamang at tutuntong pa rin sa next step in the upper bracket.
Yeah, we'll see that later on if ever talaga makakaisa pa sila dito sa mapa na to. Well, I mean, the map is actually pretty small right now. If we're gonna compare it to Ascent, if we're gonna compare it syempre sa Icebox, this is the smallest map in the world of Valorant, mga kaibigan. And we're gonna see it lang din kung sino ba talaga dapat ang makakuha nitong win na to. Yes, nakakita nga tayo ng map curse. Nung second game, sobrang struggle lang nangyari sa both teams. Pero dito naman ngayon, I doubt na there's gonna be a one-sided battle between Optic Gaming at DRX. This is their syempre, wala pumili na to. Ito yung default map if ever. Kasi meron kasi mga instances na ganito. Napili na map, tapos you're gonna bait na walang kukuha ng split eh. Teams do that as well. So, sino ang nahulog sa patibong dito sa split? Pero sa totoo lang yung ganyan, medyo mahirap yan eh. Kasi 50-50 ka dito eh. Pagdating mo na pagdating mo sa default map eh. Pero sa kanila naman yan. Kila Idol, kila Lodi.
Oo, Tagalog. Pero tech post ka agad, Bill.
Yeah.
Ang saya-saya.
Nga eh. Check ko lang I mean, actually checking right now yung stats nila sa mapa na to. For Split, yeah, oh wow. For Optic, wait lang, sisilipin ko lang. Nakita ko na sa DRX eh, napawaw ako eh. Wow.
Wow.
If ever you're gonna check, Split dito sa Optic Gaming, mga kaibigan, 66%. 27 wins, 14 ang talo nila. With a total of 41 games. Sa DRX, Diyos ko po mahabagin. 40 games for DRX. Ray. 37 wins, 3 lang ang talo nila. Diyos ko po. 93% win rate. Diyos ko.
At, Bill, ano ba yan? Pero, totoo to nung nakita ko yung map Vitos, it's really DRX-sided. It's just like kahapon between the guard and Paper X. Nung nakita namin, talagang DRX-sided siya. Haven, and then Split, and then Icebox. So, dito naman, Ascent, Icebox, and then Split. Although, nahirapan mag-close ng series yung DRX on the second map. Pero, pagdating sa Split, at tingin ko, hindi papabor to sa Optic. Kasi, pagdating sa APAC teams, I think ang best map talaga is Icebox and Ascent. But there are APAC teams who are really, really good in split. And dalawa yan. Tatlo. Sersha, itong DRX, tsaka PaperX. Magaling talaga sila sa split map.
For sure. Pati SBE. Pati Secret, lahat ng pati Naos. Pati APH, malakas sa mga.
Malakas sa mga yan. Mga players nila malakas.
Tama ka dyan, Ray.
Yan. Full Ray Rakers experience. Sim. Ay, nako. Alas 8 na naman tayo matatapos kung yung tech post gear na yan.
Nakita nyo dito, mga kaibigan.
Ay, nako po. At ngayon, what's up sa mga nanonood sa atin sa Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook? Hello sa inyo.
Abang shoutout. Ako ay umorder lang ng pagkain. See.
At hopefully, next time. Sana magka-LAN tournament na tayo. Kaya siguro ng LAN tournament.
Lahat ng tao.
Kahit players nga lang muna, tsaka yung yung shoutcaster, tsaka yung Astig siguro. Next time may crowd na kagad. Ayun ang mas malupit build, diba?
For sure. Sobrang lupit. Sobrang lupit talaga if ever talaga nanonood na yung mga tao ngayon all around us. And if ever kung ako tatanungin, hindi ako magka-cast, mag-host ako. Alam mo kung bakit? Para nunood lang ako, men. Yun nga, diba? Yun yung problema namin ni Eliza. Kung magka-cast ba kami o mag-host. Yun yung biggest question.
Huwag yun naman ako iwan.
Ay, sorry.
Nalulungkot ako, iniisip ko pa lang.
Kung host kami,
sorry. Paalam!
Sorry. Dito naman yan sa side ng DRX, mga kaibigan. I mean, at least nakakuha sila ng enough room for them para makabawi. Pero mapapansin natin dito, RB. With all the guns on hand, Frenzy, yes, updraft in a smoke dito para kay RB ngayon. Pero saan pa talaga sisilip? Actually, nagulat nga ako eh. Alam mo kung bakit? Kung saan ako nagulat, Riri?
Saan ka nagulat?
Okay, binalan ni Zest si RB ng baril. Okay, yeah, binalan ni Zest ng... Binilan ni Zest... Ay, hindi eh. Kasi 450 ang 450 ang Frenzy eh. Well, kasi ganito if ever gonna buy a Frenzy, 450 yan. 600. It's 150. 750. Okay. May butol nga na 150 for that updraft dito kay RB. Sorry, nag-calculate ako. Sorry. Pero never mind. Kasi meron siya updraft eh. Kasi ako kasi panagjet. I don't buy updraft sa first round. Frenzy and smoke. So yun ako. So yung 150, medyo hindi ko pinapansin. Kaya if ever matalo man kami, if ever wala akong mapatay, meron akong 2,050 pagdating ng second round. Diba? Kalkulado ko na yung mga ganun, diba? Diba? Jet mean to
syempre si V lang nagturo dyan kay Yay, kay Sined, kay Georgie, kay Blurred, kay Dubstep. Si V lahat nagturo sa kanila paano maging jet. Kaya talagang bilo yung kalkulado nga ni V lahat. Pati ata yung pati lahat na ng mga nagagastos sa mga team natin ngayon. Pero looking at it, DRX protektado ang A-site kagad na anchor kahit apat pa sila. Lusob ang side ng Optic. There's Victor but finished off by Mako and 0-2 in favor of DRX.
Pero for DRX, all they're gonna do is just try to be aggressive. And ito nga rin talaga yung maganda sa kanila. 93% ang win rate nila dito. Minsan ka nakakita ng 93% of win rate sa split. Sino ang gumagawa nun? Knowing na meron silang 40 games doon, men. 37 ang panalo nila sa split. So, nung nakita nila na default map ang split, sabi nila, okay lang yan mga besiwap. Babawi tayo doon. Kasi sobrang lakas natin sa split. So Optic, kailangan silang kabahan. Knowing na maliit na mapa na to, napakabilis na rotations agad na pwede nilang gawin dito. Napakabilis na retakes ang makikita natin dito sa mapa na to for sure.
Ay, DRX talaga. Alam nila paano see like that. Sobrang bilis nilang ma-predict yung galawan kagad ng Optic. Pero maybe it's too early for me to actually say that. Kaso, yung win rate talaga. Stats don't lie, Vil. And so are the movements coming in from the players. And speaking of, nakapag-control na nga sila ngayon. Nabigay yung mid part sa DRX. So malaki opportunity to, but Vandal diff against this.
Saktong Vandal lang din talaga kasi meron silang pera. So talagang ginamit talaga para makabawi sila dito sa mga games. So pero nga ng RB pushing in with that Spectre on hand. Pero meron ba siya may kita isa? Probably yes. Pero nga nasabi ni Ye, no. And dito naman ngayon sa may ramps. All the jump peaks na ginagawa na dito is gonna use a slide for him to get some information. This is gonna be really hard, man. That's a Spectre versus a Vandal. And if ever you're gonna use a Vandal, all you're gonna do is just probably push. And mag-play close ka rin talaga for you to maximize the firepower of a Vandal lang din. Pero magandang pita sa ginawa ni Buzz dito mga kabi, pero apat pa ang kalaban niya. 12 seconds in, nasa kanya ang bomba, pero medyo mahirap ito na makapasok sa site if ever. 8 seconds mga kaibigan. Yay. Deny that. 3K onto Yay. And nagugulat tayo ngayon na walang operator ang side ng Optic Gaming. Well, it's fine. Kasi natalo naman sila ng first 2 rounds. If ever they're gonna win that again, malay mo talagang hanggang bukas pa natin makita yung operator na sinesave pa rin nila.
Natuto na daw. Hindi na nila gagamitin ngayon. Malas daw eh. Pero, lumala ang Optic, kumahabol ah. Magaling pa rin naman sila din. I think they're one of the teams sa NAC na magaling sa speed. So, we can't deny naman na kayang-kaya naman nilang kunin to against DRX. Wag lang nila i-miss out yung mga chances. Kasi pag ang DRX, nakuha na sila ng full potential dito sa attacking side nila, mahihirapan talaga ang Optic most likely. They only have the Neon comp tapos nag-double initiator sila. Well, sa side naman ng DRX, nag-double, okay, nagano sila. Double controller. Talagang mas defender-sided in a way, but let's see. How will they be able to make a lot of spaces for stacks together with RB? And kita mo naman, magkakasama na sila papuntang A-side. Nilabas na din kagad ang toxic screen para ma-prevent. There's the concuss coming in from Neon, pero not gonna be giving a lot of an impact ngayon dahil nasa ramp side na nga sila. Victor tries to take them down, pero nag-stock up sila. Yung flash, pumabor pa nga sa Optic in a way, pero as they try to go in here sa may site mismo, Ye will be able to take him down. Na-shotdown ng entry sana ng DRX. Yung plano nila na wala sa isang iglap. And it's gonna be a 2-all between Optic together with DRX.
Napakabilis sa pangyayari dito mga kaibigan. 2-all yung score. Isipin mo naman, ginato katindid doon sa Valorant. Kakastart pa lang, dalawa agad yung patay sa side ng team. Mawawala yan, mami. Mawawala yung HUD natin, guys. In just a few seconds. Ayan! Nireset lang ni boss. Nireset ni Direct.
Reset lang. Hindi kailangan ng DRX reset lang. Ay, nako. At, balik tayo ngayon sa Uy, Marv! What? Predicted, sabi ni Marv ngayon. Sige, audition lang. Nahiya pa kayo, DRX. Okay lang naman. Diyan sa may B-main, magsama-sama tayo dyan. At,
sama-sama tayo. Ganun na pwede mangyari dito. Grabe rin. Ano pala no? I mean,
yun?
Bukas yung April 19, yun yung last, then after nun, 23, 24, 25.
One enemy remaining.
Yun yung schedule natin ngayon. Pero kung napapansin mo, Diyos ko po, delikado ng si FNS. We're gonna shut down the players of DRX right now. 3-2 and OPTC. Sila ang nakakuha ng momentum ngayon. What is gonna be the biggest momentum shift na pwede mangyari dito sa dalawang teams na to? DRX, can they still gonna get that throne dito sa split? Or meron na magde-dethrone sa kanila, which is NA yun. Kasi to be honest, napatay nga, napatay. Nananalo nga, mataas nga win rate ngayon ng DRX sa map na to. Pero the most yung karami na doon is Koreans. Still Koreans, man. So, itatest naman nila ngayon yung buhay nila dito sa mapa na to. Dito, sa NA naman. So, what's it gonna do? Ano yung magiging solution nila dito for them to get that answer? In order for them to close the series or 2-1 in favor of DRX or probably Optic. I mean, we just started the third game. Mahaba-haba pa to. Matagal pa in order for us to get to know on who's gonna be the very best like no one ever was. Pero yun nga lang, RB, being the attacker, meron siyang hawak na operator dito. Knowing na siya yung nag-entry, operator RB, kailangan makakuha siya ng isa.
Drop out ngayon ng mga member ng DRX. Time is ticking. DRX, what will you do now? And picking off Zest. Oh, there's the trade. Buta na lang. Buzz is up there also together with Mako to take the kills. Victor na lang together with Marv ang natitira. RB goes for a plant. Sinabayan din kasi kagad ng Cosmic Divide ngayon ni Marv. Pero effective kaya to or hindi? Oh no, Victor! Diyos ko po! 2v4 naging bato pa. Out. GG.
2v4 ang nangyari dito, pero kung napapansin naman natin yung si Victor magtanggol dito sa may likod, pero nga lang Mako. They catch one down. 2v2 onto this game. The clock is ticking already. They still have time for them to defuse the spike. Stacks mga kaibigan, andun din sa labas, pero hindi alam ni Marv Dion. Tamang on-off na ng X-ray mga kaibigan. And one thing is for sure, Optic will gonna lose this round 3-3. Mas madikit pa sa sticky rate.
Uy, tama yan. Tay na tay. Ang galing magbasahan ng Optic together with DRX. Alam mo yung sa, parang ano lang yun eh. Kapag kinikilala mo na, tas alam mo na yung ugali and everything. Alam mo na kung ano yung weaknesses din nila. At salit-salit sila dito, pero kamutik na. Buti na pick off nila kagad si Victor. Nakakuha na ng information kung nasaan ang kanilang kalaban. At wala na nga rin kagad oras sa last guy kay Marv, and that is how DRX was able to make this into a tie. So most probably dito yung first half magiging dikit lang to eh, kasi heavily relied on din talaga yung Optics sa comp nila pagdating sa defending nila. Pero yay! Here it is once again with the 2D4 shutting down once again si RB. At may susunod pa ba? Uy, na nga sinasabi ko, kahit nakagat, wala pa rin na itatapat ang DRX against Optic. Yun, 3 kills na.
Pero yeah, Buzz missing all the shots na ginagawa niya, pero nga Marv nakakuha na isang kill niya, pero nga si Buzz at least naman rin talaga isang shot na dito will take down the Astra nga rin talaga ng kalaban. 3v1, Buzz the only man remaining, 69 HP na tira sa kanya. Nice one, baby! Masasabi mo talaga dito. 50 seconds in. And yeah, walang choice si Boss dito kundi i-save na talaga yung Phantom niya because walang pera ang buong DRX next round. It's gonna be a free round na naman sa side ng Optic. And look at EA right now. Meron siyang 7,700 after this round.
30 seconds left.
Alam mo kung magkano meron siya? 9K.
Oh, yaman. Maway lahat. Si Boss oh. Pag to na-clutch ni Buzz, idol ko na siya. Promise. Oh, yan na nga. Ay, hindi mako-contest. Tinuloy na lang niya. Pera din eh. Ay, ang dami. 1! Oh, hindi na nga. Sayang na sayang talaga. Pinuntahan na siya kagad ng Optic after siya nakuntas. Wala talaga siyang no way out dun eh. And Optic will be leading by 1 round already against DRX. Siege!
Pero, yeah, mga kaibigan, I mean, there's a lot of big mishaps na rin talaga na nangyayari dito, pero importante rin talaga is hitting all the shots, he is hitting the main men that needs to be eliminated. Yan yung ginagawa dito ni EA. So they have no choice at all kung hindi mag-timeout na din talaga. They need to rethink. They need to get a new strategy. And while they're doing that, the composure dapat ganun pa rin. Na kay boss coach ang susunod na mga pagbawi dito. Paano bawi ni boss yun? Ni boss coach yun? Ano yung mga strats na nasa isip niya? For sure, dito sa mga pala to, napakadaming strats na nagawa. Ilang beses sila nanalo dito? 37 times, men. 37 times. 3 beses lang sila natalo. Okay, no? 93% yun, men. 93%.
Galing mga split loady kicks pala to eh. Pero tapang na Optic at least prepared sila, di ba? Kahit sabihin mong stats don't lie, you still can decide kung anong nangyayari dahil may nakakatalo pa rin naman sa DRX pagdating sa split, di ba? Pero let's wait and see sa side ng Optic ngayon kung mababawian ba talaga nila ng napakalaki dahil si Victor nakajajo, nakakatakot yan Vil, nangangagat yan.
Paano yung agad? Takot nga yun, man.
Sound effects.
Get out of my way.
Sinasabi ko sa inyo. Si RB, nakapasok na nga ng site, pero uy! Knives all over! Pwede pa nga maging 350 to. And Stacks goes for a plant. Ready na rin kagad sa mga repolyo para lang makakuha ngayon ng information. Nasaan ba mga miyembro ng Optic?
Aftershock dun sa may likod. Kailangan gumawa ng FNS dito kahit ito paano. Pero nga nagkatamaan na ngayon mga players ng Crashies. Low on HP. Stacks bang boga. Higher ang ginawa dito ng DRX. Mga kaibigan, napakagandang time out ang ginawa nila. At least na nakakuha rin sila ng win dito. Masyikita 2v2. The clock is ticking already. They still have a time for them na at least makabawi lang din si FNS. Oh no, wala siyang utilities kahit isa. They're gonna push pero ikot-ikutin lang din talaga. ZSKR again. 30 round 4-4. Dikit, sobrang dikit. Walang gustong pumunta ng lower bracket, walang gustong makalaban ang PRX.
Takot sila sa PRX eh.
Takot sila sa PRX, diba?
Solid ng laban ng PRX tsaka DRX last time eh, no?
Takot sila eh.
Sabi na, galing kang SEA. Matakot yun, super. Takot ko talaga.
Supremacy. Yan. Kung may superpower, may superpower. Mas maipilit lang eh. Yung mga scene na yan. Yung mga scene na yan. Guys, wag niyong sasabihin na sewer. Kasi wala namang sewer. Sewer yun ha. Sewer. Kasi ano bang basa na sa SEW? C, hindi C. Su ang basa. Doon!
Kami, maiinis si Bill sa inyo pag sabi niyo sewers.
Pa naman oo.
Ay, sewers pala. Sewers.
Sewers
yan, guys. Fur.
Fur.
Go.
Eto na. Victor magtanggol. Trying to push out.
I've got your trail.
Just waiting patiently para makapalo siya dito. Pero nga, ito na yung slide. Wala pa rin pala nakikita na, pero nga nagkahatian na nga ng mundo dito. Nakita na nga yung mga peche ni Sky. Pero nga lang, Victor! Catches one, pero the trade is just right there already. Mako gonna deny Crashies, pero meron pa dito si FNS. Always check your corners, FNS! Nakakuha pa na isa. Marvin, another one right now. Wait a second. We'll push it to a 1v2. And Marv, dilabas ang classic right click onto your face. May pera ba ang ang DRX? Oh no! Broken by. Hindi. Dadrapan. Kalma. Dadrapan.
Ay, naku po. Anong nangyayari? Heartbreak. Wala. Sana sa panalo na ng DRX. Pero, ay. Back tayo ngayon sa full buy pa rin ng isa't isang team. No ultimates ready sa side ng DRX, but Marv is ready for the 3-take with that Cosmic Divide most probably. Pero instead of makakasilip sana siya sa B-main, dinanay lang siya kagad ni Zest with one slow orb mula sa DRX. Mag-iingat ngayon DRX. Mahirap ngayon dahil nakakapag-stretch out ang optics sa kung saan nila i-expect ang angulo na manggagaling ang mga taga-DRX.
Pero time is ticking already. Dito sa DRX mga kaibigan, kailangan talaga nila mapasok tuloy dito para syempre makakuha pa sila ng malay mo. Konting win lang din talaga if ever everything goes in their favor. Pero we're gonna see that in a few. If talagang sobrang swerte nila. Pero eto na yung mga players ngayon ng DRX mga kaibigan. Ito na si magandang position na meron siya rendezvous. Catches one. Rendezvous out again. Agad. Aftershock for them to deny the possible angle of DRX dito sa may AZSKR. Catches one. Natag na nga yung isang trap dito ni Chamber though. Pero yun nga lang. Oh my God! Nasaksak! Just on the things mga kaibigan! Victor magtanggol, isipin mo! Barilan pero meron ka sinaksak! Masakit yon baby boy! 2v3. Buzz and Mako, dito sa DRX mga kaibigan, they need to go in. Lamang pa rin talaga ang optic dito. They have the utilities. Pero makahanap ba nila? Oh, Diyos ko po, nakakita may nadulas. Mako catches one and Mako with a 3K, 5-5. Saksak patalikod. Tandaan nyo, kaya nga sinabi ni Lando, huwag kang mabahala dahil may nagbabantay sa dilim. Nag-aabang sa sulok at may hawak dito na champions karambit.
Pero ang hirap nito yung double comp nila ng post plant, ang ganda. Double controller comp nila. Ganda ng Dyer.
Saksak siya. Scope,
backstabber.
Saksak. Sakit nun pare. Kung ako yan, nanggatong no?
Kung ako yan. Ako yan, bro. Hirap na. Uy, may tumime out. Optic.
Oy. What's up, John Paul Mendoza? Magandang madaling araw para sa lahat at kila Vil at kila Ray. Hello, John Paul Mendoza.
Hello sa'yo, John Paul.
Oh, hello kay Mr. John Paul Mendoza. Alam mo naman yan, isa yan sa masugid na talagang nanonood. And syempre, ito si Mr. John Paul Mendoza. Nakita ko ang profile picture. Nasa ano pala siya?
Cheers Cheering Squad.
Oo, nasa Cheers Squad pala siya ng Binild. Ayan, kasama sa NCAA. Halika mag-usap tayo kapatid.
Yeah.
Kausapin mo ang isang drummer ng San Beda, kaibigan. Ayan. Ayan. Magaling ang Binild. Go! Binild! Go! Binild! Lagi kami nakikita niyan si Binild pag pag may NCAA sa FIL Oil Arena. Ayan. Dati ba nung time ko sa FIL Oil. Pero ito yung mga players ko. Diyos ko po.
Ilang taon na.
Oo. Ano nga ba? Bata ako.
Oo, bata pa.
Baby nga ako ni May. Pero ito na pumasok ko yung mga players ngayon. DRX mga may RB nakapitas na isa. Pero ito dire-diretso na si Adibigyan. Si Ryan bangnan din talaga. Pero Marv tamang talon lang. Pero nung magagawa ng classic dyan boy, medyo mahirap yan. Tamang echo sa para di sila makakita. Pero ito na si Crashes. Meron siyang utilities na binabato dito para syempre mahirapan pa mga players ng DRX para makabawin lang kahit pa paano. Spike is married already. 3v5 situation right now. Wala pa rin bawas ngayon ng DRX. Bawas naman daw. Kahit armor lang mga baby boy. Bawasan nyo kahit piso. Wala pa rin bawas dito. Ano nangyayari ngayon, men? Wala pa rin bawas ang Ang DRX? Oo, meron si RB. Pero, really flawless round for the side of DRX.
Yung DRX, minama lang
Sabi ni Alfred Joseph, Boss, kung nasa stream kita, gagawin ko yan sa'yo paulit-ulit pa. Pero dito sa PPGL, boss, hindi pwede, hindi ko magagawa yan, men.
Ano yan? Ba't hindi ko makita?
Yung ano?
Yung... Yan.
Ano yan?
Ayun. Nakita ko na. Hindi ko nakita yung mga comments eh. Yan. Oo, for series pa lang.
Ano? Sabi niya sa kanya, ba't di ko nakikita? Ano di mo nakikita? Yan. Anong yan? Yan.
Sorry.
Yan, oras na kasi, mag-aalas 4 na.
Yung brain cells ko naubos. Ay. Ano ba naman?
Ito namin.
Sorry akin.
Shoutout nga pala kay RB. Yan. Si RB, nga pala. Naglalaro ko dito. Ito si kaibigang Ryan Bang. May nag-wall. Pero yun nga naman, humunod ng Victor magtanggol. Pero sisiraan niya ata yung wall. Pero si SK, alam magandang position na dito. Pero nakikita natin ngayon talaga binubuhay ata si RB. Pero si Crashy, so we're gonna take him down already. Mo magsi-6-6 pa ang Marv. Napakaganda ng kanyang hole. Pero Diyos ko, may tumalon bigla. Kalampag ng papag dito sa may heaven, mga kaibigan. Tama naman talaga. Pag nakakalampag ang papag, heaven talaga ang papunta.
Papunta na ng langit. 6 all. Para ka na lang First half lang na ang icebox kanina. Bad trip.
Dikit.
Napagaling naman ang dalawang teams. Kahit sabihin mo kasi mababa yung win rate ng Optic, yung experience pa rin naman di ba? Andun
Pero may kilala ako na maraming experience. Tatago ko siya sa pangalang Regner. Yan yung taong napakadami ng experience sa buhay, mga
Ano mga experience niyan? Sample ka na isa.
Ay, hindi pwede. Ayan si meron ng experience na Si Regner, mga kaibigan. Siya yung director natin ngayon. Kasama namin yan sa LA Union last month. Last month din, di ba? Basta yun, mukhang last month Ayan. O hindi last month, 2 weeks ago. Pero feeling ko last month ka. Muntik na siyang malunod. Pero pero nakaahon siya kasi meron pa siyang mission sa mundo. Sabi ni Sir Regner, hindi pwede to. Sa akong damo.
Ako doon, ano ba naman yan?
Search nyo mga kaibigan. Search nyo sa Facebook. O nagbibiro. Search nyo. Regner Peneza. Regner Peneza. Yan yung direct namin.
Eto. Kinoment ko na.
Yan. Add niyan kasi namimigay ng Valorant points, mga kaibigan. Namimigay ng VAL points. Add niyan, guys,
Tingnan niyo naman to. Long hair.
Regner Peneza.
Ay, grabe naman yung mga pinag-share ni Boss Regner.
Diba?
Kitang-kita ko. Grabe ka naman.
Umpisa pa lang, 'di ba? Pagkapunta mo kayo sa wall ni Regner, 'di ba? Diyos ko, mahabagin. Oo.
Diyos ko po. Nagulat ako.
Kaya pala.
Ang ganda kasi ng kulay.
Tingnan natin if ever mag-withdraw nga ba ang mga sarili nila para Oh, Diyos ko po.
Najuntok.
Kulit-kulit mo ha. Talon-talon ka pa ha. Kitang-kita natin yung radig natin yung tunog. Crispy. Diyos ko. Mas crispy pa sa chicken joy. May order pala si May. Ray.
Bango yan.
Inggitin ka namin mamaya, akala mo.
Ako, nahirapan yung DRX yung double controller cam, parang
One enemy remaining.
di na gana.
Diyos ko po, Victor magtanggol ang nanalo di. Well, totoo lang, mahirap eh. Neon to eh. May KO pa. May Astra pa. May Breach pa. Napakadaming utilities ang meron sila. Diyos ko. Talagang makakapasok talaga ng site yan, men. Ang ganda ng utilities ng Optic Gaming. Promise. Ang ganda ng pag-zone nila. Vince J. Ocampo, wala ba inaantok sa inyo? Kanina pa!
Akala mo lang. Ni pinaglalaban namin to. Buti nga si Bill, isang series lang eh.
Hindi, lahat naman kasi tayo, meron tayong break.
May 2 series.
Yung sa'yo, tapos na yung break mo, sa akin, tapos na rin eh. So,
Si Black and Blue ngayon.
Oo, si Black and Blue ngayon, yung namahinga, na maalam muna ngayon sa PH Cast kasi babalik siya bukas. Tomorrow.
Bukas tomorrow. Anong oras
Parang,
ba ako bukas?
Parang salamat, thanks lang. Sino kasama bukas ako?
Si Dax at 1 AM.
Ako yun.
Ay, ikaw nga.
Ayaw mo ba?
Hindi naman.
Hindi naman. Sakto lang. Ganun.
Ay, oo, tayo pa rin ang magkasama.
Ayaw mo ba akong kasama?
Ayan. Hindi, bakit iniisip yan, men?
Sorry, overthinker kasi ako.
Sorry.
Diyos ko, naubo na. Pero eto na. Crashies, let's see if ever makakapatay pa siya ng 3. Pero napakagandang utilities na meron si Crashies dito. Baka makapasok. Men, ang ganda nun. Diyos ko po. Spray and pray on to 4. Give me the ace. Pang mood challenge ko lang mga best. Crashies, andito na. Ibibigay namin sa inyo para meron ka ng bagong cover photo. Para pag-uwi mo sa Amerika. Pre, idol ka namin, pre. 8-6. Optic, men. Hashtag mood challenge.
Alam mo tong comp ng Optic, nakita ko na to eh. Anong team to sa PH?
Yung ano?
Yung comp ng Optic, parang may PH team na gumaya na nito eh. Tapos nilabas nila sa isang laban nila.
Grabe ka naman sa gumaya.
Hindi gumaya. Parehas nga lang. Naos! Tama ako, Naos!
Naos.
Naos! Nag-neon nga pala sila sa split. Now I remember.
So, parang, tapos si Marv, si Gelicious, ganun.
Si Gelicious, si Marv. Siyempre, controller main si Gelicious eh.
Lahat ng J Pogi. Gelicious. Justin. Jegner.
Ay, nako.
Si Jack and Blue.
Si Jasoray.
Diba? Si Jax. Pero ang pakinggan eh. Kaya hindi na.
J-Roar. Sa akin, JJ.
Jiro.
Ay, Jiro. Oy, nagsabi sa akin si BBB Jericho. Lahat daw talaga ng J-Pog.
Jericho, di ba?
Ganun pala yun, mga J-Pog. Mga J, nagpapaiyak yun eh.
Oy! Zeskar with a kill on to 1 right now, pero napakadaming players na papasok talaga. Pero nga, Zeskar, Diyos ko po! Zeskar! With that big answer sa ginawa sa kanila ng Optic.
Shoutout nga pala kay Gohan na nakalabas na naman ng kwarto.
Dude! Look at that! ZSKR! Ang ganda ng positioning! Ang ganda ng aiming! Isa-isa! Nabawi niya yung ginawa sa kanila kanina! Ni KO! Si Crashies!
Wala pala to eh. Kalalaban pa pala tong DRX. Akala
Ito ha,
natin.
pag natalo dito ang Optic, wala silang AREP next round. Upper bracket to. Pag nalaglag sila dito, hindi pa sila talo. Meron pang isa. Pero syempre, hassle naman talaga, di ba? Kung iisa ka pa. Eh kung tapusin mo, edi rock na ito na.
The good news.
Di ba? Oh. Kung kaya mong tapusin, gawin mo na, pero nga lang RB, hindi siya na-flash ngayon. Just waiting patiently. Nakakita na nga ng Jace dito sa may Gedli. Nakakita na ang suot ni Mio, pero yun nga na, Diyos ko po. Naka-high cut si RB, kitang-kita.
Ngayon. Ay, sorry, hindi ko na-mute. Ako nito isa.
Okay lang.
Kinakain.
Anong kinakain?
Yung wire eh. At,
gulat kayo.
Si Zest na naman, Diyos ko po.
Gulat kayo kung PC yung kinain niya.
Nagiging kay Zest.
Oo nga. Ito na, hinati na nga umuto malamoses ang galawan. Pero,
30 seconds left.
Buzz and Victor mga kaibigan going inside dito sa may B, pero nga lang gonna denied by Buzz. Marvin another one right now, spray and pray, pero si Miko makakuha and crashes with another one right now. But you get a 1v2 muntik na 9-7 and OPTC still on the lead. Sabi ni Mr. Ramon Carlo Tinong, PRX kasi bukas, men after nito, bukas o PRX.
PPRX, ano oras ba PPRX bukas? First game ba?
Trust me, bro.
Oo ba? PPRX. Ay, hindi. Zeta Division yung ikakas natin.
Mainit yon. Laglagan.
Sino ba ang mapupunta sa near airport, di ba? Pero, dito muna tayo dahil gusto kong manalo yung DRX dahil PaperX versus DRX part 2 na naman bukas.
Scout destroyed.
Sino bang may gusto nun, di ba?
Dikit na dikit nung laban na walang Ray, pinitikim lang tayo ng game number 1.
Kaya nga intro boys.
Pinitikim lang tayo ng game number 1 ha. Really thought that's gonna be tuloy-tuloy na ha. Pero dili pa pala ha. Victor. Nakakita ng isa dahil lang dito sa may gilid ng Ecoms. Kitang-kita parang hindi naman one way pero yung Diyos ko pa slide ka pa, ha? Dax. Just one down. Mako as well pushing it to a 5v3. Mako mga kaibigan, ubos, pati pagtubos. Pero eto na, may lumilipad na nga rin talaga dito. 2v1, Cash is the only man remaining! Cash is one pero kaya ng SKR. Nakakuha ng win dito. 9-8.
May ano pa.
OT?
OT ah.
Sana wag.
Grabe ka na.
Grabe ka na, 2022.
Puyat na naman talaga 4 AM pa PaperX. Omsim! Bossville, sarap kasi gumising ng 11 PM tapos diretso na. Bagong timbang DRX, hindi. Sila ang dating Vision Strikers na naging DRX. Nag-rename lang. Parang itong Optic Gaming. Sila yung NV. Tapos, naging Optic Gaming sila. Ayos ba yan?
Iisa yung 11 PM. Monday na pala ngayon no? Tapos ng bakasyon.
Balik buhay na naman. Ay, balik buhay. Balik na to.
Si PJ, balik buhay talaga siya, si PJ. Na-rest siya kahapon
Oo.
Ayan. Eh ba, nagpigay po kay PJ, kinalaman si PJ. Jesus. Nga pala kay Pico. Tumingin siya sa akin nung sinabi ko yung pangalan niya. Nakatingin pa rin siya sa akin ngayon. Ba't daw natin siya pinag-uusapan?
Meron dyan. Saan ba maganda mag-swimming? Mag-beach? Mag-suggest
Sa,
naman kayo.
sa dagat. Alam mo ba, nagkatampo ako dito kay Pico eh.
Bakit?
Kasi pag ako kasi gumagalaw, hindi siya gumagalaw. Pag ako gumagalaw, wala siyang pakialam. Pero si May, konting galaw lang, gising na. Asan
Isa lang
gusti
ibig
siya?
sabihin yan. Mamas boy.
Mamas boy eh. Mamas boy si Pico, mga kaibigan. Sino si Pico? Yun yung sweetso namin. RB. Ryan bang mga kaibigan na kayo sa pero kala meron tayo sa may hell! Sasha, shut him down! 2v5. Oh no.
No way!
No way. Ang sabi ng DRX, nag-PM sa akin, Vil, bawas naman daw kahit armor lang sa dito sa mga buhay namin. Pero eto na, may nabawasan na nga ng isa. Pero finesse, kaya mo pa ba? Diyos ko. Men, jumbo hotdog nga, kinaya nila, yan pa kaya?
Dalmatian. Dalmatian na plain, ayaw mo daw ba? Vil, uy, pumantay na, kumambak ang DRX. Boom! Panis. Oh, so, init na sana ni Ye, sinimulan, pero, uy, nakita ng DRX na RB. And step by step, kahit intense ang laban, sabi ng DRX, kakayanin natin ito mga B. O yun, hinarangan lang at sinabayan na din kagad ang bueng mula kay Crashies at sa mid. Viper's ultimate lang. So maraming ginamit kagad at stakes between Optic together with DRX, pero there's the control already coming in from a tower. And may information na nga that they are already inside here.
Okay. Pero dito naman ngayon, sa side ng mga tropa natin, sa Optic tsaka sa DRX, sino to lang kahit sino manalo sa kanila, baka nalo sila. Ano ang pake? Ang pake. Kunyari manalo Optic, edi good job. Kung manalo DRX, edi nice one. Diba?
Oo. Kahit ano sa akin. Pero mas parang DRX ako ng 60%. Tapos yung 40% sa Optic. Ganun lang. Uy.
Doon ka? Ako hindi. Optic ako.
Optic.
Alam mo kung bakit?
Bakit?
Para ma-stick ang hype sa NA. Siyempre. Pero ito na.
Yun lang!
Zesk, marami na kaisa pa nakadalawa na nga dito pero meron pa dito si Crashes mga kaibigan. Pero natin si Crashes and Marved. Eliminating the two remaining players of DRX right now pero pushing ito 2v2.
Diyos ko po, ang kalat DRX. Okay lang.
1v2 mga kaibigan. That operator, RB with a Blade Storm right now. Nasa yung isa, ano lang sa may heaven. The clock is ticking already. Meron pa siyang oras. Meron isang tao sa may heaven to. Winnable pa to sa side ng DRX mga kaibigan. Pero Diyos ko po, nakita na nga na pero yun nga lang. Everest will gonna take him down. 10-9. 9 in favor of Optic. So, may pera ang Optic ngayon. DRX, meron pa silang arep. Diyos ko po, meron.
Humihinga pa. Ang ganda na ginawa ni ng isang ni Zeste. Kinulang sa backup. Ang layo ng mga members. Nag-ult sila sa mid thinking na they are gonna be going through there. But no. Sayang yun. Tapos nagamit pa ni Crashes kasi yung ultimate niya. Napakatalino ng Optic actually. They know where they can find the weaknesses of DRX. Kaso, DRX loses this, match point ang Optic Matic. Ganun lang yun. Ganun lang kadali. Kaso DRX, paano nga ba nila ito magagampanan? There's an ultimate ready coming in from Buzz. They can use that as a retake. Pero si Marv, together with FNS, ready sila eh. With that Cosmic Divide also. Tsaka kasama na rin ngayon ang pagyanig ng banig. At ngayon, DRX, careful dapat sila ngayon. Wala nang mistakes pa to actually become so messed up against Optic.
Yes, that is true. Pero Dito naman sa pinakita natin kay mga Hamin, that is SKR. Natamaan siya dito ng rolling thunder para si Victor. Diretso rin talaga papunta dito lang sa may heaven though. Trying to wreak havoc doon lang sa may hell, pero yung nga lang SKR, nakakita siya dito pa lang crashes mga kaibigan. Let's see if they can actually win this round. If ever, medyo mahirap na rin talaga sa totoo lang. But Optic is doing it. 4v3 on this game. Meiko, pwede siyang i-heal ni Stacks pero, I mean, syempre, mas pa-prioritize mo pa rin talaga yung mga kills. But RB! Oh! Right in front of you mga kaibigan. Oh my God. I mean, nakagalit na ang Optic. I mean, itong Optic, saan ba galing ang Optic? Galing silang group stage. Tama ba?
Oo, galing. Sila yung pangalawa eh, kasi una daw.
Second sila, di ba? So,
talo na rin
isipin mo, yung top 1 sa NA mga kaibigan, wala na. They're done. Pero, this is the last
right there
chance of NA to be here sa upper bracket. Formerly known as NV. Buzz. Diyos ko po. Double concuss bukas pa matatapos yung sakit ng ulo niyan, men. Hi! Pero Meiko! What a big kill! Take it down 2 with that snake bite! How? And a thrifty!
Oh my God!
Pa kayo ng DRX!
What?
Yo! Meiko! 2K snake bite! ROI! How? Walang pera ang Optic!
Wait lang, paano yung nagawa yun?
Paano? Ito, dalawa, oh. Snake bite. Na-slow? Pinasok nila! Pumush pa rin sila!
Na-slow orb din.
Oo, na-slow orb na nga rin. Pero Diyos ko!
Na-Viper, men. Na-controller, men.
Na-Viper sila! Yan ang literal na nalason.
Panalo na naging bato pa, no?
Oo! On-out na eh.
Mamatay. Teka mo.
Panalo. Panalo. All up.
Out!
Oh no! Up! Pinukulit lang si RB dito mga kaibigan, pero nga natamaan ata. Natamaan siya! Hey! Natamaan siya na double concuss na ginagawa dito ni Victor mga kaibigan, pero that is Stacks trying to push in. Hinati na nga dito. Malamoses ang galawan, pero may uso. One is actually trying to be really aggressive right now, but Victor was gonna fall down. And for the only by remaining, but spray and pray. Ang ginawa ni Stacks will take down the remaining player of Optic right now. And Diyos ko po, from 11-9.
Hey.
Umabla pa.
Naika-wish?
Kaya pa ba? Puso lang, men. Kaya mo yan, direct. Huwag kang susuko. Dahil ikaw si Reg niya.
Eto na naman tayo sa pwesto ni Deste. Okay. Mako. Tama yan.
Yung ano?
Hindi siya nagpapitas. Hindi niya kinontest pa tong sa vents. Natuto na to ngayon, oh. Si Ye. Biktima siya kanina habang nagkakaskas ng yelo, eh. Ni-info na. Ang DRX saan nagmumula yung ibang miyembro ng Optic. Hiwa-hiwalay na naman sila. They can't lose this, they lose this, no money. Kasi ang DRX kahit matalo sila dito, may pera pa sila next round eh. Nakapag-stretch ng iba sa binin. Ay! Ang ganda ng pagkagamit ni Crashes pero oh no! Yung spike! Papunta na sa B! Finake lang yung A-site pero wala talaga doon. Papasok na din kagad si Victor pero na-concuss ng onte. Pero that's the hold coming in. Stacks not gonna work. Pero yung operator, boom, hindi kumapit. At napatay ni Crashes kagad ngayon si RB. At isa-isa na naman ang kalat na naman ng DRX. Anong mangyayari kaya ngayon? Crashes is gonna get it.
Ito na naman yung feeling of uncertainty mga kaibigan dito sa dalawang team sa to. Pero yun nga naman, dinay ngayon ang knife na dilabas ni Crashies. Pero Meiko, muntik na Meiko, pero may pera ang DRX dito if ever. Pero ang problema, meron ding pera ang Optic. Makakabili pa sila.
Bye-bye. Pero sure ako OT to eh. Yan. Ray-Rakers eh. Babay Mako. Ano nangyari dun? Hindi, well, yung kay Crashes kasi laking pressure nung ginawa na naman ng ano niya. Tapos hindi pa tumama si RB ng operator. Kuguro kung nakabawa siya kahit isa doon, winnable eh.
Sabi mo, Kuguro?
Ha?
Kuguro? Ano sabi mo?
Kuguro. Sige. Uwu.
This is gonna be the last game of the day. Last round of the day. Makikita natin yan in a few. Timeout. Okay, timeout. Magandang timing ng timeout, men. Ang huli. Ang huling timeout sa 24 rounds na ito. Hero. Pwede pa tong mag-OT. Mga kaibigan, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, kuya ate, tito, tita, lolo, lola, mga tropa, si Ray Ray ang kasama ko.
Sorry akin.
When I say Ray Ray, you say curse. Ray Ray?
Curse.
Yo.
Ay! Shoutout kay Shock Rizal. Hello, what's up, Shock? Ang pinakamaangas na Twitch moderator.
Ayan. Maangas yan. Maangas yan.
Angas. May kahawig siya eh. Kung nanonood kayo ng Haikyuu, yung yung advisor nila ng Karaso, no? Kamukha ni Shock Rizal.
Hindi ko kilala yan, man.
Pero yan, sa mga nanonood na Haikyuu, yan ang reference ko.
Si Shock lang ang kakilala ko.
Namit ko na si Shock in person, di ba? Nung nag-prayer meeting tayo.
Tagal namin.
Oo, diba?
Tagal ko na kilala siya.
Oy! Oy!
Meiko! Pero walang RB with the kill right now. Pero mukhang isa pang atas. Pero kapusin kita sa 3v3 situation. Tamang jump pick lang din talaga. Pero at least di mo alam. Pero Diyos ko po, hindi ito matama si paring Ryan Bang. Pero Stax, andito lang sa may Gedli. Let's see if ever makakuha ba sila. Pero Diyos ko po, baka malikuran to. Nagko-crossfire sa mga pero Sasuke ang maraming 2K! 1v2, yay! Nasa iyo ang bola kapatid. Pero yun nga lang, tatlo na ang kalaban mo ngayon! And we're gonna go to overtime!
Hey!
Overtime.
Sabi sa inyo, totoo eh. Sabi sa inyo, na-feel ko na eh. The fact na may pera yung sa round na to ang DRX, alam mo nang mananalo sila.
Oo.
Kaya 12-12.
May dalawa.
May dalawa pa. Naiiyak na ako eh. Hanggang alas 8 talaga kami ni Dax dito. Awi guys.
Kunyari matapos na ng 4:30, magsisimula yung second game ng 7. Ay, magsisimula yung second game ng alas 5, di ba?
Alas 5, mga 5:10, gano'n.
5:10, gano'n. So, may take pause. Yung 5 table, papalitan. Lipat venue. Yung ano.
Ay, buhay.
I really don't know how overtime timeouts work. Hindi ko alam. Yung kailan ka pwede mag-timeout sa overtime? Isa lang ba? Per ganito?
Isa lang. Sa 2 rounds, isa lang. Tulad ngayon.
So every 2 rounds meron sila overtime. Ay, meron silang timeout. Tama ba?
Yap.
Okay. Salamat sa...
Go, Rere. Salamat sa pagmamahal, Shan. Rere is doing. For Rere, wala bang break time yung curse mo? Ay, wala. Di natutulog to. Di maka-cancel out ng Vilto. Ang kayang mag-cancel out ng Rayrakers ay si Asoray.
Oo. Opo, shoutout nga pala kay Pico. Narinig mo ba yun?
Oo.
Si Pico yun, men.
Nagalit na sa akin yan.
Galit na aso. Galit na yung sweetso namin, men. Oy, Diyos ko po, nakita na nga rito sumisilip-silip si Jet. Pero ito na si RB. Diyos ko po, di ba ata tumama si Ye dito mga kaibigan. Pero Diyos ko po, kita mo natin na talagang nahihilo ngayon si kaibigang Ye. Pero Ye, with a peek. Nakita yung Siko. Nakita yung orbs. Pero Diyos ko, walang flick na pwede mangyari dito. And Stacks will gonna plant the spike already. And now it's time for them to do a big retake right now. Mako catches one, 4v4. Mako, low on HP. Kailangan na makabawi dito pero na gagawin yun. Meron pa silang traps ngayon. So, meron pa rin flashy catches dito so pwede pa sila makabawi if ever. Pero, wala pang, akala ko na plant yung spike. Hindi pa pala, men. Debated ako doon. Pero, still a 4v4 match dito sa Gimatic. Pero nga ng ZSKR will gonna plant the spike already. And let's see if ever makakayaran ba to ng Optic, if ever they can do a big retake lang din. Pushing it to a 4v2. Delikado sila ngayon. Yay, nakaisa pa nga. It's all up to RB right now. Pero yun nga lang, wala na!
Naku po. Panalo.
Na-diffuse niya. Alam mo kung ilan natira? 23 seconds. Kabisado ako sa 24. Sorry. Kabisado ako. Sorry na ng 1 second.
Okay lang.
Pero nauna ako nung sinabi ko ganun, hindi lumabas yun.
Oo. Mas bilang, mas calculated ni Vil.
Mas calculated ko to, man.
Nagigigil na si Victor eh. Nasa momentum na yung Optic, DRX! Pag nababasa na rin yung Optic ng dalawa, ay nako. Next pang OT to. Ako na nagsasabi.
Tamang wall lang din talaga pero wala namang Avengers na mangyayari dito. Walang ten-tenen. Pero importante na talaga si A nakapitas na ng isa. Napatay niya si RB. Ryan Bang. Mahirap to, baby boy. Pero yung alam, Mako and Sasha na be really aggressive tayo. Pero yung alam, FNS maganda yung posisyon dito lang sa may sewers. Sewers hindi sewers. Pero walang nang-hurt yung 7 Lions dito ni Stacks mga kaibigan. Wala siyang idea, wala siyang information. So, it's all up to the few remaining players of DRX right now to do a big 4-man retake if ever. Pero maaga pa naman, 1 minute pa naman. So, pwede pa naman tayo mag-reset lang din talaga. Probably gonna go here and B, go here and mid to B. Pwede din gawin yun. Pero yun nga lang nakakita. Pero Mako, what? Naka-chamba! Chamba yun!
Oh, chamba yun.
Yung kill na yun, chamba yung ginawa ni Mako doon. Dapat di siya makakapatay doon, pero chamba yun. Diyos ko, feeling ko Mako, tumaya ka na sa loto. 642. Tama ba yun? 642. Hindi ko kasi alam eh. Hindi kasi ako tumataya ng loto eh.
Umuo lang ako eh.
Hindi kasi ako tumataya ng loto. Kasi nung nakilala ko si May, jackpot na ako. Dapat mabilis yung mga utak natin dyan, men. Oy! Diyos ko po, nagulat si kaibigan Marv na po siya kita 3v3 pero si Stacks magandang version na dito. Nakaka-Stacks! Pero hindi! Diyos ko po! 2v2! Victor magtanggol! Pero nasa yung spike, nasa taas! Mukhang isa ba? 4:30 na!
Switching sides. Overtime.
Patrick Bautista, pakabastos mo.
I need you.
Alam mo na, Bill. Di ba kami ni Dax nag-kakas na kami ng mga gantong oras? Dapat! Pero may kita mo yung mga nawiwilab na tao ng gantong oras.
Sige, kaibigan Patrick, nawilab na rin eh. Nawilab.
Hey! May mamamatay dito.
Siyempre. Magulat ka kung wala. Nag-VALORANT pa tayo kung wala. Pero ito, si Yeya, sobrang safe ng position na dito. Tahimik sila. Gumagapang. Papuntang middle. Middle is missing. Yan ang sabi. Pero iba na yun. Middle is missing. Wala sila nakikita dito sa mid, men. Tumahimik tayo. Moment of silence. Nagpahinga lang kami saglit. Pero ito na. RB, leading the way, leading the cavalry of DRX. Goy, babe! Panigala! Yay! Catches one! Meron pang isa. Pag sumilip ka, iPads ka. Ano na sa ganito? Pero just yay! Nakaisa na rin talaga. Pero anong yay? Yay talaga kasi nananalo sila. 3v2. Buzz and Zest. KR planted the spike already. Meron silang oras dito. Mahaba pa ang oras, men. 37 seconds pa. Buzz. Meron ba siyang idea? Pasilip-silip na ng x-ray. Silip-silip na x-ray. Kala niya meron, pero meron naman talaga. Pero yay! Nakaisa pa. Buzz! We're gonna be down 13-14 in favor of OPTC.
Tingnan mo, isa pa yan.
Huwag mo na kasi batiin! Lang, ginawa ko di bumati eh.
Hindi, kasi totoo nga. Ang lakas pareha sa defending. Yan ang gagawin natin. Nag-away.
Hindi. Wow.
Hindi, panalo na optic. Promise.
Yan.
Ito na yan.
Be optimistic.
Hindi tatama si Arby, tas bubuhati ni Jess. Alam mo nang may problema pag si Stacks na bottom frag eh. DRX versus DRX. Parehas na X. Ay! Sino mas lamang? Sino mas sikat? Like and share nyo lang. 1 like equals 1 prayer. Dasal. Mula sa DRX ang kailangan nila. Walang ulti-ulti ngayon. Puro utilities lang. May masastan kaya dito? Pero talagang dinedestroy lang ng optic ngayon. Oy! Mako! Diba? Mako does his work ulit. Lucky enough. Sige, silipin nyo. Ayun.
Nice.
Nasilo.
Nice. Nice na tayo sa optic, bet. Nice.
Nice.
Go OPTC. OPTC.
Ay, may bumabati hanggang around 30 daw. Ay, ako, wala na ako sinasabi ah.
Wait lang, asa para maban? Wait lang. Ban ko na? Pero, Stacks, sa maganda yung position dito sa may backside.
30 seconds left.
Yay, and Kashi's catching all the corners. RB though. Trying to be aggressive, pero just kumapanda siya makakita dito. Pero yung na flash!
Hey!
Men, Stacks is inside. Nakapatay pa nga ng isa. Oh no! Delikado to. 3v2. Morph, saan ka pupunta? Men, wala dyan yung sight. Nandun yan sa baba. Oh, just naman na isa pa. 2v2. Hey, let's go 2v1. Buzz Lightyear. To infinity and beyond. Ano mangyayari dito ba? Ano ba? Pero yung meron siyang dalawang stars though. Meron siyang dalawang stars. Makakayanan pa ata. Pero kasumili pa rin. It's over! Yes! Men!
Hulugan na!
Wala silang nagawa!
Buti naman! Natapos din.
NA is still alive! Huwag kayong mag-alala kasi ang DRX nasa lower bracket sila. And, anong 93% win rate pinagkasabi niya sa split? Wala nang ganon, men. 37-3, 37-4 na ngayon.
Ay, di man lang. Hindi, kapag ginamit niya kasi, maririnig din siya. So, ganun din. Kaya sa ganda ng hindi. At, wait. Ganda na sana ng DRX. Pero alam mo, yung split kasi ng optic maganda eh, kahit stats don't know eh. Kaya, tingin ko yun, yung double controller ng DRX hindi nila na-handle ng maayos sa first half talaga. Kahit sabihin mong 6 all yun, dapat mas malakas yung attacking nila kasi kaya na ng harangan sana yung KO eh, ng kalaban. So, yeah, I think yun yung mga naging problem ng DRX. This comp has been the comp na ginagamit nila, pero I think they could have went into a hard sentinel in a way, or maybe a double duelist one. Siguro ganun. Or double initiator might actually work din against Optic. Pero itong double controller nila, hindi talaga. Mako was just really lucky enough to get those kickoffs. Pero overall, I think sa side ng Optic lamang talaga sila. When it's the pressure we're talking about, they have it. And what will happen right now sa DRX? They're gonna be facing up once again with PaperX at isa na lang talagang pwedeng manalo between the two teams on the lower bracket. But as for Optic Gaming, kakalabanin nila ang either mananalo sa G2 or sa Loud after this series. So kakaspa namin yan ni Dax at 4:32 AM na. Ha? Ang saya-saya.
Yeah.
Saya nila eh. Ooh, yung saya-saya niya. No?
The last
Ganda ng ngipin bigla.
hope of NA is still alive. Alive and kicking sa taas ng upper bracket, mga kaibigan. And in terms of stats, in terms sa bracket natin, yeah, G2 Loud. Then after nun, upper bracket finals. It's gonna be the grand finals already, which will be happening on April 23. Yeah. Meron tayong isang araw for the lower final. That is a best of 5 or 3.
Best of 5 yung lower bracket finals.
Yeah, best
Tapos
of
yung
5.
actual finals, best of 5.
Best of 5. So, dalawang best of 5 na nakikita natin ngayon, mga kaibigan. But yeah, you've seen already the first game. First series of the day. DRX versus Optic Gaming, formerly known as NV. And nakita natin yun kung gaano ka-dikit nung laban nila. As in, man, sobrang dikit talaga nung laban nila. Pero yeah, nakita natin yun. And GG well played to Optic Gaming for winning that match. And syempre, dito naman sa DRX, don't worry kasi meron pa naman kayong match. And ang makakalaban nyo is Zeta Division. So it's gonna be Korea versus Japan. The last time na nagkita sila, hindi pa nananalo ang Zeta kahit isa. Ladies and gentlemen, VALORANT Masters will be right back once again. My name is Phil, alongside me is Ray. Second series, mga kaibigan. Can't wait for that because that's gonna be G2 Esports versus Loud. See ya.
Optic moves on to the upper bracket final. DRX drops down to the lower bracket. What a hard-fought victory. Also a heartbreaking defeat. I mean, Jess, I turned to you and I was like, this has to be the best series that we've seen here in Masters so far, no doubt.
Yeah, absolutely. It was full of just strategic plays that were outplaying one another. We said during the halftime, adaptation v adaptation, but you also got the firepower to go with it, Doug.
Yeah, and again, this is kind of what we were alluding to earlier, right? We touched on this a bit. This was good against good. It was DRX playing their style, the way they like, and once again, we highlighted Finesse throughout the majority of the series, and his calling, once again, he's impressed me so many times before, and somehow managed to do it again. That last round in overtime,
yeah,
we're all screaming.
To push into spawn.
Yep.
To secure the round.
Yep.
It's just, Finesse called on another level the entire series.
I think DRX, one of the players have pointed out that they trust each other, and that's what makes it work. Well, unfortunately, they misjudged the fact that Optic trust each other so much that if Finesse says do a flip, they do a flip. And that's exactly what we saw throughout these rounds.
This was absolutely insane. And here's the moment I was just talking about. Crashies pops the flash in through the smoke, but Arby's not expecting that, right? He's been holding an op. Exactly. He's been holding that angle into A main with an op the entire round. For them to call that move into spawn to secure the round just blows my mind.
Yeah, what was so fun was that these teams were playing fearless, taking risks. Just they were throwing the playbook at each other, but how? How was Optic able to edge out DRX just narrowly?
I think in the end, Doug, you've hit the nail on the head. It's really sort of hit me like a train right now. I'm realizing that for Optic, they were throwing the playbook back and forth at each other, no doubt. But Optic started to realize that if FNS calls on the fly, and instead of trying to play each other's adaptations over and over, you call what works in the moment, and you find those little pockets that you can manipulate. I think FNS really worked with that quite well. And by doing so, it allowed Optic a tiny bit of freedom that DRX couldn't read into. That is going to be the key for DRX moving into future. That's going to be the full win condition success for Optic moving forward as well.
All right. I mean, there are so many epic moments to pick from, but what did we pick as the Verizon high-speed moment? Zest with this zesty 4K, Doug.
This was filth. This was absolute filth. The fourth kill here, which we'll see in a moment, when he swung around and hit that, I felt my rotator cuff hurt. I just don't know how how he did this. This is absolutely bonkers. Again, highlighting both of these teams. Neither team played poorly.
No.
100% agree with that.
I mean, we highlighted their strategic prowess and everything. My God, if we can pull out like 17 different, Verizon high-speed moments in one particular series, of which went 3 hours in total, I think there's probably a lot to say about the caliber of teams. We just had the best match of the entire Masters tournament so far, and we're not even in the grand finals. I think there was so much more to be seen, and these two teams going head-to-head was an absolute pleasure.
Who is MVP?
No,
I mean, I don't even know where to begin, but let's see what all of you at home were thinking. The results are in. Okay.
Oh, sheesh.
I mean, yay all day. Guess that low-key rhymed. Doug, I mean, we just bring up this name time and time again, and when the pressure is on, he steps up to the plate 100%.
Yeah, and what's interesting about Ye is that even in the instances in which he's holding an angle with the operator late, misses a couple of shots, and he's starting to feel pressure, he's getting pushed in, there's utility coming all over the place, manages to play his life and preserve it in such a way that he can reposition and still deliver.
Yeah.
Right? Like, you miss the first shot and you die, that sucks, you weren't able to pull it off, but the way he plays around that to be able to deliver at the end of the day is what makes him so good.
Oh, man. Wow. I'm really excited for this next segment, y'all. Now to our Verizon post-match interview with the lovely Kakuka standing by with Crashy's fit as lit girl, as always, looking fabulous.
Thank you very much, Jackie. You're also looking fabulous. Shout out to our stylists and our makeup artists because, you know, with all that job, we look fabulous, all of us. And I'm joined here by Crashes. Man, you are the first team to get a win out of DRX. Now, it hasn't been an easy one. I need you to walk me through a little bit what was that matchup, and you need to start with Ascent.
Yeah, so Ascent, we just kind of started low. We had a really good game plan going into it. Unfortunately, a couple rounds didn't go our way, and we just kind of ended up, you know, warming up, and then we lost the map. But I think those last few rounds that we really warmed up really helped going into Icebox. We came out like swinging really hard on Icebox. We, again, had a really good game plan. We knew what they were going to do. We knew what they liked. We were super prepared, and then going on the third map, we had momentum coming from the second map win, and then yeah, it was very hard-fought battle.
You talk about momentum. There were some moments you had a clutch, a 0.04, if I'm not in the wrong. Do you think that how was the feeling, you know, in the server when your teammates? It's the moment to actually perform that comeback.
Yeah, I mean, we stayed super composed the whole time, kind of the same as like the series that we previously had. I think the composure saved us today. We were super calm, super confident in FNS's calls, and our mid-rounding was insane.
Okay, so now you're guaranteed top 3. If you make it to the final, how is Optic going to be different from the Envy that we saw last year?
I mean, we fought a hard-fought battle against Gambit last year in the finals. We have finals experience, so I think the experience will definitely help us.
Okay, lovely. You mentioned Gambit. On the next matchup, we're going to have G2 versus Loud, and one of them is going to be your opponent. Do you want to go against EMEA, or would you rather go against Brazil?
We've scrimmed Loud a couple times. They're looking really strong. We haven't scrimmed G2, so all we have to go off of is the matches. I would like to go against EMEA just because the NA versus EMEA matchup is a classic. So yeah, I would just go with G2.
Okay, thank you very much. Congratulations
Thank you,
again.
thank you.
We'll see you very soon. And we're also have two teams that we're going to see fairly soon. G2 and Lao will be right at the back of this.
Verizon is going ultra with 5G ultra wideband in many more cities, so you can do more. Mindy, with up to 10 times faster speeds, she can download a movie in minutes or a song in seconds.
Yep.
Okay, now let's work off-site. Public Wi-Fi? No thanks. 5G ultra wideband is faster and safer, and so powerful that it's not just for phones. Hello, 5G home and business internet. It's time to go ultra with Verizon, America's most reliable 5G network, so you can do more.
Welcome back to Masters, and it is the battle of the first seeds. Super amped about this. The final EMEA team versus the final Brazil team. Man, that last series, though, real quick. Oh, Kakuka, you were like, I gotta talk about that for a hot second.
I honestly do not know how G2 versus Loud is going to top the performance that we just saw, but I'm very excited for this game.
I'm very excited to be on the desk with Kakuka and Bala, but y'all, we gotta get this thing started. So let's just dive right in, and we're going to begin with EMA's Only Hope. They are the region's #1 seed, so here in Masters, we've only seen them play Zeta, but how will G2 fare against Loud, Bala?
Yeah, I think this is going to be a super interesting matchup because I really do feel like they're similar in the way that these teams were built, right? G2 came with an experienced core in Nuki and Mixfall, and Avova even added to that. Now they added Meadow and Hoodie as well. And when you look at Loud on the other side, it's kind of similar the way that Sasi and Sadak have built their team around them as well.
Yeah, exactly. And how they work around the perspective that they want to put on the players, who's going to be the stars. And I think that in the server is the only place that they actually disagree in that sense.
Yeah, and talking about stars, Kakuka, Hoodie.
Yes.
We got to discuss this. I mean, he has got to get Loud against Loud for sure.
Exactly, because, you know, his performance the other day was brilliant. And we talk about a lot of the players. I love that we're not only focused on the duelist, and Hoodie is, you know, on that step up, trying to become one of the best players flex in the world. And I think he was trying to achieve that in EMEA. He was being very successful, but to see him performing his first international LAN in Valorant, doing it the way that he did the other day, man, this is unstoppable.
Yeah, I really like the way that Hoodie was actually able to keep them in rounds that they should not have been in rounds of. So for example, this round, 2 versus 4, he comes in out of the Viper's pit knowing that Zeta have an advanced position outside a bathroom covering for them, and then he converts on a 1 versus 2 clutch after Nuki goes down. So these types of situations he was getting in over and over, and contributed to why actually G2 was able to convert such a high advantage when they were a man down. It was over 70%.
And we need to deep dive into Loud, the sole Brazilian rep. They've gone farther than any other Brazilian team in a VCT global tournament. A lot of our talent watchers at home have them down as their favorites to win it all, Bala.
Yeah, and I was part of that, right?
Yeah, you were.
But
I won today already. I'll take one, so now it's your turn.
Yeah, I really did believe in this team as they came into the tournament, and I think right now is the biggest test that they'll have against G2. I mean, they've only played one team. It was Team Liquid, and they did very well in that one, but I don't necessarily believe that they continued to show me what I thought was impressive from them online. I think they did some of it, but not all of it. So I still need to see more here.
So the first test with one EMEA team, now they have to go against the next one. And I think that G2 and Team Liquid are very different in that sense. So really excited to see what maps are we going to be seeing. Are we going to get any surprises in the agents?
Well, we will have to see. But Kakuka, I know that you really want to talk about Aspas. He has been an aggressive and risky duelist for Loud. He's been fearless, and it's been paying off.
Yeah, exactly. When Loud decides to go on a retake, there's no breaks for them. They just keep going over and over. And one of them ends the tip of the spear is going to be Aspas. He doesn't care if he wins the duel, if he loses. He's just going to keep going over and over again, seeking for the fights, because he knows that the rest of the team, that Sasi and Sadak, are going to be playing for him set in this place.
Yeah, and I think the interesting thing about it is he completely embodies that quote from like Michael Jordan or Kobe or somebody like that, where he's like, I'd rather go 0 for 30 in my shots rather than 0 for 7, because if I go 0 for 7, that means I lost confidence. For him, he went, what was it, 9 and 14 first kills to first death in that series. That is not good in comparison to what he was performing online and in comparison to other primary duelists and primary entries as well. But he still continued to do it. He didn't lower his percentage of those duels that he was taking, and that is important. I think that's really, really good for Loud, for him to continue trying to build that confidence and actually step up to the stage and become a star player for this team.
Yeah, it's interesting. The last series, we were talking a lot about leadership, and it's going to be very exciting to see how that all plays out in this next series. But Kakuka and Bala, we are ready to move into the map ban selection process. Kakuka, I want to put you in the hot seat. Oh, yeah. Okay.
To me, the big question is what is going to happen with Haven? Because it's the map that Loud decided to play. It wasn't good again. Okay, never mind. That's the answer for the great thank you productions. I was going to say, but it's a map that G2 do not really like. Not surprised about this Ascent. So many things can go down here. The problem is that Loud doesn't seem necessarily weak in any of their maps because they have been so successful in the region. On the other side with G2, you know, the comp changes. I mean,
Sorry, didn't mean
that
to
only
cut you
means
off.
one thing. That means the new kid woke up this morning. He was like, I want to play Jax.
He said, I choose violence.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it might be that, but I do want to go back to the Haven thing for a second because they did get stomped by Team Liquid on that
Oh,
map.
totally.
And G2 deciding not to go for it means, or to leave it completely off the table is a big sign that they're not confident at all on that map. And then the other side as well is Loud not banning Icebox. In my opinion, that is a mistake against G2. They look so good. They're bringing new things to the table. And if it comes to that map 3, I think that might come back to bite them.
I think it's also very important. You were talking about the confidence, and if G2 really do not want to play that Haven, they don't want any surprises, and they had a plan coming into this, they should not care about what happened the other day against Liquid.
Talking about confidence, I mean, we were just watching that last series there, and that played such an important role ball in how both of those teams performed.
Yeah, it definitely did. I'm really impressed with the way that G2 handled the Zeta Division series.
Yeah.
But then on the other side, I'm still also kind of impressed by the way Loud, because it is their first tournament. It is inexperience for a lot of their players, and they have to play from isolation as well. That definitely takes a difference on their mental. It's not something that, you know, we're super focused on, but it is something that I think is important to consider, especially the inexperienced part. So for them to really actually play and beat Team Liquid, who came into this, you know, with no pressure on their shoulders, with a lot of people deciding, hey, I don't really think that they're going to be good. Loud still stepped up to the plate after they completely changed that narrative entirely.
Yeah, and Kakuka, these teams, they're fighting for a top 3 spot. I mean, like, we ain't in groups anymore, you know? The pressure's definitely on.
I mean, at least we're not sending anybody home just
True.
yet.
No elimination today.
Of course, the pressure is up, especially because you want to perform for your region. You were making a great point, Jackie, at the beginning of the day, meaning, like, we have so many of them. It's not only, you know, EMEA on top and yada, yada. No, I think it means a lot to every single one of these teams because of that region. I'm really looking forward to see the maps because G2 didn't play in any of this, but we did see the Icebox. I really hope that this one goes the distance as well. I think this is one of the series that also, just like the previous one, deserves the 3 maps.
Yeah, and we've been saying this repeatedly. I mean, these are they're doing everything for their region right now. You know, they're feeling the pressure not just for their team, but their fans. All eyes are on them, Bala.
Yeah, and I think that's more important for the Loud side than it is for actually the G2 side, right? Because the G2 side, I mean, do they really care? EMEA has won 2 of these Masters tournaments. Yeah, I'd say they don't. But for Loud, it's the opposite, right? They really want to represent their region.
Yeah, our Prime Gaming Agent Select is up on the screen. It's already coming down.
Meadows on Cypher, Hoodie goes on to Sage. This is a literal, I'm going to say Counter-Strike directly. I know that G2 is probably not a fan of that. We're also going to get our dose of Mixwell, but I think it's very important to mention these 2 changes on both Meadow and Hoodie because this affects directly to the impact that Aspas is going to have on the map. You do not have the Astra. You need to slow them down. You need to catch them wherever you can. The Cypher, the Sage, the Slows, that is what this comp is made for.
Yeah, it's interesting that we're seeing the resurgence of the Sage on Ascent. We saw it in NA, we saw it at the beginning of this tournament as well, and now we're seeing it again. And it's so good, I think.
All right, we are ready to go. Calling our final match of the day. Here is Bren.
Hoy! May laro pa pala! At andito na tayo guys sa second series natin sa gabi. Oh, in this case, sa umagang ito. Welcome. Nagbabalik tayo dito sa VALORANT Masters. Ako si Dax, syempre. At kasama ko, itong gising pa na si Ray. Kanina Ray, yung mag-game 3, yung DRX at Optic. Baka naman, ito rin, mag-game 3, di ba?
Ayoko na. I'll be honest. Ayoko na, kanina pa ako 6 PM nagkakas na may 1 oras lang na pahinga. Pero all for it because here we go, Loud versus G2. Pero ikaw, Dax, matanong lang kita, nakita natin yung map dito. Sa realistic point of view, tingin mo ba may map 3?
Oo, syempre. Para sa'yo.
Napipikon na ako eh.
Kasi nandito ka, yun lang yan.
Alam ko eh, sa sarili ko ako naiinis eh. Kasi, ayan, ano yan. Uy, G2, galingan nyo. Na-miss ko to si Aboba. Aboba Milk Tea.
Aboba Milk Tea, yun nga, diba? Doon tayo, get some drinks really quick for G2. Nag-adjust nga sila ng cope, sabi nga ng panel, diba? Mas defensive-centric yung Cypher, yung Sage. Pampagbagal yan! Dun sa pag-rock lang ng Loud eh. Si Aspas yan, yun yung tipong sumisigaw ng rock na ito, dire-diretso lang. Pag yung mga alam na pa yung mga run online, ganun. Yung lumulusob ka agad. Kahit wala pang load.
Ay. Sugot mga kapatid! Guys, tatandaan nyo, isang brain cell na lang yung meron ako. Kanina pa ako kung ano-anong pinagsasabi ko. Kaya, uy, si Hoodie, si Medo. Pwede pa pala, winnable. Kahit sino na manalo, basta 2-0. Di ko naman kilala itong mga to.
Oo nga. Uy, si Sassy dyan na rin. Pankada na lang natitira ngayon. Mixwell nandun sa kabila daw. Pero si Mixwell yan! Kaya niya yan. Dasonin. Una sa ating Jen. Pero pankada! Uy, Loud pangam nanalo sa umpisa. 1-0. Let's go, Brazil!
Let's go, 2-0 Brazil.
So guys, alam nyo na pag ganitong oras, sino yung sinusupport na team ni Ray Ray? Yung sino man manalo nung unang pistol.
Totoo yan. Alam mo, wala naman akong pakialam nga kung sino mananalo. Pero, mas maganda 2-0. Pero mas maganda kung mabibilis na matches lang. Mukhang mabilis maglaro tong mga taga-Brazil Mabilis naman talaga sila maglaro TBH.
Hindi, yun nga, di ba? No, that's a really good point. Dire-diretso lang talaga. Si Aspas nga, yan yung tipong jet na kahit 0 and 8 yan, nagadashin pa rin yan. Mag-i-entry pa rin, hindi yan nawawala ng confidence. Ang hinahanap lang niya, yung mga pitas mismo. Kasi Vova, papasok dyan at mukhang natunaw na kagad siya dyan sa kamaling Aspas at pa rin. Dire-diretso lang and loud! Speed lang! Ayun o, Ray Ray, narinig ka.
Loud, dalian nyo. May lakad pa tayo mamaya.
Breaky. Naging breaky pa tayo this time. Pinag-isipan tuloy. Pancake house? Pancake house?
Libre mo ba ako?
Nako. Oy, Dion! Gusto mo mag-breaky kasama si Ray Ray? Basta raw maaga. O, diba? Okay, pag nag-2-0 guys. Alam niyo na.
Nilibre mo ako Ako sa pamasahe.
Ano, bili kita pancakes. Ano ba gusto mo?
Basta, tignan na lang natin mamaya. Sige, okay lang sa akin. Kaso kasi alam nyo, meron kasing tournament si, si Jasurai.
Tutulong ka dun?
Ha?
Tutulong ka dun?
Oo, syempre. Ano yan Si Jasurai is my brother from another mother.
Okay, good luck na lang sa'yo. Ewan ko nang ginagawa mo. Mag-6 o'clock, 6 PM ka nag-start. Magsi-6 AM na sa casting natin dito. Pero mukhang simula na talaga ito na labanan. May pa rin na dito ang G2. Pero hindi pa rin sila makasagot. Yung plano nga is slow break. Walang, yung tipong tuloy-tuloy lang, fast and the furious, lumipad yung kotse from one building to the other. Like family. Love, nandyan na naman sa A-site to.
Let's go. Save niya na yan. Uy, pero tatandaan nyo ang meron ng G2 nga flash dito ay mula kay Avova. One paranoia, nothing else. And Cypher and that Sage, empty.
It's not working.
It's not working
KO,
tas Sova, tapos sinabay mo ng Killjoy, then, ay, naku po. Masakit sa ulo yan. Okay, 13-0 to.
Tamang point po, especially yung KO mismo yung magiging panira sobra. Kung mag-hold close dito ang G2, yung wall, di mo malalagay. Yung tripwires, ano gagawin nun? At, diba? Loud lang malakas. Third point na.
Hindi. Okay, ganito yan. Pag may KO kayong kalaban, useless yung Cypher. That's it. End of story.
Depende naman. Depende naman. Kailangan mo mag-adjust, basically, ng setup. Kung sa harap mag-knife yung KO, di doon sa pinakalikod, pang anti-duelist, mga ganun. Pero wala rin Kasi, kahit saan tapon ni Sadak yan, papasok pa rin si Aspas Yun talaga yun Walang titigil sa tiwala ng Loud sa isa't isa. At kitang-kita natin dito, again, we go A-site. Ulit lang
Ay, nako po.
Uy, alam mo Ray Ray, naglaro ko kanina ng Valorant.
Ikaw?
Oo, himala diba? So, may laro kami, Icebox.
Ano lang
9 rounds in a row, ginawa lang namin yung B-default play. Napaulit-ulit, nasud-sud, gumana.
Yung, anong comp nyo?
Yung may Sage at may Viper, standard comp. Pero yun nga, so basically, binikwento ko ang rank ko kasi yun lang ginagawa ng Loud Paulit-ulit lang, A-side na dito, Medo to taga-hold, pamapatay pa nga sa Aspas na dyan, pakapitas 3v2 na to though. At syempre si Aspas, pipik yan, makikipaglaban, Hoodie though, sinuot ka agad yan, Aspas will go down, pero low na siya on the HP, at isang shock touch isasi, patay itong dalawa ng mga bilisan. Pero nice scan already, getting the intel, pankanda, magpa-plant, para sa G2. Delikado to, Stinger lang hawak-hawak ni Nuki and, well, Sasi, pankanda, boy na boy pa sa hell
Kaya na wallbang. Ay, hindi.
Hindi eh.
I think, ang hirap na ito Sinuki. Ay, ito na pala Sinuki. Ano, dito ba sila dati? Oo nga pala, dito pa rin. Pero nagre-roster sila. Si Hoodie tsaka si Meadow yung nadagdag at may inalis silang dalawa. Uy, Diyos ko po. Ayun, na-shock dart. Oh, patay. Uy, clutch to.
Hoodie.
Ay, wala. 0. Alam mo yung default na yung ginagawa ng Loud? Yun lang eh.
Oo nga.
May KO naman daw eh. Di, good luck.
Exactly that. Na kahit sinisimple lang natin, dire-diretso lang Loud eh.
Press
Sabi
W.
lang, press W, let's go. Go in. Pick mo nga yan, aspas. Okay, namatay ka. Sige, ako na next. Kasi syempre si Sassy, #1 Brazilian player for Fur.
Hi.
7 kills yung Sova. Grabe.
Sova niya duelist.
Hindi, wala siyang takot eh. Kasi papasok talaga si Aspas. So kahit mamatay siya, may intel kagad siya. So either way, taga-intel siya sa simula. Tapos, siya yung kukuha ng intel thanks to his tropa peeps, itong ating jet na to. And then, tuloy-tuloy na lang. And really, same case. Inilagan rin ng Loud eh. Yung setup dito ng G2.
May
Yung
tanong
Cypher,
ako,
yung
Dax.
Sage.
Sino representative ng Brazil before?
Vivo Kid.
Ayun, natalo
Tapos,
nila yung Vivo Kid.
natalo nila Vivo Kid. Tapos yung NIP, natalo rin nila. Yung, etong sila Sassy, ano yan? Yung Team Vikings, yung Iceland rep naman nun.
Okay.
So, sanay na sila dito sa lamig, pre. Pero, Aspas, makikipaglaban na naman. Cloudburst dyan, Fire Loud. Gusto na pilitin itong B-site na to, pero mas fortified eh. G2, already ready from that point on. And Loud, baka balik na lang sa A-site, di makapili. Pero yan si Les, nakadalawa pa nga, naka-line up pa kayo. Mixwell at Hoodie. Suit ni Mixwell yun, 30 HP left on the Killjoy. Si Medo nakatampay dito, pero para sa side ng Loud, marami pa silang pang-intel. At si Sassy, natag nga, pero si Medo nag-pick na lang, pinatay pa nga si Les. Sada coming in from market though. Crossfire kaya magiging galawan. Paranoia, tinapan na dyan. At mukhang pa ang plano ng Loud. Butangan nga tong B-site na to.
Puntahan na natin yan. Bedo, nakaabang. At G2, time is ticking. Tan-taran-tan-tan. Ayun.
Bakit? Napatay pa niya?
Wala na, patay na. Wala na.
Yung spike.
Ay! Takbo! Yun!
Nabubuhay ka! Nabubuhay ka sa scoreline, ah! Gumigising ba mata mo dito?
Yung utak ko! Guys, galing ako sa isang kabilang bangbang. Tapos, yung kasama ko, nakakasira ng brain cell, si Asoray. Diyos ko po. Di ko talaga, nakakasira talaga ng brain cell si Asoray. Tapos, ito, nagcast tayo first game, first match. Diyos ko po, 2-1. 2-1 na dikit. Tagap ko pag 2-1 na pabilis eh. Hindi ko tanggap yung 2-1 na dikit ng tagal, 3 hours.
Wala eh, match of the century. Parang best match.
Oh,
ever,
first, maganda naman, maganda.
Ever in Masters.
I love DRX go. Pero, okay lang. Bakal ako.
Bakal ka.
Ay, thank you nga pala sa mga nagsisend ng sa Gcash ko pang kape.
Sige nga, drop Gcash.
Drop Gcash, ayan. Padadrop ko na lang, sendan nyo na lang. Salamat.
Lagay nyo sa chat para may funds kami mamaya. Ganun, di ba?
Oo.
Grabe eh.
Matapang. Pero syempre, thank you nga pala kay Be. Be na lang tawagin. Natin siya, itago natin sa pangalan na Be. Kasi, binigyan niya akong pangkape. Tsaka may isa pa. Pero, itatago na lang din natin sa pangalan na Echo. Pero ngayon, nagsidatingan na naman itong mga taga-Elotski. Press W. Gawin natin parang rank game. Ayun na. Di ba sa mga rank game, nakita ko to sa highlights eh. Kita mo na kagad. Uy, low on HP na, mga taga-G2. Pero nga lang, nakakuha pa ng 2 pick-up. Sige, sabi ni Sassy, tara, press W. Ay, disciplined. Kinuha lang yung spike kasi baka ma-pick off. Pero, may wallbang na nga mula kay Les. Less than usual. Sail. Nuki. Bye-bye. Sabi ni Sassy. Sovadip. 06. Huwag niyo akong ite-text, guys. Hindi ako nagre-reply. Huwag kayong mag-alala. Sa iMessage lang ako.
Ako natatawa na lang ako sa'yo, pre. Natutuwa ako talaga pag kasama ka.
Oo, syempre. Alam ni Dak sa tuwing second series, wala na yung utak ko eh. Nasa ano na, ibang dimension na, sa anime na. Kaya, hindi ko, alam nyo kahapon yung pinakamatino kong casting kasama si Black and Blue. Syempre,
Hindi.
naggaling akong prayer meeting eh. Nanibago
Ay,
ka
oo.
sa'yo.
Oo nga eh. Grabe yun eh. Pinanood namin eh. Habang pakataas namin kang hatid. Pinanood namin yun. Rinig na rig na nagsasabi mo. Sobrang inspiring, pre. Pero Atlas Fury, sige nga. Kakaiba talaga.
Ganun talaga pag sa prayer meeting mo nahanap ang mga tunay na sagot sa mga tanong mo.
Tama.
Tama.
Sim.
Uy.
Yung tipong gusto mo lang ng explanation at binigyan ka ng sign ni
Yun.
Lord. Yan.
May happy ending.
Wow!
Oh, bakit ba? Ano ba may iniisip nyo pag happy ending, ha? Ayun talaga,
Tama naman. Gulat lang ako happy ending pala yun. Yun ang sasabing, di ba?
Akala ko ano lang eh, walkthrough. Normal ending.
Parang yun lang. Parang find a different end. Go ulitin mo ulit.
May season 2 pa yun, di nyo alam?
Hindi, pre. Parang yung mga otome game, mali lang yung... Kailangan mo tapusin lahat mo ng roots bago makuha talaga yung tunay na conclusion. Pero mukhang magkukulit din natin itong round na to. Kasi yun na si Medo, mapapatay nga sila. So pasok na nga ang Loud ngayon. Si Asos dash on away. At nag-isip yung Loud talaga saan sila pupunta. Pero feel na kaya nga itong Botas na pair Abova. Magkasama na, kasama ni Medo. Abova! Lunod na kagag ang dalawa. Hoodie nandyan rin. At si Sassy na natitira. 1v5. Madali lang to. Ay, hindi pala. Perfection dito para sa G2. Yun yung pangbawi eh. Flawless.
Flawless, like skin, ang meron ngayon sa side ng G2 while yung Loud. Hindi na nag-work yung default nyo. Baguhin nyo na. Sabi ni Coach.
Ikaw, sino ba yung Coach? Ikaw?
Ay, di ko kilala eh. Sino to si Medo? Pasabi-sabi ko hi. Yan. Hi lang eh.
Hi lang. Pag nag-hi ka, alam ko na may meaning yun.
Oy, dalawa lang isa lang ang crush ko dito sa sa Masters. Si Foxy. Ay, hindi, may isa pa. Na-forget ko na na sobrang dami. Pero ito na nga, Aspas, nag-entry, walang mapitas pa ngayon. Pero feel ko pwede siya makuha ni Medo. O yun na nga, sinasabi ko, nahikipaglaro. Laro lang. Mahilig kayo mapaglaro eh. Sige, go! Red flags. Pero nga lang, hindi pa pala. Aspas was able to take him down. Control is at B-side. Pero ngayon, may sinubukan ni Mixwell makapagpitas, pero hindi nga lang gagana. PVP pa rin naman tayo ngayon. Wala pang available, pero Nuki meron na pala siyang lineup na nakatadhana para sa kanyang kill against less. Less is more. Sabi nga nila, more and more. But twice, stream nyo na kagad. At Sassy na lang together with Aspas. Paano na nila to makukuha? Dahil may paranoia pa naman kasama mula kay Avova. Pero Aspas pinaglalaro. Time is ticking. Avova takes him down. And G2 will be able to get this against Loud, finally making the necessary adjustments, how to pick them off on the few early stages ng per round. And G2 takes the second step against Loud.
Mag-A na lang kayo, Loud. Huwag na kayo mag-B. Diba? Diba? Doon na lang. A-site na lang. Pero pansin mo, kung doon sa last round na yun, kahit nag-rock entry kagad si Aspas, naging awkward eh. Napapigil siya. Nandun lang si Medo. At kahit anong support ng Loud, di makapasok si Aspas eh. At kung magawa lang ng G2 yun talaga yung perfect time para sa rotate, para sa reinforce. At dahil dun, naging 6-2, nagka-time out.
Loud. Go.
Galing ng support mo.
Galingan nyo. Kahit sino naman eh. Feel ko di mananalo yung G2 eh. Pero okay lang, depende. Depende sa mood.
Uy, fake news yung timeout oh.
Oy. Daya.
Hindi ko alam bias sa Porket nasa ice lang kayo, bias na sa EU.
Kaya nga. Bias caster si Dax eh. Hindi pa ako, wala akong bias.
Tama. Sino favorite team mo ulit sa PH VCT?
Kadiliman. Kala mo Pero top 3 APAC ba? Top 3 APAC ba?
Sige nga, top 3 APAC.
Naos.
Sino yung pangatlo?
Pangatlo, ano ba dapat?
Ewan ko sa'yo, pero
tamang sagot?
ewan ko sa'yo, pero feel ko may maling sagot talaga eh.
Favorite lang naman, di ba? Lahat sila favorite ko. One is
Wow.
Peach Team. Second is Kadiliman. Third is Naos. So, pinakahuli Naos sa paborito.
So meaning mo, sinasabi mo pinaka-ayaw mo yan, Naos.
Ay, grabe ka
ho.
naman sa akin.
Grabe ka, but...
Napaka-issue mo. Marites yarn.
Gawa-gawa lang ng chika sa umaga, pero yun na nga, Loud, di ba? Nice tripwire. At yung sinasabi ko, kung ma-adjust lang dito ng Gito mga tripwire setup nila, pwedeng lang gamitin yon para hulihin si Aspas sa simula. Mix ulo, tatalan muna dyan. Nasa loob na naman ng boat house dito si Medo. Sadak, makikita ba niyan? But it's Hoodie ready with the takeout out of pagkada. At tama na, Loud, kanina pa kayo naging P-site, nahirap. Les, huli dito ni Hoodie. Si Sadak kasi Sassy, nandyan pa rin. At kung may laban pa rin dito ang Loud, pero dalawa na lang talaga natitira on-site ngayon at Sassy, 1 HP, hingahan lang, ganun. Ay, hindi napatay! Nice blind daw onto the target at si Nuki yung patay pa nga isa. Sassy still alive! Classic! Ito na! Tinatry na mabuhay pero wala Classic rin. Binigyan ng konting bala sa pagbumuka at G2, naka G3 na.
Let's go, Nuki. Let's go. Kahit anong hawakan ni Nuki, ang galing niya eh, no?
Anong hinawakan niya kamay mo?
Ayoko. Guys, ang type ko sa lalaki ay mga Asians. Okay? Period. I mean, may iba, they get a pass, pero hindi talaga eh. Siguro yung mga Western lang na type ko is, kaya si Stewie. Anyway, Asian pa rin siya.
Asian pa rin yun, pre.
So, ganun.
Yung sa optic, pinitingnan mo si Victor eh. Asian rin yun.
Asian din.
Bias caster.
Facts. Totoo yan, guys. Totoo.
So guys, sinasabi lang niya, lahat kayo may chance kung galing kayong Pinas. Let's go.
Oy, hindi ah. May mga specifics na. Oh! Oy! Kailangan Radiant!
Aspas!
Sabi ko kailangan Radiant Aspas.
Oo.
Takes down
Ayun,
Mixwell.
Radiant yun.
Radiant yan?
Radiant
Nice
yan,
one.
for sure.
Siyempre. Hindi ko nga type pa. Ikaw pinipilit ko yung ayaw ko eh. Pero ngayon, sa side ng G2. Hoodie. Alis ka dyan, B. Pwede pa niya ma-rest. Pero hindi na sila syempre magpupunta sa A. Pwede naman B. May mga cage. Oy! Grabe ka naman, Medo. Pero buti na lang. The 3 is up there for Aspas. 4v4 pa rin naman tayo ngayon. Walang... may ready na ultimate sa side ni Aspas. Pero G2, gonna continue for the retake against the guys of Loud. Some of them will be coming here sa B-main, pero si Les magbabay time na kagad kasama ang kanyang magandahing lockdown. Pero Aspas nakabang na rin. Uy, na-headshot sa ulo.
Diba? Crunchy. Parang chippy. Ano magpaborito mong chippy? Yung barbecue, no?
Hindi, yung
cheese?
salt.
Less salt. Less, more kills. More kills for Aspas. 4 na nga para sa kanya. Ace mo na. Tara na, Aspas. Speak. Aspas. Yun! Let's go!
Bias caster. Dax.
Wow. Senior ko lang yung Ace, pare.
Okay, pare dude.
Okay lang naman. Wala lang Filipino team eh. Chill lang tayo dito, di ba?
Bago mag-7, tapos na tayo or 7, magbe-breaky tayo.
Mag-break. Ng 8? Ba't may ano pa? Ang tawag dito, may break pa.
Sabi ko eh. Tapos ililibre mo ako. Thank you.
Grabe.
Kasi meron akong trabaho. Hindi, kasi nga, nasamahan ko si Asoray sa pagkakast. Kapag tinanong niya ako bakit, wala lang. Trip ko lang siyang pahiyain habang nagkakast.
Hindi mo ginagawa na yun on a regular basis ngayon?
Hindi ah. Si Asoray ang nanggigik-gik sa akin tuwing nagkakast kami.
Ikaw yung nagiging biktima.
Oo, di ko alam ko bakit. Nasisira talaga yung brain cells ko sa kanya. Hindi ko din talaga alam. Buti nga di kami maintindihan eh. Sa mga references namin. Pero, masyado na daw tayo maraming pinagkwekwento. Alam mo pagkasabihin namin, kasi ganun nga lang yung ginagawa ng Loud. Pare-parehas lang. Sa side naman ng G2, nag-a-adjust sila. Pero kapag nag-whiff sila, Watch me whiff. Watch me loud. At wala silang nagagawa against this team. Naiintindihan ko na ba't nila natalo yung Team Liquid eh. Siguro nasiraan ng ulo yung Team Liquid. Sabi na, paano natin to gagawa ng strat? Wala nga strat nga to gano. May strat, pero ang bibilis maglaro eh. Bibilis ng keyboard. Specs reveal, please.
Specs reveal. Yung keycap, pre. Yung pindot pa lang, ganun na. Boom.
Nakapuding. Nakapuding kasi ako.
Ang lambat pa nun. Malambot yun, diba?
Nakapuding ko yun.
Di ba?
Gusto ko ipa-customize pero mga ultimate lesson ng buhay. Ang gastos lang yan kung pwede ko naman ipang prayer meeting na lang. Diba?
Pre, hindi. Gawin mo RGB na malupit. Diba? Isang pindot iba kulay pero tingin mo to. Yung Omen fight, may naka-judge. May panira ng trip. Panalo niya, Abova. Tas spike pa to Kung mapatay niya dito si Pancada, lahat ng gusto gawin ng Loud. Sira-sira kagad. Yung tipong gumawa ng plano. Pero nice outdrawn galing dito kay Sassy. Wala na siyang katakot-takot. Paranoia coming into play. Pero near side pa rin yan. At mukhang baited switch lang. Si Mixwell pa nga ang makakapatay. Manggagaling dito sa trade-ho. And they're trying to go for the page for less. Mapatay sa Aspas. Gonna get on the board. Hoodie does go down along the way. Sassy nanalo na rin. Pero dito pa rin si Avova. Nakipaglamag gamit ng Classic. At mukhang mapapatay pa rin ni Sassy ang dalawa. Medo na lang ang titira dito. 1v3. Kahit tinil ng G2. Nakatalon pa nga. Gumanan eh. Tumbling, umacrobatic, circle Soleil, at si Aspas pa rin panalo. Pero ito sasabihin ko, si Sassy confident. Sabi niya guys, push nyo lang yan. Kaya ko to 2v1, easy.
Sabi niya, no? Narinig mo?
Pero ano eh, sabi niya in Portuguese, so kailangan ko pa i-translate eh.
Paano na-translate? Yun na, nag-iisip na siya. Nag-iisip na si Dax.
Tulak! Dos v uno. Tulak. O, diba?
Galing.
Galing. Kahit Spanish yung sinabi ko.
Hindi ko alam eh.
Hindi ko alam na
Hindi ko rin alam eh. Pero pick pala to ng Loud. So, map 3 nga. Kasi yung Breeze, inexperience yung Loud in a way eh. Pero kasi, pag hindi sila natigil ng ganito kainit, nalulugi talaga ang katulad ng G2. Tatandaan nyo, ang Brazil, silang tunay na laso ng EMEA teams.
Diba? Kasi sila yung parang APAC lang sila maglaro eh. Mas wild lang talaga. Mas proc pa nga eh. Na dire-diretso, hard aim, hard confidence. And minsan, makikita kayo bang team, Ray. Nawawala ng ganong confidence, mahihiya yung duelist mag-entry. Wala ayun na si Aspas! Hindi pa rin siya tapos! Malagay, napatay nga ni Mixwell pero may space rin. Mixwell don't go for second kill, tapos mawal. At mukhang si Les pa nga nandyan para makipag-trade. Dahil lang sa slow orb, di makapush doon ang Loud pero wala silang pake. At ganun ka-confident tong team na to. Medo, tinatry na wallbang. Pero isipin mo, triple pick ka kahit may slow orb na nakaharang. Ganun ang galawan ng Loud at 9-3. Ang bilis ng first half.
Time check, nag-start tayo mag-cast Dax ng 4:57. 3-0 na sa atin. Hindi. 4:57. So, technically...
So, mga 5 yung start ng game mismo.
Natin. Yun. Ang galing. 23 minutes. Oo.
Diba? Ang bilis,
Palit ka na ng keyboard switch. Meron ka bang budget, Vince? Sasendan mo ba ako? Pwede naman. Kung bibigyan mo ka ng pambili, promise, bibiling ko kagad. Hindi eh.
kaya nga naglagay ng Gcash sa Facebook chat, diba?
Guys. Kung gusto nyo lang mamigay ng pang breakfast, okay lang naman sa amin. Tumatanggap lang naman kami ng blessing. Kanina naka-receive ako eh. Siyempre. Kay Be. Salamat, Be. Yan. Kay Bessie Wap.
Kay Bessie.
Oo.
Sino ba si Bessie, pre?
Secret. PM ko sa'yo, mamaya.
Marami mo naman, Bessie. Paiba-iba na naman.
Bessie, ano ka ba? Siyempre, Bessie ko si Aso, ay Bessie kita. Di ba?
Hiya naman ako sa'yo. Nadamay pa ako sa listahan mo.
Uy, bakit si Aso eh? Nadadami
siya. Ayoko na. Kung ganun yung listahan, kasama si Aso eh.
Huwag nyo. Parang alien si Azor, ayaw makasama. Ang sama natin sa kanya. Natutulog yung tao, pinag-uusapan natin siya.
Hindi kaya nga, wala siyang pala, guys.
Uy, grabe yan si Azor, yan ang tunay na lover boy.
Pre, nag-UP fight kami kahapon.
Oo nga eh.
Umabot pa kayo umaga, naglakad pa sa UP campus, pre.
I-up ko lang Thank you po. Yung ating Gcash.
Nakakatuwa lang kasi sabi siya, pag itong umaga guys, gusto ko pumunta ng UP, makita lang yung site. Sabi namin, tara G! Tapos yun tuloy, pauwi na sana. Hindi pa tapos ang aming prayer meeting, ang prayer circle na tuloy-tuloy lang from yesterday. Pero mukhang tutuloy natin tong game na to muli. And it really goes to show na kung simply put summary of events, yung cliff notes na to. Yung G2 nagsisetup, pero wala nang paki yung Loud. At more often than not, kung saan naka-set up mismo yung pampapigil sana ng G2 sa Loud, wala eh. Hindi yun yung site na hinihit as much as possible. Okay talaga yung A attack ng Loud kasi wala pa rin katakot-takot si Aspas. Kahit blind siya, kahit may smoke na nakaharang, kahit papasok siya. Kasi may tiwala eh, na papasok rin yung Loud as soon as possible. At kahit nandun, yung mga slow orb, yung mga pangharang, pick pa rin yun ng Loud. At hindi ini-expect yun ng G2, ini-expect yun na mag-play safe. Walang safe dito, pre! Dire-diretso lang! At yun nga, diba? Pang need for speed to. Ganun kabilis ang Loud lang ngayon.
Uy!
Ano yung racing, pre?
Kaya naman pala. Pero, wala na nakita ko ng mga magjowa sa Twitter. Sana all. Hindi ko alam bakit. Mga lumalabas sa feed ko ganito. Hindi kayo na. Ay! Balik ka tayo.
Balik na tayo. Pistol round. Testing mo.
Manalo Loud dito! GG.
Pero tingnan mo yung Aray. Yung Loud. Di ba binigay niya sa yung defending side? Hindi pa rin eh.
Ayaw, damot.
Ayaw? Oo ayaw. Hindi binibigay. Sabi ni Mama, kami na magde-defend. Pero yun na nga. Nauna pa nga. Gumawa ng play yung Loud. Kesa sa G2. Hindi pwede raw to. Kuya, sige na, palaro naman. Bawal raw. Mixwell daw, nandyan na rin. Les, gonna be in position. Pero baka naman, nag-iintay gunting tropa. At mukhang Sage Wall nga ang ilalagay dito sa taas para ng mas may space dito muna ang G2. Pero sama-sama nang sinisira tong yellow na to. Sabi nila, wala talaga ang Eagle na nakasetup ngayon. At Loud, magagaling pa nga doon sa may pintuan. G2, fully committed sila on-site. So, pwedeng mag-entry na naman dito yung Loud. Cosplay nga as the attacking side. Here we go yet again. Nice paranoia. Connecting onto Mixwell as well as Nuki. At ito pa nga yung Cloud First na try pa sa one-way. Hoodie though does get two. Aspas kay Galorboard. Nandiyan na si Lester nang gagaling na naman pag-side ng Loud. At pwede na mag-drop down dito si Sassy. Pero hell muna para side ng G2. Confirm. Ito Shock Dart. Tatabas na rin. Second Shock Dart into play. Les with a takedown. Here we go. Uy! Talikod rin! Pankada! Pantayan mo naman si Sassy! Abova na kadalawa! Halfway na! Hindi na pa mabubuhay! Ng knife! Ng knife! Pero may oras ba? Walang oras na! Walang oras! Abuso ng oras ng Uchillo kasi!
Kulit mo, idol. Check. Kasalanan ni Pankada yung di ba tumawa? Hinampas pa. Kala mo talaga may pang-highlights.
Highlight naman rin to eh.
Top 10 anime battles eh. Tawa siya eh.
Oh? Tawa.
Kahit may pride ka sa pananaksak, talo yung round. Throw. Report Loud.
Parang yung mga maliliit na Pokemon na nag-away-away, nasasampalan lang. Alam mo si si Jigglypuff. Tapos yung isa pa yung pink, yung si Clefairy. Parang pag nagsapakan sila, ganun lang yung nangyari.
Jigglypuff.
Sige nga, patulugin mo ako.
Pokemon ba ako?
Bawal ko sagutin yun. Sagot ko, hindi pang broadcast eh.
Oo, ako din eh. Alam mo yung single brain cell natin. Nagkaintindihan eh.
Yan talaga. Ray Dax connection. Pero ito na tayo. So G2, hilig nila kumuha ng mga boost pool na to. Pero Les, nandyan na rin. Pretty! Mama ka naman, Les!
Bawas naman, armor plan.
Bawas naman. Hindi kasi sabi niya, more bullets, more problems. Yun tuloy, tinapon niya lahat. Problem-free. Philosophy, Hakuna Matata.
Galing naman ang philosophy mo. Ay, gusto ko yan, mga lalaki from philosophy.
Wow. Red. Ako sabi ko red flag yun, pre.
Ay, red flag pala yun. Ay, hindi. Sa UST, ang mga philosophy.
Ibang usapan na ibang usapan na pag UST pre.
Red flag pala pag taga-army.
No.
I know, I want to know more.
Ay, nako. Bahala ka. Wala kang chinito boy nito. Pero ito na nga, G2. Di siya chinito, pero gusto niya paglaban na naman. So, dash one way pa nga si Aspas. Laban na loud! Mas mamamatay na kayo anyway. Yun na nga, Spectre. Nandyan na rin. Nuki Mix with Avova. Nag-attendance ng mabilisan. At flawless para sa G2 5-9. Uy, bumabawi. Game 3.
Ay, wag. Hindi. Pwede manalo G2 para manalo sila ng Breeze. Oo, tama. Ito ay gawa-gawa ng Illuminati. Pero, 187 mobs na kasi itong mga gangster tong mga Tagalog oh. Patay. Bug. Okay guys. Dax, di ba yung UGH, di ba parang ganun siya, di ba?
No, that's UG. Like
UG.
Yeah.
Meron akong friend. Naglalaro kami. Tapos bigla, sinabi ko, UGH, UG. UG daw! Tapos sabi ko, ha? Anong UG?
Ano UG? Yun yung tunog nung sa Crash Bandicoot pre. Pag ginawa mas ugum ka. Ganun diba? Ugum. Parang yung narinig mo sa mga yung mga rides na Jungle Cruise, Log Jump, parang ganun.
Sa car, UG.
Tara, Ike.
Ay, uy.
Oh, okay yun.
Uy, free tayo ng 19-20-20.
Pwede. Perasin yung sound effects.
Gusto ko mag-swimming Oy!
Oy!
Jet diff.
Pre, ano siya? Ito yung, kung gusto mo mag-swimming si Aspas na go fishing. Kasi tuloy, nakahuli ng isa. Speed lang. Paranoia. Perfect pa. Galing kay Pangkada. Bilhin na to. Nang loud. So kita talaga natin. Mas place na default. Ready makipag-clash. At Aspas na naman. May konting drop pa dyan with Pangkada. Tricycle for clappers. Di maharangan in time. Hoodie. Makakuha rin ng isa. Pero 2v4. Sassy naman ang makakapatay dito. At si Avova. Ano na? Pre, alam mo yung Avova? Pag binaliktad mo yung Avova pa rin. Pero uy, 9 HP. Kaya pa ba na pabalik na rin ang round na to? Oh, hindi na.
Abush. Ug. Kaya sa tuwing nagkikita, hindi na nawawala yun. Ug. Wala, permanente na siya sa isip.
Yung Avova, tingnan mo. Tingnan mo yung name
Avova.
Yung O, yung mouth. Tapos yung dalawang V, yung eyes. Tapos yung A, yung hands.
Ay, wait
Anong pose yun?
Alam,
diba?
cute. Wait lang.
Diba? Isipa, parang yung mga Japanese emoticons. Parang
ang galing. Like,
parang U. Kung may U, may O, may Avova.
Alam ko nga,
Galing, diba? Emoji pala siya, pre! Parang yung mga gangster na parang mga ganun. Yung bang diba?
Parang ano bang gangster na to? Tokyo Revengers. Manji gang, bro. Isipin nyo, nag-go back in time ka lang para maging mas malupit na gangsta. Oo nga Hindi ko get
Kung ako, kumain ng lote. Tapos okay na.
Basta ako, excited na ako mamit ng season 2 ng Jujutsu Kaisen. Dahil malupit na Shibuya art.
Yeah, Shibuya. Tara, Shibuya.
Uy, na-miss ko mag-Shibuya, guys. Alam nyo ba, favorite kong destination sa Tokyo is Shibuya talaga. Aside from maraming pogi na college students.
Si Ray yung tipong umiikot-ikot sa gitna ng Shibuya Crossing kasi sabi niya, "I love Japan!"
O, hindi naman. Ang gusto ko sa Shibuya is yung shopping niya. Pero, ang ganda kasi ng aesthetic niya tuwing gabi. Tapos may Genki Sushi doon na 45 pesos per plate lang. Pero speaking of Aspas! Pash! Paboritong kata, Aspas.
Paano na-relate? Paano na-relate sa Genki Sushi si Aspas? Pero sige, okay lang. Si Woody pa nga na simula
Oo, ano yan?
Okay.
Kahit saan
Basta ikaw, pre. G lang.
Tara, Genki Sushi bukas
Ayoko ng sushi. Honestly. Di ako mahilig sa seafood. Sa totoo
What?
lang. Pero, I don't like...
Magkakasundo siguro kami ni Dion.
Oh, yun talaga. Favorite ka naman dito yun eh. Pero ito, Loud. Naku, Aspas, ba't ka nasusulok na yan? G2 pinaghadaan. Les, mapapatay pa nga si Medo. Pero yung Spike pa nga yung nahulog dito. At yung Cloudburst, maikli lang yan. Si Mixwell, linabanan pa nga. Trinay niya yung magdipong Limbo Rock. Dito sa pintuan na to, crouch ng gaming. And Loud pa nga, ang nakuha ng man advantage after everything said and done. Hindi nakatulong sa pintuan at all. Yun sa G2 ngayon. Kasi Sassy, isang tingin lang, patay. Ang dalawa, asa na yung peak ng Loud. Kailangan lang niya konting distraction dito habang nakaplant. Ito, timing para kay Sassy, timing para kay Pancada. At mukhang nag-iintayan muna sila through the smoke and more patience game. Hinihintay ni Avova daw kung nandyan pa siya. Pero baka, di mo ba alam? Avova? Tingin ka sa likod. Ingat ko, pre. Kasi yun na, nice pick from Les. And immediately as it happens, Loud, inintay lang eh. Tapos nung sabi na, ito na ang time, mine ka na eh.
Nagmadali.
Waiting is over. Hindi nga eh.
Hindi. Ay, mali yung term ko. Basta yun.
Basta yun. Hindi ba, parang inangkin ka agad, di ba? Parang ganun. Oo.
Oo, shoutout sa mga nangaangkin.
Yung minamind kahit hindi sa kanila. I know so many people.
Ay! Yung wala namang, yung label nila, masaya, pero nangaangkin na. Alam mo talaga. Di naman sila.
Okay.
Yung ex ka na lang, pero pinipilit mo pa rin bumalik.
Bawal magalit. Hindi ka
galit.
pwedeng manakit.
Alam to.
Sorry
ako lang.
To.
Hola!
Uy, yun.
Yun, pankada. Parang ano yung isip ko pag pankada. Pancake, pinakolada. Ano ba yan?
Diba? Parang pinaghalong oo nga no. Pag,
talina natin.
Listen. Di ba may pineapple on pizza? Tapos may pineapple on burger. Kasi sa Jollibee. Ito yung bago. Pineapple on pancake. Pankada.
Pineapple on pancake. Ang pangit ng lasa. Pancake person ako. Kumakain ako ng kahit anong fruits. Pero wag naman yung pancake sa... Ay, pineapple sa pancake. Ang pangit ng lasa. At hindi ko rin kasi naglalagay ng pineapple sa sa mango float.
Basta ako hindi ako mahilig sa pineapple. In general.
Pineapple drink lang yung gusto ko.
Wala, ako di talaga. Not a fan. Pero yung, alam mo yung sino hindi fan ng round na to? Si Avova. Kasi, 2 beses na siya namatay. Kawawa. Parang pinikulit eh. Sabi ni Loud, uy, bawal ka maglaro dito. Uy! Yung lalagay na niya yung, uy, nice gun! This is big! Para sa side ng Loud. Sassy, yung naghahandaan to. Mix and mag-dash on in. Pero syempre, nag-iintay si Les. At alam niyo na, kitang-kita yung code ko dito. Nag-crack na yung code ng mga Illuminati. At Loud na ang map point ngayon.
Nakakita ko na mga point. Nagagaya na si Dak sa akin. Let's go!
I did that for you po. Alam ko ma-appreciate mo yun eh. Oo, diba?
Alam mo yung lineup ng nila sa sa Loud? Ang lineup ng Soba ni Sassy. Ganyan lang ako mag-Soba, tapos biglang gulat ako, 3 yung nare-reveal. Di ba pag naglalaro tayo?
Pero yung difference sinasadya niya.
Omsim. Oms to the stone.
Oh guys, huwag niyo kalimutan, peak immortal player si Ray Ray. Bago niya sagutin ng ibang sagot yun. At ito na ba? Loud, tatapusin niya ba kagad ang match na ito? Muntik na! Muntik na! Yun tuloy, siya pa namatay.
Siyempre, pipik niya to. Makulit siya eh.
Oo, siya. Hindi, ito yun eh. Ma-effort talaga yung Loud eh. Points for trying. And points for getting the kill onto Hoodie Less. Nice hold na naman dito sa B-site. Nanoswarm na nga para makaharang. At kahit mag-flash. Ang tapang!
Nice one!
Wala talaga.
Let's go!
Yung defense, suggestion lang yan. Hindi yan roll, pero Mixwell pinush rin. Saktong tama lang with the Guardian. Bladestorm na nga ilalabas dito for si Les. Tampay lang sa botas sa taban. At maganda ang corner niya. Para pa nga slow pa nga! Huli na ba? Dito si Medo. Siya na lang natitira sa sulok na to. At G2, mapapag-game 2 pa ba tayo dito? Tingnan natin. Sige na nga, Medo. Oh, buhay ka pa ba? Les, nangaharang lang. Ayan na yung other members of Loud. At speedrun lang para sa Loud to. 30-5. Simula pa lang, tapos na kagad ang boxing. Ang taas ng rate nila kanina. Ang galing ng streak nila. At dahil lang doon, Loud with a dominating victory over G2.
2-0 to.
Good night, Ray Ray.
Good night. Okay guys, pag walang game 3, di na kasasama na. Tapos matutulog. Joke lang. Kanina pa niya hinahanap yan ng Becky. Di ako tumatanggi sa libre. Let's go. Ay! Uy! Sabi sa'yo, tunay na lason talaga yung Brazil pagdating sa mga EMEA teams. So, tignan mo. Pero, gets ko naman, I think they're really strong here in a sense. Sa side ng Loud. Talaga. They've been practicing a lot of fundamentals to it and it seems like they know how to shut down. Ang mga taga G2, hindi sila nakapalagid. The speed pa lang, wala talaga silang nagagawa at all ducks, unang half pa lang, alam mo na nangyari na pabor talaga to sa side ng Loud. Even if there are particular clutches and individual plays coming in from G2, hindi pa rin nila kayang makuha yung amount of teamwork na meron ng mga taga-Loud. Kahit kanina, hindi nila defuse ng maayos, ginawa na lang, sinaksak na lang nila agad. Di pa rin nag-work against G2 Ducks eh. So, let's see if what's gonna be happening in the next map, which is going to be in Breeze, kung mapapalag ba dito ang Loud or G2 all the way sa Breeze map.
At simple lang eh. This is one of the simplest games you can really understand na compare mo to sa last series, ang maraming pinagagawa ng mga players, diba? Ito, sabi ng Loud, tara G. And ito, practice na nilang comp na to. Practice na nila yung trade system. Inuunahan pa nga ang lahat at tuloy-tuloy lang talaga na hindi maka-keep up yung G2 kahit feel nila nadadala nila. Yung nag-squid game sila, yung umiikot-ikot yung dal. Oh, exactly. Ganun. Pero ang problema, kung yung G2 yung dal na yon, palagi yung Loud nakakalampas, nakakadire-diretso lang. At pag nakatingin sila, hindi naman nila mahuli in the act. So sila pa nga nanalo ng squid game at nanalo ng game number 1. Guys, mag-break muna tayo kasi syempre, mayroon pa more action between these two teams. Taxi Red Ray, you guys are watching dito sa VALORANT Masters Filipino broadcast. Kita-kita muli in a bit for G2 versus Loud.
Just one night, but to me it'll last forever. It's not so easy now. My world flipped upside down. Maybe I'll see you wrong, or maybe never. I still feel the summer's heat, or maybe it was you and me. So maybe the first time won't be just the last time, 'cause all I think about is you. Just one photograph is all I have of you. I'll wait for fate again. But this photograph brings me back to you. I'll test my fate again.
Domination Station, y'all. I mean, honestly, Loud just stomped G2 on Ascent. I was trying to think of a way to say that more nicely, and then I was just like, no, we're just going to have to lean right into that. Kakuka, how was Loud putting pressure on them? I just felt like they could not get an opening.
The thing is that it's not only the pressure, it's also the moment when you apply it. It's G2 going into the side and Lau interpreting that they do not have to give them any space. It's the time to break the pace. And G2 maybe taking the fights that they didn't need to take. Kind of disappointing performance from Mixwell. But, you know, if we look on the other side, when you have Sahak and Sassy and Pakada playing for Aspas, it's way easier to perform as a Jet. He was kind of a little bit on his own. And Avoa wasn't doing him much of a favor. So yeah, Loud, literally the rounds were so flashy, so instant. Everything was decided in a matter of seconds.
Yeah, and I really like the way that actually Aspas was very aware on defense. The casters, Josh and Bren, called it out. But look how dynamic he is. After a flash from Pankata, he gets in a position that's now a high-low setup with him. So he gets the first frag, and then Pankata gets the second. And you have Sadak swinging out of B main or A main at the same time. That's the dynamicism and also just wealth of setups that they have that really shut down that attacking side from G2 as it got rolling. I mean, they really didn't give him an inch.
Yeah, no, I mean, he had 20 kills. He's playing smart. He's fragging out. Fantastic play from him. I do want to focus on G2 a little bit, Kakuka.
Yes.
That was a pretty tough loss. I mean, we can't say it any other way, right? What was falling apart there? Or maybe rather, like, why could they never even get started, really?
So, okay, they get the pistol round, and I think it's a very memorable round because as they get the kill with the knife, and I was listening to Josh mentioning that he is the first time that he loses a 1v1. I mean, he didn't lose the 1v1, but he did lose the round. So, yeah, it's still insane in stats. The problem is G2 gets the pistol, gets the next one, and they don't get anything else. And it's not like they didn't try. That play that you were showcasing right there shows us that they were trying to work around the map. The problem is that Loud always had a read onto them. They were mentioning one step ahead again and again. And when you're not as scared, you also mentioned it on the beginning of the of this show. They are not afraid to take the duels. Nothing is going to scare them.
Yeah, and that was apparent from Loud. And I think actually the way that they played against Team Liquid might have given G2 the false sense of security. For example, Les, that guy was so abusable in that first series. Team Liquid really started to take the pace towards him, and you could see in the stats, actually. Look at the ADR, that damage per round, 132 in his series against on Ascent versus Team Liquid, and just now 205. That is such a difference for a half that we didn't even get to see his defensive side for a Sentinel player.
Totally, and I think after they get the read into the EMEA teams, also knowing that they have such a strong half, they probably, you know, coming into making the decision of we're going to pick Ascent, and it's not necessarily a terrible map for G2, but they can learn from those mistakes that they made. They can fix things. He was not going down at the beginning of the round so much, and sincerely, like everyone on Lao would just frag it out.
Yeah, a lot of eyes on
It was a frag movie, a little bit.
Frag movie, I love it. Okay, that's enough about map 1, everyone. We got to talk about map 2, Breeze. This is G2's map pick, so we're expecting them to turn up Bala, but also Breeze.
Yeah, it's really interesting because I think this one kind of leads me to believe that G2 is trying to pick something that we haven't seen out a lot and that they haven't played much so far this year, where there might be a little less experience because Ascent, they've played 10 maps on that one. They're undefeated. Yes. They're undefeated on Breeze too, but only 3 maps. So that's a large difference in terms of variety of play, all the strats that they're able to work out. And I think you were right at the beginning of the show. You said Nuki wants to play Jet. And right now, I think that's important to actually note that that change is coming and Mixwell's going to move over towards Chamber.
We kind of need Nuki to choose violence on this one because somebody has to perform. Mixwell was not finding the frags against them, and somebody has to step up. And Loud's attack has been so aggressive, so intense during the entire year.
All right, let's talk about the Prime Gaming Agent Select.
Okay. These are surprises because Pankata was supposed to go on the Viper. Is Les going to take that side? So is Aspas going to... Okay, so no Cypher. They're going to actually opt to go for the mirror comp here. Sadak is also going to move from that Sky into that KO, and I actually love because he can play for himself, the rest of the team. He's also going to be stopping that Chamber and Jet on the other side. This is going to be, not terrible, but difficult for G2. Do you think they expected the changes?
I don't. I really think that this... Well, actually, after watching the Icebox from the prior map, yeah, I expect that they expected Chamber to come in, but I don't expect that Pankata was the person to do it, because Sadak's KO is really good, as we just saw.
Yes.
I mean, he wasn't a top fragger or anything like that, but he was good. He was supporting his teams in important ways.
Okay, Bren, Sideshow. I know you both predicted G2 go into the finals. Bala told me that, so if that's not true, I'm putting Bala in the hot seat there. Well, they better do better on map 2. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Desk.
Last series na natin ngayon between Loud and G2. We are your shoutcasters. Ako si Rere. Kasama ko dito si Dax. At nakita na nga natin ang first map na nanalo ang Loud with 13-5 against G2. But now that we're gonna move into Breeze, kung saan hindi sobrang experience talaga ang Loud. Let's see if makakapag-comeback ba ang G2? Magiging malayo din ba ang scoreline? Or pagdating sa mga teams kasi like Loud together with earlier on, katulad ng nangyari sa Optic Gaming, baka the more na mysterious sila dito, Dax, the more na pwedeng mangyari na, alam mo, miraglo sa side ng Loud.
Alam mo ang ginawa ng Loud? Nag-adjust sila comp. Hindi dapat ito comp nila. Sabi nila, tara, tapatan natin ng chamber. Pangada, ikaw na bahala dyan, ha? At yun, Loud, naging mirror matchup nga. Diba? Kaya okay talaga to per terms of G2. Should be a little more comfortable kasi si Mixwell na yung nasa chamber at snap back bigla lang. Patay kagad si Sadak dyan. Aspas to. Siyempre Loud yan. Nulusob lang ng nulusob sa Aspas. Anong 13 HP? Walang pake pero Medo. Sasabihin na magkapake ka nga. Kasi andito na ako na-quest na dyan. Pangkado to. Finds the duel against Mixwell. Gets the takedown. Go for the headshot. Hindi niya makanap to. At ang G2 pa nga ang mananalo dito sa pistol. Game 3!
Oh, game 3. Alam ko na eh, tinanggap ko na eh. Nakita ko nung stats pa lang. Tinanggap ko na yung katotohanan. Mas maganda at least tanggap mo, di ba? Kaysa sa hindi.
Oo, di ba? At least alam mo na
Oo,
ang mangyayari.
at least alam mo na. Nakakuha ka ng normal ending. Pero season 1 pa lang.
May next route pa. May isa pang...
May next pa tayo. Sa'yo ng
diba?
G2. Kala mo talaga.
Sabi nila, guys, panalo tayo dito. Pistol lang naman kailangan. Di ba? Pero maganda rin naman para sa Loud eh. Kasi, this is a dueling map. Breeze, laban lang ng laban. At ito pang Aspas. Nagtatapang. Marshall pa rin, magiging galawan. At si Nuki, back on the jet. And this is what I really like dito sa side ng G2. Pero mukhang sabi ni Aspas, jet kick, pretty quick. Mabilis lang yan. Fragment into play. Vovao, spray lang talaga through the wall and more to get to. And you can really see here already, this is a more comfortable lineup para sa side ng G2. Pinakamalaking bagay nga, yung chamber at yung jet roll swap basically. Vova though, 3 kills pa nga dyan. At habang si Les na natitira, G2, 2-0 raw.
13-0 to, in favor of Breeze. Madaliin nyo na tapusin yung Breeze para next pop na tayo.
I mean, sa totoo lang pwede pang mangyari yun. Kasi nalala mo yung Team Liquid, parang 13-10, tapos biglang 13-3 ng Liquid yung Loud. Biglang, uy, saan na kayo guys? Nangulilat lang bigla.
Ano next map natin?
Icebox.
Icebox. G2 map.
Paano mo nasabi?
Feel ko lang.
Okay.
Pag Brazil, magaling din sila sa Icebox.
Walang ice, Di ba hindi nang yelo sa Brazil? Parang tropical lang palagi sila.
Pero malamig daw sa Amazon rainforest
Okay. Kala ko sa Amazon warehouse
Ay. May mga friends ako nag-work doon. Oo daw.
Oo, di ba? Kung na doon ako nagtatrabaho, sasabit ako doon sa drone. Di ba? Yun yung pang-deliver, yung drone. So, it's like, woo! Parang yung Fortnite, ganun.
Hindi ako naglalaro ng Fortnite. Trinay ko maglaro sa
yung
ulo ko
Yung di ba sa favorite bang-bang mo, may mga skin na parang ganun. Yun, sasakay ka doon sa Aldron. Sasakyan kita sa lahat ng gusto mo.
Si Sadak makakapitas. Sunod na din si Pankada
dito. On point, in sync.
Wala.
100! You're the best flawless round. Nice pull by.
Worth it. ROA.
Galing na. In secret sa kaloohan.
Parang kami ni Asore, pag nagkakas kahit ang sakit ng ulo ko Guys, kapag pinanood nyo kami sa ibang bangbang ni Dak, gusto po talaga. Dito din gets ka. Ay, pero ba't ka tayo ngayon sa
Hindi, nice clear. Yun lang naman yun nangyayari sa round na yun. Na-clear nila yung sulok ng G2. At hindi umalis si Nuki. Hindi umalis yung G2. Yun tuloy. Pinalo. Sinampal. Pinalis. Tapos wala na. Nakanala na yung side.
Si Eliza Taylor nag-chat.
Ba't
Good morning
gising
sa
ba
mga paborito kong kasi. Huwag ka papataan, mas paborito ka namin.
Oo nga eh. Miss ka na namin dito.
Kumusta dyan sa States?
Oh, hindi. Di ba nasa ano siya? Sa Greenland. Di ba? Giniginaw ka ba dyan, Taylor?
Naging tunay na siya na hiking.
Diba? Dude, hindi, ano na eh. Kung may Mr. Worldwide, siya talaga si Miss Worldwide eh.
Oo.
Everywhere and anywhere.
Pang
Yung mga map,
international yan.
pre guys, kung kayo ay nag-travel thanks to Valorant sa mga iba't ibang map, napuntahan na yun ni Taylor sa totoong buhay lahat yan. Yung Haven, yung Ascent, yung Breeze. Icepack, sama na nga natin, di ba?
Ba? Grabe, di ba? Yan ang terror. Baka terror yan.
Baka talaga. Yan yung talaga. Yan yung tipong Pilipino na nakaahon sa kahirapan.
Basta ako, I love imports, bro.
Ako rin, syempre. Pero ito na, ito na, si Mixwell tambay lang dito. Nakaisa persada, makakatry na rin dyan. Abova, gusto nyo kasama sa ginawa at nakadalaw pa nga si Abova. Tinatlo, tiniktak tuloy yung kalaban at 3-1. Nasa G2 to. Nice hold, gamit ng mga vice nila ngayon.
Grabe naman to si Abova, ang galing niya naman masyado eh. Flex player talaga, kahit anong hawakan, ang galing eh. Lahat na lang eh.
Emoji.
Oo. Ayun, oo eh. Ganun eh.
Hindi, ito yun. Alam mo, pinakita lang niya kay Mixwell paano gawin yun. Sabi niya, uy, ba't 1 for 1 lang yan, pre? Kita mo to, 3 for 0. Easy.
Naki-udif si Sadak.
Sad na siya tuloy. From sad act to sad react. Pero mukhang tayo ay mapapareact. Punta na ditong Loud. At hindi sila ganito matahimik na Loud. May konting takot na feel nila G2. Tambay lang sa kabila ngayon at mukhang itong Vice pa rin versus Sadak. Nandiyan ka pwes na rin. Dinalawa pa nga ni Sadak. Nung napitas na rin si Aspas along the way. Ragbit muna doon sa double door. Shock darts papali pa rin. Try niya itapon na sa default. Pero hindi ba naman yung pwestuhan ni Sadak. Mas malapit pupunta doon sa cave. At dito sa Loud. Sila pa nga ang may advantage ngayon. 4v3 tour de force. Hawak-hawak dito ni Mixwell. Parang lang yung mga tour ni Eliza Taylor sa totoong buhay. Pero that's a big surprise! Pre, yung Gucci gun! Bawal gamitin! Hindi pwede yung designer brand dito! At ito na, fragment pa nga, mabay! Sadak! Nandyan na naman! Inapat pa nga ang kalaban!
KO deep!
Loud.ext.
Ginalingan ko lang mag-chat-chat. Galingan nyo din at makakaahon kayo. Malapit na akong umahon talaga. Terror. Road to Germany!
Ai, meu Deus.
Legit to ah. Hindi alam ni Dax yung context sa chat ko sa kanya mamaya. Basta, ready na ako maging...
Ako natatawa na ako kahit hindi ko gets eh. Kasi feeling ko, may pakiramdam na ako na masama eh.
Ready na ako maging non-showbiz GF.
Okay. May kwento ko sa'yo dati ba? Papayag ka ba kung ganun yung manglalandi sa'yo?
Sino ba yan?
Uy! Yung mga prince, mga prinsipe, ganun.
Ay! Welcome to Qatar.
Uy, nako! Mamaya ka na! Welcome to A-side! Ayun na, sabi ni Aspas, lumipad muna para makupitas. Abova, mapatay na rin. At ito na timing para sa Loud na naman. Nakukuha sila pitas doon sa kitna, nakakuha sila pitas doon sa sulok. At sabi na, tama na to. Spike na, plant na nga natin itong spike. Pero Aspas, ready pa ba siya? Lumuso pa. Ay, hindi. G2 out na. 3-3.
Pantay. Bisa nyo na bulyang Loud. Ano ibig sabihin LLL? Loud, loud, loud.
Hindi, kala ko.
Loud.
Hindi.
Di ba parang loud, louder, loudest.
Pani ka.
Doon lang ako naging matalino. Okay. Now.
Considered ba yun?
Okay.
Umi-exit lang.
Exit lang.
Napatay pa nga si Mixwell. At Tama lang itong ginagawa ng Loud. Sila yung on a roll ngayon. Sila yung naka 3 round streak. Kung mapatay pa nga nila more members ng G2, mas maganda pa yan. Pero pansin mo dito na feel ko may problema na G2 inulit nila yung ginawa na nila kanina. I don't think Loud is that kind of team na pag alam mo yung famous saying, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me.
Fool me 5 times. I am so stupid.
Pre, yung pinagagawa mo yan, more than 5 times na eh.
Huwag na natin isipin kayo mga kataan. Nababagot lang ako eh. At ngayon, mula sa side ng G2, makakapit. Uy, grabe naman ito. Flacker. So, dati Viper lang siya. Ngayon, dito na. Tsaka kayo. Sabay-sabay tayo. Boy! Buti naman. Gumana. Pero walang makakatala. Sige, the third! Uy, naku po. Pero napakalaking ginawa niya doon. Para lang talaga makonfirm ngayon ng loudest ang round na to against G2, Dax.
Alam mo, sa totoo lang, yung si Aspas, kung may mga tao hindi binabind yung jump or yung crouch para matuto sila, si Aspas hindi nakabind yung S, yung back. W key lang talaga ang mayroon siya ngayon. Tatlo kagad dire-diretso at pagkada, nice crossfire setup kasama ni Sassy. Loud, kinigipit talaga yung kalaban. Nafe-feel mo, paliit ng paliit ang mundo dito ng G2. At sila pa nga nangunguna ngayon. Pero ito talaga yun. Sige na trade. Pero sabi niya, sige na, go lang ng go. Wala akong pake. 1, 2, 3. We've been looking for the fourth. Ganun katapang talaga si Aspas. At kahit mamatay siya, kahit makapitas rin siya, alam mo, diretsuhin ka ng Jet as soon as possible.
Kakaiba. Kakaiba talaga ang pwedeng mangyari. Pero, Loud, sinisimula na talaga nalang pag-iingay ngayon against sa G2. G2, no problem. EMEA teams, we take them out here sa Masters mismo. Pero, next time meron kayo, makita na tayo PH team. Sana, no? Pero,
Apat pa nga, may kita mo.
Oo.
Yung dalawang Apex slot, atin yan. Yung Korea slot, atin yan. Japan slot, atin yan.
Oo, marami tayong Japanese import eh. At ngayon, may kita mo na anong next na gagawin. Ano yun?
Alam mo actually, gusto ng kwentuhan? Ang kwento sa akin, baka makakita kayo ng mga Pinoy sa Japanese scene. Abangan. Oo, di yun cap for fur, pero ang kwentuhan naman na tayo dito, yung Loud, nakikipagsapakan na naman, ginera na lang mismo sa A-site dito ang G2, at mukhang magiging problema. Para sa G2, di sa mga keep up whatsoever, walang ka-sight-line si Mixwell, pero nice lang ka ni Kinuki, makakuha nga na isa, pero yung Blaze, di na tumama sa iba pang target, at pagdating niya doon sa store na yan, si Sassy, sabi niya, we're close, out ka na dyan. Wala talaga mapukuha dito ang G2, save na lang no operator, pero ang bilis eh, mahirap para sa G2 kung makikipaglaban lang sila ng diretsuhan kasi ganun ka-effective yung Loud sa mga situation na yan. At dahil lang doon, 5-3 na to.
May tanong ako, Dax. Sino makakalaban ng PaperX? DRX ba?
Hindi.
Kung sino matatalo dito?
Dito. Yung DRX kalaban nila, Zeta Division. So bye-bye Zeta. Alam na natin yun talaga sa lahat. Let's not mince words. Sa totoo lang. Sorry, Laz. Medyo yun yung unwinnable situation po. Sa totoo lang. Kung manalo Zeta bukas sa DRX.
Sila yung laban sa first match, di ba? Oo, sila.
Ay, ako, hindi ko alam.
Basta yun. Tapos ito, makakalaban ko si matatalo PaperX.
PaperX. Sa totoo lang ako, kahit mukhang Loud yung mananalo dito, in all honesty, unless ma-figure out ng G2, kaya mag-timeout, diba? I really want to see Loud versus PaperX happen.
Ako din.
Diba? Yeah, like for real. Like isipin mo, may Forsaken Jing ka, tapos dun sa kabila, may Aspas Sassy. Magdidiretsuhan lang yung mga yan, kung ganun.
Double duelist, no? Pang stage 1 2021.
Kahit di nga yung Sova raw, duelist eh. Yun yung sabi ni Sassy, diba?
May kilala ko, lalakas mag-Sova, parang duelist din eh.
Sino? Name drop. Bakit?
Sikretang malupit.
Grabe ka.
Tignan mo yung isang tao nakatutok sa
Pinapanood niya yung hand signal eh.
Bakit pinagsasabi nito?
Hindi. Kasi sabi niya, ba't ka nag-hand signal? Hindi ka naman kita ng mga
Weirdo
players mo. Diba? It's like, huh? Gumagalaw-galaw yung kamay. Hindi naman kailangan. Pa-effort pa.
Nananguhusga or bad trip siguro. Ayun.
Ginagawa mo ng trabaho mo, ginajudge ka pa.
Oo nga eh. Magawa lang naman. Parang tayo.
Oo nga, ayun talaga.
Oo.
Basta caster, aawayin, di ba? Ganun talaga yun.
Siyempre. Lalo na pag
Oxy.
natalo yung ano nila, sisi sa atin.
Oo, yung kanilang status. Uy! Abova! Nakaisa. Pero sa dak nandyan lang. Ikuron to para sa side ng G2 at nako, delikado na talaga. Pankada na patay pa nga. Nascan na rin dito si Hoodie. Yung snake bite. Wala ka ng pag-aasa dyan. Hoodie, fragment to. Manatapon na rin. Mixwell, nice timing dun sa peak mismo. Pero 3v2, spike plata naman. Pankada, mag-ingat ka talaga. Nice flick galing kay Mixwell dyan. Naabangutan pa nga yung kapang chamber. Pero sabi nila, uy, pre, pinapatay tayo ng Optara. Viper spit na lang.
Tara G.
Tara G.
Sige po. Anong nangyayari? Mananalo
Parang
kaya?
club song Viper spit eh. Hindi pong tugs. Dapat may ganun. May music sa loob. Tugs.
Yung music pang versus.
Pang silo pare.
Masaya talaga pag libre, bro. Oh!
Yun, libreng-libre.
Naging rhubarb on my takeout pa.
At yun tuloy, ginawang nightclub ng Loud ang A-site. Tapos napapilitan pumasok yung naka-operator. Goodbye. 3-6 na. Loud. This is a 6-round streak, no? Hindi pa natalo yung Loud ever since nakuha nila yung round na hinabol na. And it really goes to show na para dito sa Loud, nung naintindihan lang nila yung mga kakaibang plays ng G2, yung mga corners na take nila, kung gaano ginagamit yung unang utilities, intindi na nila. At ito na naman eh. Kanina, puro A-site na sa Ascent. Ngayon, puro A-site sa Breeze.
Naka-default. Uy! Di ba nakaka-trade? Ang galing. Uy! Yun lang, isa daw.
Okay. Nasipa yung PC. Na-restart real quick. Tapos pag login mo sa com shop, yung wala na yung oras mo dahil nagawa mo yun. Yun, sa dock. Mapapa-extra time talaga para sa next round dahil lang napatay siya ni Nuki not once but twice basically. That's pa nga G2 ngayon. Mukhang ina-anticipate na yung rotation dito ng Loud. So magandang bagay ito para sa G2 per Nuki. Yun na yung chance mo para makapitas. Eto si Mixwell! Weaferist! Naku! Yun lang!
Watch me, babe! Ay! Diyos ko po! Anyayayari?
Yun yung tipong ginawa mo na ang lahat tama pero hindi ka pa rin minahal eh.
Ginawa ko naman lahat pero sa makabila eh. Yun na nga! Sinasabi ko sa inyo, Skyless, he takes down Hoodie. At Meadow na lang kagad dito. Nagagawin na Viper Spit mo, wala. Napunga sa B-site na. Dalhin mo yan doon. Dadalhin kira sa aking paltay si Meadow. 3793! Let's go! Loud!
Feel ko favorite team mo na itong Loud eh.
Ha? Hindi may ba akong favorite?
May naipit.
Sino favorite mo?
No, sino favorite mo?
Pero ako hindi niya ako favorite.
Nahirap yan pag yung tipong 50-50.
Doon na lang tayo sa alagaan tayo, tapos yung sinisendan tayo ng pangkape. Ayun!
Okay, sige. So yung mga tropa natin sa Facebook chat ngayon.
Hindi. Iba to.
Iba to. So, nga pala. Every day, it's a new day. Yes, it is.
Boy Wednesday.
Ang lala.
Ay, nako, hindi ko alam
Kasing lala nung kill potential ng Loud, pre. Like, isipin mo na yun. Ang ganda ng pwesto ng G2, Ginawa na nila lahat tama. Except yung pagpindot na mouse. Nag-wish si Mixwell. At yun tuloy, na-push si Nuki.
Swerte ng Loud, no? Yung mga kalaban nilang lalakas, pero nagbi-whiff. Totoo to. May kilala ko, napakalakas na team, pero nagbi-whiff minsan eh. Hindi mo magets bakit eh.
At sa totoo lang, yun yung parang kakaiba eh. Kasi diba, syempre, EU para sila matatalino. Rami nilang ginagawang tama. Top tier Valorant raw. hindi naman tatamaan yung bala. So what's the point, diba? And here we go again.
What's the point of breaking up eh? Uy! Ayan siya. Uy, grabe!
Pinush lang!
Pinush lang! Uy, walang nangyari sa Classic. Isa na lang kagad natitira si Medo. PNSW talaga nitong Elo. Oh, silip ka. Silip ka, baby cakes. Hindi nga natin namaan.
Nice swing.
Nice one.
Nakatakas. Malaki tong McDonald's pre. Doon sa kabilang table.
Sa BGC yan, pare. Ayun.
Yung taga-pindot, pindot mo yung screen, pare, para mag-order.
Oo, bro. Tapos you get the receipt, then you get it to the cashier, bro.
Tapos you put your phone on the scanner, pare, and then it gets bayad na quickly dahil may Gcash, pare.
Yes. Grabe. Lalakas. Tutok. Parang apak. Ganda mag-laro yung mga PhD, me.
Oo.
Totoo to. No cap.
Wala magawa yung
Wala siya lang magawa. Kahit utakan nila, ayaw talaga magpapigil itong Loud.
Wala, ito lang yun eh. Kaya, di ba, pag may mga nerd boys binabully, kahit ano sabihin na, pag sinapak sila, wala silang magagawa eh. Yun lang.
Lungkot naman nun.
Awit pigati. Okay lang sila man yung yayaman sa dulo eh.
Oo. Tignan mo yung nangyari kay Dax. Mayaman na siya ngayon.
Oh. Alam mo, hindi ko pwede kwento eh. Marami kong ginawa eh. Marami kong ginawa eh.
Nabalitaan ko nga yan.
Pre, hindi ako mabuli ng tao eh. Nangaaway ako eh.
Si Asoray pala. Kay Asoray na.
Si Asoray talaga eh. Hindi ako eh.
Si Asoray tunay na good day man.
Oo. Yung tipong ako.
May ano yan? Anime
nice one,
yan. Oy, Kira Meiko Asega. Ton. Nani mo, sabi ni Aspas eh.
Okay, di ba? Ibang klaseng jutsu yan.
Suyoku,
Tumama pa rin!
Tumama pa. Ayun!
Muntik na. Sayang yung peak. Muntik na may chance. Fake kay Pangkada. Si Hoodie na buhay pa rin. Pero dito sa broken wall, tago muna ang G2. Pabos na konti oras. Nahanap pa rin yung timing. Pero nice trade. Nice pick. At G2, nakahanap ng konting reprieve dito. At least this time, naunahan nila yung Loud sa mga second positions nila. Doon kung saan mang kagaling yung trade, na questionhan na rin ng G2 dito.
It takes to the
Macarena?
tango. Macarena. Wala nang oras si Aspas para mag-plan. Pinatay ni Huri si Aspas. 4-8.
Yeah!
Switching sides. Wait, good half sa Loud, ah. Good half sa Loud. Knowing na nasa ang first half ay nasa defending ang G2. Pero next question is, paano ba nila ma-handle ditong second half nila? What am I supposed to do when the best part of me was always you?
What am I supposed to say when you're all choked up and you're okay?
Ay,
Ay. Wait. Tingnan natin. Loud choke. Game 2? Game 3?
Game 3?
Game 3?
Gusto mo mag-game 2 pero, gusto mo mag-game 2 pero ay mag-game 3?
Ayan. Hindi na ako niniwala, pre. Hindi na naman naniwala talaga eh. Kala ko, marami nagsasabi talaga Loud all the way. Sa totoo lang. Ganun ka dakay ang tingin ng mga tao sa Loud. And for good reason.
Iniwan.
Uy, pre, iniwan yung score screen doon sa, yung sa DRX, iniwan sa score screen. Kasi hindi na ginagamit yung PC. Nandun lang, hindi linag out, yun tuloy, gagamitin pang comp yung account, tapos mapapansin, ay, hindi ko pala account to. Pabayaan, tapon ko na.
Binenta ka agad, no?
Oo, pag-gising mo, kala mo plat 3 ka na, biglang plat 1 ka na ulit. Road to Diamond, cancel.
Oh. Bigat eh.
Pain.
Nilayson baby mo yung Radiant Manjowa bumagsak Immortal 1.
Ay, paano kung ganun? Pag bawal na yun sa standards mo, di ba?
Ha? Hindi. Alam ko namang hindi matatanggal ng Radiant.
Ay, nako. Sige nga, pag-usapan natin konting yung matchup. Sa totoo lang, di ba? Sige, G2 did one thing right sa last round na nahanap nila yung mga tamang angle para sagutin yung Loud. Pero sa totoo lang eh, it needs to be more than that. They cannot give up any opportunity. Yung Loud, pag binigyan mo sila ng konti lang, mine na kagad yan. Tutuloy na lang yan, todo. And you can see it there. I keep mentioning how Aspas plays, but si Sadak rin nakikisama. Siyempre, si Sassy, andyan, alam mo, andyan rin yan. And really, overall, yung buong Loud system eh. isang mahulog sa kanila or isang makakuha ng space, tutuloy lahat ng tropa. Yan yung tipong i-invite mo yung isang tao sa party, tapos dinama yung buong pamilya, tapos sila pa yung may take home sa dulo. Ganun yung load eh.
In short, gate crasher.
Tama naman, di ba? Yun naman ginagawa nila eh. Nisira nila kung ano man yung setup ng G2 eh.
Wala eh. Yun yung sa EMEA, sa sobrang nag-overthink sila, ganito nangyayari.
Sila yung too many brain cells eh.
Tignan mo sa atin, isa. Ayan.
That's it lang.
Pakaskas lang ng master. Labas ng gabi, uwi ng casting sa masters.
Tama, 'di ba? Yun yung tipong bedtime natin na iba. Gising pa rin. Pero kailangan lang okay. At eto rin pansin mo na nasa-shutdown yung Jets ng G2 ngayon. Kanina si Mixwell. Ngayon si Nuki. I remember he had like one good round. That was it. Pero si Mixwell, talo pa rin eh. Wala pa rin magawa sila sa load at sila pa nag-peak. Sila pa naka-out. And now, ano na gagawin ng G2? Kulang sila ng isa.
Talo na to. At tandaan nyo, second match na to mamamaalam sa upper bracket. Yung Loud at saka si maglalaban.
Yung Optic.
Optic.
Kung manalo, atak siya.
Siyempre, ma-predict ko na ito nakita ko na ito ng aking dalawang mata. Tumingin ka sa aking mga mata. Hoodie na lang kagad na natitira at nilulusob na siya. That's it! Si Les. Less is more. More and more. Twice. 4-9.
Yes.
Let's go, Loud! New team po ba yung Loud? Hindi, sila po ang dating Vikings.
Hindi. I mean, technically they're new.
Yeah.
Okay, so kung may Zeta Japanese super team, ang Loud naman, guys, yan yung Brazilian super team. At syempre, yung pinaka mapapansin yung pangalan, si Sassy nga, especially Team Vikings, ganun. Pero, more or less, mga bagong players rin yung dala-dala dito. Tong si Aspas talaga eh. Prodigy. Dalang-dala. Si Pangkada rin. Alam ko magkakasama talaga sila eh. So, iba't ibang team. Kaya, nag-reform. Yun yung maganda eh. No 2021 to 2022, nung Christmas time. Doon talaga gumawa ng mga super team. Yung tipong, isang taon kayo nag-Valorant, tapos sabi mo, uy, malakas ka! Tara! Gawa tayong team. Ganun nangyari sa maraming iba't ibang scenes. Kaya yun, kita mo tong Loud na to, mga pang all-star game ng Brazil basically. Ito yung roster nila. Kaya kung ako sa'yo, bantayan nyo tong team na to. Kasi exciting talaga yung mga playstyle nila. Pero Nuki, mapako-dash on out na lang dito dahil sa Aldron. Si Sassy, pinaglalaroan lang tipong,
si
mismo yung Ald! Pre, yung Aldron mismo rin! Yun ang jiggle pick, hindi yung Sova eh!
Palong-palo. Palong-palo. Pero to, yung mga taga-Loud, sige, maglaro tayo. Leron, Sinta. Sino nga ba ang mas makalalamang? Oy, wala. Nagedlihan. Isa si Aboba. Gagana ba to? Silip lang. Uy, RNG Chuck dart. Aray, ang sakit. Parang siya lang. Nung mas pinili niyang iba kaysa sa'yo. Pero looking at it, sige, kaya mo yan, Nuki. Kaya mo yan. Nakita ko na to eh. Napatay siya ni Pancada. Mojito! Imam! Pinacolada! 10-4. Tatlo na lang sa Loud. Sabi sa'yo ano yan?
Yun, sabihin ka lang, yung next line ng song na yun, bagay sa sa'yo eh, mismo eh.
Alam nyo guys, may mga talaga na ang mga rason bakit nag-uusap. Ang one key to victory is Loud. I mean, logo ng Loud. Kamukha ng parang album ni Ed Sheeran eh, no?
Actually. Diba? Kasi may plus, may minus, may divide. Yan, play. Play button.
Pro player.
Press play to win.
Yes. Nakaka-cancel out minsan ni Dax kapag magandang araw yung Rayrakers. Okay. Pero si Asoray talaga yung nakaka-cancel yung Rayrakers. Si Asoray lang.
Di ba may oras mismo yung pinagkakast nyo? Uy, si Medo daw.
Ay.
Kaya ba kayo last nag-cast ng Valorant magkasama?
Champions na.
Ayun, champions pa. Pero Loud, ayun na nga, natitira na lang dito si Sassy. 3v2 at mukhang malinis na panel sa G2 sana to. Di pa rin. May flags pa nga, pero Medo, nice peek into the doublers. Aspas pag-pick pa. Walang katakot-takot. Nag-iisa na lang siya pa rin yung lulusob eh. Gusto pa niyo makahanap kung sino pa man ang nandito. Pero nice angle pa kay Boba. Unknown na. Yung nagawa mo dyan. Aspas. Nagpa-parkour ka pa. Maga-tumbling lang yan. 5-10. G2 nakabawi dun sa buy round nila. Pero ito na. Ang Loud, bibili na rin.
Operator, oh. Ayaw, takot.
Wala. Paano sila bibili ng
Walang pera eh.
Walang pera. Uy, may Discord! Shoutout! Dito natin.
Ay,
Shoutout kay Coco! Ayun si Coco Ref.
Hello,
Ayan.
Coco.
Oasis Gaming yun, Coco.
Ay, si Coco, si Omar.
Oo, di ba? Tropang Omar. Shoutout sa'yo.
Shoutout ka para sa anak ko sa Oasis Gaming.
Di ba dalawa? O tatlo?
Isa. Ay, dalawa. Si Marky tsaka si Wild Orange ko po. Lumabas kami. Sabi ko, may bibit-bit akong dalawang bata. Ang cute ka nila eh.
Mga babies mo.
Mga babies ko. Pero may isa na rin ako, si Nayon. Yan. Mga anak ko sa Valorant.
Yung sa, ano team ni Nayon? LP or something?
Hindi na eh. May bago siyang team.
Okay lang.
Okay,
sige.
balik!
Mamaya na yan.
Maretasan.
Napa-out pa nga si Mixwell eh, nung simula pa lang. Yun yung tipong, yun yung give chance to others ng Loud na buti ka pa na hindi ka namatay dun. Kasi nag-ready kami for the trade. Toxic screen muna daw. Init pwesto less. Uy, trinay niya ilagi ni Aldron. Pero sayang, nakita pa nga siya. At ito na kasi Nuki, mapapatay pa nga si Sadak-chan. There we go with the 0 point as well. Mukhang plano dito ng G2. Timingan lang ng tama ang intel nila. Pero pagpasok ni Mixwell, si Pangkada na ang magpapatay sa kanya. Ito na si Lesto, nakatambay na rin. Toxic Sin, Coating Spam. Pero basang-basa! Ano ba ginagawa mo dyan, G2? Pumunta kayo sa sulok para lang mamatay. Yung tipong sa kinder face to corner punishment na naman. At 11-5 na. 2 points na lang. Tapos na to para sa Loud.
Nahihilo, nalilito ang G2 sa Loud Team. Di na nila mabasa ang Loud. Kita mo, naka-pick off lang. Umabante ka agad. At ito pa, dangerous thing. Magpo-force na sila. Ay, mamamatch point. Wala kang no choice ngayon. Anong gagawin mo ngayon? G2, isang orb para kay Meadow. Para lang sa Viper's Pit. Pero worth it ba yan? ROI ba yan? Kasi may mga bagay na hindi talaga worth it. Kapag talagang hindi mo nakita ang halaga. Pero narinig na nila kagad. So, Maklolo, tatakbo, tatalon. Pero Sadak was able to take out the bomba. Pero Aspas is ready for the trade. Ito na talaga ang Brazilian scene na nakikita natin. Pero we're down with a 3v3. Wala talagang choices. Akala ng Loud siguro magsisave pa rin ang mga taga G2. Pero pinilit pa nga nila. May mga bagay na pinipilit daw ngayon. Sabi nila, pataspe! Oh my God! Pangkada takes down Medo. So nga lang si Nuki nakita. Okay, 1v1. Pangkada crush mo to. Mamahalin ako ng crush ko kapag na-clutch mo. Ay, hindi! Oh, wait, loads.
Can you shut up when you say that? Kasi pag may ever masasabi tungkol sa pag-confess o sa pag-amin. Well, hindi nangyayari. Lahat ng Guys, may stats ba tayo dito sa PPGL? Please lang. Kung may makalaman nga nung stats, kung ilang beses na sinabi ni Ray Ray tungkol sa crush niya, tas hindi nangyayari kasi yun nga, palagi na binabati yung kabila eh. Yun yung tunay na Ray-Rakers eh. Ibang klaseng sumpa na to eh.
Feel ko 0% so far.
Diba? Feel ko rin eh.
Ngayong Masters, oo.
Oo, diba? Buong Masters, basta sabihin mo yun, sila yung matatalo eh.
Ang lungkot.
Lala! Ayun, pero tingnan na nga ito. G2, sige may plano. Flash into the big nice one from Avova to get that taken. Mukhang may gusto maglaro dito, pero G2 nakadalawa na kagad. At para sa side ng Loud, mahirap na magiging galawan nila dito. Pero Tour de Force pa rin Pangkada. Malapitan, quickscope magiging galawan dito. Nila pa rin si Mixwell. Hindi tumama naman doon sa jet ni Nuki. Si Avova pa rin ang malakas. Natitira na lang dito si Pangkada at si Aspas. At kung makapaya, kalaban pa rin ngayon. Hindi pala si Aspas na lang natitira na kailangan naman i-F5 yung HUD natin dito. Pero okay to sa G2. Ang sagot lang nila, tara, diretso na lang natin at para lang ngayon, naunahan nila ang Loud.
Okay, save nyo na yan. Oy, big shoutouts nga pala kay George Herrera, aka Chiki, na nag-comment sa live stream, na nag-stream din siya ng Valorant. Yo.
Wow, plinag pa yung streamer ah.
Oh, streamer yarn. Ngayon.
Ako may pa-plug ako na streamer.
Sino?
Ray Plays. fb.gg.
Loko-loko ka. Nadadamay ako ng wala sa oras eh. Ay, pero may favorite akong streamer.
Ang pangalan?
Super MJ.
So no surprise. Siyempre.
Siyempre.
Kahit hindi totoo, isi-ship ko.
So, bakit kayo naman talaga ako siniship, Dax?
Sa mabuting lalaki na hindi ka paglalaroan.
Bakit? So, ibig sabihin player si MJ, ang sama mo.
Ay! Ako, no comment na lang dyan. Pangkat! Paano yun? Pangkat!
Ay! Wow! Great! Ang mangyayari ngayon.
Na-push pa nga na G2 do. Pero pangkada, humahanda. Pinabayaan! Kala ko na-tag siya, pinabayaan lang. Nakadalawa pa rin dito si Pangkada. At si Mixwell, sige nga, operator na malapitan pero 3v3. Woody, nandyan para mapatay na rin si Pangkada. Si Sadak, try niya gumitin ng Marshall na to.
Wala, patay ito.
Aldron, nako, goodbye. Aspas versus the world. 1v3, no dash. Only one cloud burst. Abangan kung kaya niya manalo dito, pero Aspas, sige na nga, diretsoy mo na. RJX Vandal, ay mapapasave. Tapang oh! Alam niyo may operator hang tapang pa rin na pumipik pa. Ang kulit-kulit mo, Aspas.
Sige, hampas sa ulo.
Pick mo. Sige nga.
Oh, RJX yan eh. Oh.
Kung hindi ka Brazilian, kung hindi mo pipik.
Makakabawas pa to. Makakabawas pa yan.
This is Brazil.
Ay, hindi.
Si Medo.
Kaya naman ni Medo. Gusto namin makabawas.
Yung tipo yung maghahamon ng 1v1 tapos may makikisaw-saw. Ganun yun eh.
May kailangan ganun.
Sino? Sige nga.
Ikipagduwa na nga lang ako, sasama pa eh.
Yung tipong 1v1 na sana sa Discord tapos biglang, uy, ba't may pumasok sa channel na to?
Ginagawa nyo dyan, guys. Busy kayo? Tara, Valorant. I'm like... Joke lang. Gumagawa lang ako ng kwento kasi isa akong Wattpadder.
Diba? Anong Hindi, diba may title ka na, may sinusulat kang aklat, I'm in love with a Valorant player. Chapter 4.
Guys, baka paniwalaan nyo yung hanapin sa Wattpad. I'm in love with a...
No, I mean, you actually have to do it now. Sige nga, please. Kung kahit isang chapter lang, gawa ka ng kwento, I'm in love with a Valorant player, tapos publish sa Wattpad.
Based on in the real story ba? Hindi.
Ikaw bahala. Basta gawin mo, matutuwa ako sobra. Na makikita ko, by Ray.
Wait lang, alam mo, speaking of Wattpad, meron akong Wattpad eh na account. Nagsulat ata ako time dito eh. Totoo ba na meron akong sinulat? May WordPress account nga ako eh. Galing nga eh.
Hoy, ray.wordpress.com. Okay yun ah.
Oo nga! Meron akong Wattpad. Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness. Ang title pa ay Memoir.
Ba't ka ganito?
Oh my God, may 1.1k siya na views. Tignan nga natin to. Oh my God.
Link mo sa Facebook chat nga. Link mo nga doon, please.
I won't.
Okay guys, Ray, ang ating author. Memoir ang title. At nako, ito na. Kakatapos lang ng timeout. Sige nga, habang hinahanap nyo ang Wattpad story ni Ray. Kwento ko lang nangyayari so far. Yung G2 nakabawi yung B-takes nila. Mas okay kasi na-realize na pwede na dire-diretsohin talaga papunta doon sa pillar at hindi na masyadong kailangan. Pag naipit kasi sila doon sa sa sulok mismo, doon sila nalalagot ng loud. Kaya ngayon, ang ginagawa ng G2 mas fast, mas loose, and in all honesty, mas okay pa nga yun kaysa doon sa pagka-rigidness na kinapakita nila kanina. So Sadak nagbantay na dito ng A-site. Nandyan rin naman si Aspas, nagbabantay rin. Pero nagbukas yung pintuan at nakatasyon hindi si Nuki. Makakabuhay pa siya dito on top of the container. Mix with the snipe though. And G2, find the two that they need. Pero syempre si Sassy, makakatrade na rin. Mixwell will go on down. At malayo pa dito ang Loud. Yung G2, nakukuha na nila yung Space Ray. Hunter's Fury daw, lock on onto Hoodie at goodbye sa kanya. Nakapitas pa nga dito si Sassy. Ang perfect time ito para sa side ng Loud.
Hinahanap ko yung password nitong mangyayari, pero less is more. Ay! Namamatay sila ngayon, Dax. Ano na? Game 3 yata to, outs. Unless si Sassy may mangyayaring yun, tsaka si Pankada. Pero save nyo na lang yan kung ako sa inyo. Sige, ilaban nyo pa. Hindi na nga kaya eh. And looking at it, nahihirapan.
Naglalaban mo
ang aking pag-ibig.
Uy! Uy!
Uy! Sayang.
Tumalantalan ka pa, ang kukulit eh. Bawi na. Bawi na G2 ah. Parang kanina, puntik na manalo yung Loud, dire-diretso lang. Ngayon, 9-11. 2 rounds.
Hey. Ano na kayang mangyayari ngayon? Sa side ng talagang sa mga nangyayari ngayon sa Loud. Uy, pinapahabol niya pa. Gusto niya pa kami magpuyat. Sheesh.
So, congratulations, Ray also, by the way. Mga 12 hours ka na nagkakas. Proud of you.
Oh, syempre.
Dapat may award ka. Biggest alipin sa pera, 2022. Ray.
Hindi naman, medyo lang.
Medyo sobra. yung caster na may prod house rin na ginagawa ang lahat para sa blank. Pero, hindi lang. Siyempre, pag ako'y namulubi ng Ray, at least alam ko saan ako pupunta in the future. Sa La Casa de Garrido.
Revealing area.
So, sige nga. Okay, parang nawala si Ray real quick. Ito na rin tayo, G2. Nandito na mismo sa site. Avova, malapitan, mix. Well, nice snipe yet again using that space. Pero si Sassy, tinubiwan lang, okay na. Kayang-kaya pa rin. Aspas lumipad rin. At bigla na lang lahat ng pinaghirapan ng G2 mawawala sa harapan nila. Aspas is there. At yun lang ang kailangan ng Loud. Isang 30 win para maging 12-9 na to.
Match point.
Uy, Ray. Mo ko iwan. Matapatapos na yung series, Ray. Wait, this good. Anyari, pre? Okay. Grabe talaga daw. Hello? Andito ka na ba? Bumalik ka na ba sa ating paririnig? Boss. Guys, nagsasalita ba kami? Sabay-sabay. Ayun! Ano nangyari sa'yo? Nawala ka eh. Okay. Okay lang. Nakas ka naman yung game eh. Si Sassy, sabi niya Bulldog best rifle. Tapos yun tuloy. Walang pumapalo. Nako, hindi naririnig si Ray. Guys, kinikwento ni Ray by the way, yung kanyang sinulat sa Wattpad, 4 parts na pala. So lahat, yung mina-manifest ko pala na gusto ko mangyari. Tapos na. Nangyari na. Nasulat na sa Ray Biblia. Grabe.
May fanfiction.net pa ako.
Oh my God.
Gosh! Ultimate weeb! Ito na nga.
Sige, babasahin ko na lang mamaya para pakatulog ako. Or in that case, magigising ako tapos may message na kita. Sabihin ko sa'yo, anong pinagsusulat mo dito, Ray? Pero VALORANT tayo muna ngayon, ha? Kasi G2, kung hindi pa sila manalo dito, naku! Anong klaseng namamaril yun galing kay Sassy? Bigla na lang Albers mapapatay pa nga isa. Sadak low on the HP. Pero hindi pa napatay dito ng G2. Yun na sana ang chance nila para makuha yung trade. Pero na-scan pa nga dito si Avova at si Aspas. Ninabas na yung operator. G2, ano na nangyari? Mukhang hindi pa ba tayo makakapunta ng game 3 nito? Hoodie daw, at least na-confirm na si Sadak na plant pa rin. Pero nasa likod lang. Nandito na. Sito pasito. Nandito si Pancada. Nandito Mama daw. Nice flash drive. Guys, KO pero mali yung pick. Buti na lang. Naka-flick pa rin dito si Avova. 3v3 na to. Ayan na nga yung dart. Tago muna si Hoodie daw. Time is taking at G2. May chance pa nga at si Hoodie. Tinangkin na lang. Wala nang kapake-pake. 4 HP and a Drave. Pero yung snake fight. Ay, nailagan yung lason. Wixel, nandyan pa rin. Dito sa double doors. Isa, kita na pa rin. Bakit mo bakan yung frame? Pero yun na yung headhunter. 1v1 with the great one. Nandito na lang dito si Avova sa kabila. Pero wala nang ka-oras-oras si Sassy.
Pwede pa. Ay, makikita siya.
Baba. Pero may peak. Okay. G2, buhay pa. 10-12.
Tawang-tawa ako. Bakit ako gumawa ng fanfic na ganito? 2013 pa. Sasabihin ko sa inyo ibang lines. Tawang-tawa.
Guys, I'm sorry. Sinira ako si Ray Ray today.
Nag-crack yung code. As I ride the train with the view of the city lights.
You want to play? Let's play.
Please stop.
Stop na.
Pag kwento mo yan, kahit ako hindi ko na makakastong Valorant na to. Promise. Kahit ako. Sa lahat ng kasama ko, syempre, try ko i-keep yung Valorant. Pero pag ginawa mo yon, wala na, GG na talaga. Pero Hunter's Fury yun muna galing kay Woody. Pancada, mapipitas dito. Naka-plant pa nga ng spike ang G2. Mixwell, no, nice time. Here comes Sassy yet again. Hindi lang matrade again. Mixwell is there. Aspas, di na lang kayo operator dyan. Les nagsasama na rin. Pero ang problema, Judge lang giging galawan. At perfect timing to para sa G2. Na-plant pa nga, time is taking perfect default. And even though there is gonna be someone coming from the hallway, Loud, mababantayan ba nila nga yan? Nuki coming from up top. Ayan na si Lesto, mapapatay si Nuki 2v2. Ako hirap na sa oras to. At si Medo, wala kang takot-takot. Pero si Les, napatay pa rin. Hoodie, ingat lang. Timing lang ah. Play for time. Spam it right. Aspas goes down. Hoodie will get the 3K. At 11 into 12. Bumabawi ang G2. Bawal matulog si Ray Ray.
Okay lang. Nahype ako sa Wattpad ko. Hindi ko kinaya. Ang haba ko magsulat. Sana ganito ako sa thesis ko nung college.
Sige nga, isa pang lines.
I'm really happy that I'm placed here since I can look at the window and think about random relaxing things which I want the most.
It's so bad. Please stop Hunter's Fury. Galing kay Sassy, tumama kay Nuki pero hindi na ma-confirm yung pitas. At least naggawa na paggamit yung utility ng Jet. But as I sat here by the window, I could say, this was the place.
Kung malalaman mo yung plot, magigets mo.
At masasabi ko na lang, country roads, take me home to the place that I belong.
West Virginia. Country mama.
Iba talaga to pag kasama si Ray Ray. Pero uy, Aspas! Magkas ka nga para
pag-alamin mo yung
sige na, ikaw na.
pag-alamin mo yung baso ngayon, Aspas. And now we was able to take out the second top. Naka-guarda yan. Yan ang gusto ko, mga DMR users. Pero, oy, meron pa. Sige, pumitas ka. Pero malaki na kagad yung expansion na ginawa ng Louder. Meadow na lang together with Mixwell. Going up against 3 members. Confirmed na kagad. O sige, mag-line up ka dyan ng Viper na toxic screen. Tignan natin kung gagaling nga ba. But as Meadow goes for a plant, Mixwell, nakaabang. Kaso nga lang, anong plano ngayon ng mga louder? Ay, huwag kasi silip. Wag! Wala na mag-asim. At yun, hindi natamaan gano, kaya uusog ng onte. And now, we only have one. Tatakbo na nga sila ngayon. Anong next plano ni Mixwell? Dahil kailangan nila puntaan. Uy, puntaan. Oh my gosh! And dodges it! G2 goes to the lower bracket. And we have the winners, 2-0. Loud from Brazil will be able to finish this on a clean sweep. Sheesh!
This is Brazil! I love Brazil!
Ay, nako.
Damay na natin. Damay na natin sa itak.
Dahil sa Wattpad to, lumakas yung loud.
Enemy remaining.
Muntik pa nga makambak, di ba? Muntik.
Buti pala hindi ko inisip yung scoreline. Para hindi mabate. No to Ray-Rakers. Ray-Rakers denied because of Wattpad.
Wattpad. Hindi, iba nga yung Ray-Rakers na guys eh. Hindi lang yung pagka-game 3. Yung pag sinabi niya, mag-aamin siya. Diba? Di yan mangyayari.
Pero Asa Ray bukas habang nagkakas kami. Yung fanfiction ko, tawa siya ng tao eh.
Wala na kayong cast. Tapos na, diba? Monday na.
Mamaya meron. Sa...
Ayaw nga pala. Yung ano ka na, yung tournament niya. Pero okay to. Galing sa Loud. Okay! Sumpiput. Fundamentals, perfected. Loud, walang katakot-takot. And in all honesty, good punish ka by G2. Especially sa mga B-take. Pero along the way, mas maraming pagkakamali mismo yung G2. Na, pag mangyari yun, mapapunish ka agad ng Loud eh. Sino yung klaseng team na makakapatay ng ganyan? 2v1, basic lang yan. At nung nangyari to, napitas pa nga si Mixwell sa dulo. Alam na nila, sa kanila na ang upper bracket. So, NA versus Brazil, the battle of the Americas sa upper bracket. At EMEA, saan na kayo? Nangyari?
It's going down for real. Lower bracket, lower bracket. NA versus Brazil. Hoy, tapos nanalo yung ano, no, yung Loud ng Masters. Pero hindi imposible. Paper X Supremacy or DRX. Kahit sino doon, masaya na ako. Pero ang saya-saya. Kahit nanggaling ako ng 3 games, at least yung pangalawa 2-0, yung energy ko, boom! Wala pa rin tayo sa 8 AM mark. We're alive. We alive, my friend. Pero all in all, ang galing ng Loud doon. Yung akala ko yung Breeze mapupunta pa sa OT tas mananalo yung G2, pero buti na lang nagkamali sila doon sa pagpunta nila ng Bizet. Na guardian sa mukha yung dalawa eh. Ni Aspas, pash.
At grabe, kung hindi pa si Aspas, si Sassy, si Sada, kitang-kita talaga natin mga holds na ginagawa rin ni Les at wag natin kalimutan. Si Pancada, nag-flex sa chamber minsan lang yun. At pinakita pa nga kay Mixwell paano gawin. And overall, this was a show of force galing sa Loud na sila talaga ay tunay na contenders. Sila talaga ay ready makipaglaban. Kasi sinasabi ko na nga, so makita talaga tong Loud team na to makipaglaban sa APAC team like Paper X. But guys, tapos na ang Filipino broadcast at tayo ay mag-say ng good morning at good night. Kung another break. At syempre, magkakasama tayo muli bukas. Taxi with Ray Ray signing on out. And we'll see you guys tomorrow for more of the Filipino cast. See ya!
Or a song in seconds.
Yep.
Okay, now let's work. Offsite. Public Wi-Fi? No thanks. 5G ultra wideband is faster and safer, and so powerful that it's not just for phones. Hello, 5G home and business internet. It's time to go ultra with Verizon, America's most reliable 5G network, so you can do more.
Don't pause. Press play. Don't pause. Press
We have not seen a Brazilian team of this caliber before. Loud just outclassing G2. G2 had a little bit of a comeback there.
Orellada. Yeah.
Orellada.
Okay.
A little bit of it.
Please explain.
So basically, orillada is a term that we have in Spanish, and orilla means shore. So basically, it's like you're dropped in the middle of the sea, and then you start swimming. You start swimming, and right before you get to the shore, you die.
It's a fake comeback.
Exactly. Yeah, it's exactly. You're almost there. When you're so close, you don't manage to take it to overtime. And it looked like G2 had actually, found the key. After they lost the second pistol, I was like, oh, this is going to be over. But the more that they started to play compact, the more that it started to take its toll onto Loud. But man, the discipline that the Brazilian team showed today was on another level.
Yeah, I think it's what I said at halftime, which was G2 kind of disrespected in the prep in terms of Loud, was about that discipline. They didn't expect them to be so tight-knit, so well traded, and so having such good teamwork. But as the series progressed, I think that actually did change. As they got more time, it did change, and I think that's why they started that comeback. But I mean, eventually it's going to end, especially when you have such good plays from players like Aspas, from players like Saucy. It was ridiculous.
Yeah, it was just too little too late. I mean, Kakuka Loud has to be feeling good, but man, Optic looked incredibly strong today. What are you thinking for the upper bracket final?
The problem is, I think that Loud is the kind of team that gets into your head because you start trialing things, and just what Bala mentioned, they're so good in trades. They have a lot of balls when it takes to repick it and just keep going for the duels because they have a lot of trust that whoever comes next is going to be coming. Like, you're never going to be alone. No duel is going to be in vain.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was most impressed with. It's my favorite word now, discipline. It's not no flashy strats. It's not no flashy strats or, combinations of utility or anything like that. That's great too. But what Loud just did was show that they have the fundamentals. They can compete against any team at this point because they just took down Team Liquid and then into G2, who looked good as well.
Yeah, as for G2, that was definitely a tough loss for them. We'll elaborate on that in a little bit, but let's take a look at our Verizon high-speed moment. Aspas's ace.
Is anybody surprised? I mean, this was probably not the fastest, but it was flashy in the server a lot. The kills are separated, but we were talking about the discipline. He's going in. He knows that someone has his back 100% of the time. And just goes in over and over again.
The crazy part is that last shot to me on Mixwell that we just saw. And he cleans up the rest of it.
Right?
Yeah. But this is... He's playing against the original Jet, right? The original God Jet from EU. That was the guy that everybody really, really was hyped up about when the game came out. Yep. And now here he is on an international stage at a LAN doing things like this. It is so impressive for a first-time LAN player.
Yeah, and I think that Bren was having an interview with Zachak the other day, and he was mentioning we really want to play G2. And Aspa said before the tournament, I really want to play against them. So congratulations, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, Aspas, he was just one of the many players that we've been talking about. I think he put 40 kills on the board. But, man, there were some other standout performances. Was there anyone else from Loud that you really wanted to highlight, Bala?
Yeah, I always want to highlight Saucy. This guy's insane.
Yes.
I mean, there's so many moments where I'm just like, wow, that ult was perfect. Wow, that shock dart was perfect. That recon was perfect. He just set up his team so well. But also, the discipline comes from him. I think his leadership in the server is what has taught these young guys to be as they are. When they're in tough positions, you see them falling back and getting into their teammates' positions instead. So that's the type of thing I see constantly from Saucy. It's why he has some of the highest KD on in any of these matchups.
Well, Bala, speaking about Saucy, we're going to go to our Verizon post-match interview with Doug and Saucy. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Jackie. Thank you so much, Jackie. Saucy, congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
Incredible performance. Look, I'm going to ask you right off the bat. Map 2 was a little bit closer, but you guys worked G2 Map 1. Did you expect this series to be as easy as it was?
I mean, it wasn't easy. It might have been looking easy for you guys, but Ascent, it was hard. It doesn't matter, it was like 13-5, but G2 is really hard to play against them because they are a team that really likes to adapt during the game. And props to Sadhack because he's a great IGL, so he could manage to play against G2, and yeah, he's good.
He certainly showed it in the server throughout the series. Now listen, historically Brazil has struggled on the international stage. What is it that makes this team so different from those of past?
I think me and Sadhack, after our loss against the Gambit last year, right? It hurt it a little bit. So, I mean, after that, we got to Brazil and said, okay, we need to prepare in Brazil to play an international tournament. You know, we can't wait to go there outside Brazil and prepare like in Iceland. You know, so when we got our team out, like with Aspas and Laz, the rookies, with Pancada, we sat the first time and said, okay, guys, look, we're going to prepare to Brazil and to a Masters, and then to Champions. So I think, yeah, that's our big difference to another Brazil teams.
Well, it's been so far so good. You've already secured top 3. You have one big matchup waiting for you from North America in terms of Optic. They just had an incredible series, one of probably the most exciting that have ever been played. Given the fact that you've had the chance to watch them through group stages and now through the bracket stage, do you feel like there is enough out there for you to fully prepare for this squad?
Oh, I think that every team here in Iceland is really good, especially Optic. So, I mean, especially Ye. I'm a big fan of him, to be honest. I was watching his videos back a days because to aim better. So yeah, it will be really great, you know, to play against them. So yeah, it will be another challenge for us. So I'm excited.
And look, for viewers, we're excited too. The matchup looks so good on paper, so I know I personally can't wait. Again, congratulations on the win, and best of luck to you throughout the rest of the tournament. Jackie, back to you.
Thank you.
Doug, thank you so much. I love Saucy was like, it wasn't easy. That was hard. And also, you know, he was showing some love to Optic, actually. He wasn't throwing shade at all, saying that he actually respects them and saying some nice things about Ye. So that leads me to what's up next, our HyperX Reflex moment of the day. And it's Ye!
Always surprised. I mean, especially how important this round was. We're seeing that we are in the overtime, the first one. There's so many things that go on into this round. The way that he holds the position, we're talking about trust in the team, and he knew that his back was covered.
Yeah, there was that first shot as well that he did so well. The verticality, actually being able to deal with how this round goes, and the rest of his team covers very well. This one, exactly, under RB. Those are the types of shots that really come down the line. When you hit those, change the game, change everything. And for a game of that caliber that went the distance in terms of overtimes on split, in terms of map 3, that's the type of player the A is. He's a demon, man.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like one of the series, we literally did highlights of Ye. We pulled up full screens of Ye. It was just the Ye post show, pretty much. And guess what? We're going to move on to our player of the match poll results, and they're in, and Ye won. He wasn't even on either of these. I'm kidding, everybody. Okay, so who was the MVP for match 2? I mean, Aspas was 72%. Duh.
He's young. He's got it in him. He's performing over and over. I'm really looking forward to see what they're going to do against Optic. You know, I kind of hated that interview with Sassy because he was giving me Redgar vibes. You know, the kind of adorable outside being like, we're actually so happy to be here. It's so good to get to practice, to play against the teams. And then you get into the server and he's a devil and he's just hunting you. And it's like, so dangerous.
That's exactly the type of vibes I get from him, too. It's so respectful. Yes. It's so calm, collected. He really...
But he's genuine.
Exactly. It's genuine. So and it rubs off on the rest of his team as well. I think that's super important for them, especially in the circumstances that they are. And now, coming to their first LAN event, I mean, obviously, Sasi and Sadak have been to so many already, but that is the type of stuff that's so... The intangibles, I think Doug said it at some point throughout the day, the intangibles really make it loud eventually. I think that's what's really going to come down to it.
Yeah, so he's an angel, but a demon in the server. You like that?
Yeah.
She's like, it's okay. All right, well, let's
I didn't realize you were Dan Brown. Like,
I know. I'm very punny. I'm done. We're going to move on right now to our bracket. Okay, 2 awesome matches ahead of us. PaperX versus G2. DRX versus Zeta. Bala. I'm excited. That's all I got to say.
No, I think both of these are absolutely great matches. I'm looking at the Zeta Division DRX one because it's one we had already. Exactly. All the way back in groups. Actually, it was the first match that we had here at Masters Reykjavik. And I think the interesting thing about it is, sure, DRX stopped them in that first game, but Zeta looks completely different as they move through this bracket. They look like they're improving match after match after match. And meanwhile, DRX, while they still look good, they just took a massive loss.
Yeah, and then the other side, Paper Rex versus G2. Let's see how G2 feels after that loss today, because we know that Paper Rex took the guard in such a fashion that I honestly I cannot pick a favorite because so many things have gone down this tournament. I cannot choose.
All right, well, Kukuka, Bala, had so much fun on the desk with you.
We did too.
Thank you for your amazing, lovely analysis as always. And I definitely want to say thank you to everybody behind the scenes and everybody watching at home. You've been absolutely fantastic. But we're done here. It's a wrap. But before you go, we're going to leave you with the Prime Gaming post-match highlights. We'll see you tomorrow.
Good night.
DRX has been undefeated this Masters, looking absolutely ferocious. But will the resilient and experienced Optic take them down today? The veterans of NA versus the fiercest fraggers of Korea.
Say hello to RB and say goodbye to map 1. Optic just gets shattered.
Our winner! Hold, guys, hold.
John spotting. Behind, I'm behind.
Gun out, John. Gun out, John.
I will destroy them. Trust in me.
Optic outpacing their nightmare by chasing the dream. Map 3 is open. No! Shot is back to do this to them! Oh dear, this is going to be an absolute nightmare for DRX if they keep playing like this with that aggression, that pace, that pop potential. It's Yay to do it, and it's Optic, the masters of disaster, to work through that game, and what a series that was.
I am so curious as to how this is going to turn out. We have not really seen much of G2 and Loud so far this tournament.
Least in the tournament.
Least in the tournament for both of these teams, and now we get to see them clash. And these are two teams that a lot of people had pinned as some of the favorites to win it all.
What a dominant map. G2 were afforded absolutely no opportunities in map 1. Ascent, it's Loud map pick. Loud are undefeated here for a reason.
One enemy remaining.
And what a performance. Loud, the first Brazilian team to win 2 matches, and it doesn't seem like they're going to stop there.